What's cracking, everyone? Hello and welcome to MPL Weekly. We've got a top 5 for you in the Pearl Division, 3 of whom are playing Sultai Food. So let's jump straight into Shenhar's list and take a look and see exactly what it consists of. So starting things off, this looks very similar to the banned food decks that you would have seen around Mythic Championship 5, but because of Field of the Dead no longer being a problem and the players no longer having to fend off a horde of zombies, Deputy Detention's no longer the key removal card. Instead, the players have all shifted to adding black into their decks because black is a very good card or very good color that gets rid of target Okos. For example, Noxious Grasp. You'll see all these players playing this weekend have 4 copies of Noxious Grasp in the main deck. We've also got Vraska Golgari Queen, whose middle ability should just say, destroy target Oko, because she gets rid of any non-land permanent with CMC 3 or less. On the top end as well, we've got Liliana Dreadhorde General, that's great at killing creatures, gumming up the battlefield, drawing cards with every death, and if you get to -9 her, then, you know, a lot of stuff is gonna die too. Also, another card I really liked in Shenhar's list is Casualties of War, that kills absolutely everything except for an enchantment in the mirror match. You kill an artifact, that's a food token, you kill a creature, a land, or a wicked wolf, you can kill a land from Nissa, or you can kill a planeswalker, i.e. Nissa, Vraska, or Oko Thief of Crowns. So that's kind of the reason why the players have shifted towards Sultai over Bant. Now, if you're not familiar with what green and blue have been up to the last few weeks, well, let's show you. We've got Gilded Goose. This little goose likes to create a food token that you can sacrifice to add 1 mana of any color. This goose allows you to get Oko out on turn 2, provided it survives. We've also got mana generators in Paradise Druid, and a very key card in a lot of green decks being Once Upon a Time, that lets you just shore up your drawers and help you find the key cards you need to get off to a blistering start. So Once Upon a Time, you can play it for 0 if it's the first card you've cast, you can find a Gilded Goose, you can find a Paradise Druid if it's later on in the matchup, you can find a Wicked Wolf, for example, or if you're missing a land, being a 3-color deck, it just helps to smooth things out just that little bit. Hydroid Krasis, as usual, I'm gonna send this guy right to the back there because he does not want to be played for 2. No, you want to dump as much mana into this big jellyfish as you possibly can. It gains you a bunch of life, it draws you a bunch of cards, and it's a massive threat in the air, should you so choose. In the 3 CMC slot, we have Oko Thief of Crowns, the king of standard at the moment. He is insanely powerful. His abilities include creating a food token for +2, which synergizes very well with the Gilded Goose, as you can make extra mana, or it helps defeat the Wicked Wolf that wants to remove things off the battlefield for you. Oko can also transform a food token into a 3/3 elk creature for his +1 ability, or he can target another creature, turning it into a 3/3 elk instead. Oko's -5 ability allows you to exchange control of a target artifact or creature with your opponent's creature that is 3 power or less. So you can create a food token, do a little switcheroo, and then, you know, play with your opponent's stuff. Moving on to the 4 CMC slot, we got Wicked Wolf. Now this is one of the key payoff cards for the food package. When Wicked Wolf enters the battlefield, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control, but if you sacrifice the food token, you can give it a 1/1 counter and make it indestructible. So if there's a 4/4 Krasis, for example, or even a 5/5, all you have to do is play the Wicked Wolf, target the creature, sacrifice a food or 2, make it as big as you want, and then give it indestructible and remove said threat. Next up, we did speak about Vraska a little bit at the beginning, but let's take a look at her abilities because she also synergizes really well with the food package. For +2, you may sacrifice another permanent. If you do, you gain 1 life and draw a card. So, if you've got any extra food lying around, your Wicked Wolf isn't on the battlefield yet, then Vraska can just +2, sacrifice that food token, gain you a life, and draw your card. Like we spoke about earlier, -3, kill target Oko, or anything else that's on the battlefield of 3 CMC or less. And then Vraska's final ability, her ultimate. For -9, you get an emblem that says whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing that. And to finish things off, we've got Nissa, who shakes the world, an excellent planeswalker. Every turn for +1, she gives you a 3/3 hasty vigilance land creature, and she also lets you tap every single forest for an additional green. So, great source of ramp, and what's the best place to put all that mana? Well, a Hydroid Krasis, of course. Let's take a look at the sideboard. Looking at the sideboard, we've got plenty of cards in here for the slower matchups. 2 Duresses for the non-creature threats in hand, 3 copies of Veil of Summer to prevent any blue or black shenanigans, helps you draw a card every time your opponent casts a blue and black spell as well, so that's very cool, and it gives all your stuff hexproof. 2 Disdainful Strokes to counter any spell with CMC 4 or greater, and Negate to counter a non-creature spell, and then Mystical Dispute. That's very cool because it costs 2 less if it counters another blue spell. We've also got 2 Love Struck Beasts for the aggressive matchups, 2 copies of Tamio, Collector of Tales, which is another very good planeswalker, helping you find specific cards from your library or returning cards from your graveyard. And then, finally, 2 copies of Massacre Girl, in case the board gets a little out of hand, there's too many creatures on the battlefield. Well, Massacre Girl is your answer for that. So that is Shenhar's Sultai food list. Now let's go and check out Andrew Cunio's Selesnya Adventure. The only non-food deck in the top 5 belongs to Andrew Cunio, who's rocking the Selesnya Adventure deck. He took a risk and said, you know what, if I go wide against these food decks, it may pay off for me, and it sure did. So let's take a look at what makes this deck tick. So the deck is built around Edgewall Innkeeper that says whenever you cast a creature spell that has an adventure, draw a card. And in the deck you'll see there's a bunch of adventure creatures. We got Fairy Guidemother, that's a flying 1/1 that also has the adventure that says target creature gets +2/+1 and flying until end of turn. Giant Killer is a great removal spell with the adventure side of things being chopped down that destroys target creature power 4 or greater. Otherwise he's a 1/2 that likes to tap stuff. Then we got Flaxen Intruder, that is a 1/2. If you find this card late in the game though, you can create 3 2/2 bear creature tokens, which this deck would like because it wants to go wide, and 3 extra bears you're not going to say no to. Flower Flourish allows you to fix your land. If you've got 2 planes in hand, no problem, because you can just cast Flower and go find your forest. In the 2 CMC slot, we've got Shepherd of the Flock, that's just a 3/1 for 2, but if you use his adventure, Usher to Safety, you can return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. And there's some cool interactions with this adventure, i.e. a Venerated Loxodon. You could replay that and put more counters on your creatures. You could replay any of the adventure creatures to get additional triggers off of the Edgewall Innkeeper, or for example, kill something else with a Giant Killer, or make some more bears. Whatever it is you fancy, Shepherd of the Flock can help you do that by returning your creatures to your hand. Next up, we've got Once Upon a Time, which is pretty much a staple in all of the green-based decks. As we saw with the Sultai food deck, it helps you find specific lands you need or specific creatures. If you can play this on turn 1, find your Edgewall Innkeeper, and have just as many adventure creatures as you can in hand, you're going to get off to a blistering start. In the 3 CMC slot, we got Lovestruck Beast, which is a massive 5/5 for 3 that also creates a 1/1 white human creature token. Now this deck is full of 1/1, so you can just play this card as is and get swinging the next turn. Additionally, we've got 2 copies of Unbreakable Formation. This keeps the team safe, helps them not die, which is always a good thing when you're going wide. If you play this card in your first main phase, you put a 1/1 counter on all your creatures. They're vigilant, they're indestructible, they're swinging for a massive amount of damage, and then you can convoke out something like a Venerated Loxodon directly after. That's pretty cool. Up next, we've got Questing Beast. We don't see him around very often because there's so many Noxious Grasps flying around, but nevertheless, he's still a great card. A 4/4 Vigilance, Death Touch, Hasty Boy that just likes to swing in and smack planeswalkers when he attacks the opponent's face. Then we've got 4 copies of Venerated Loxodon. He absolutely loves 1-drop, so the more you get down, the quicker you can convoke out the Venerated Loxodon, putting counters on everything that helped to pay for him. And finally, one of the massive payoff cards for Selesnya Adventure for go-wide strategies is March of the Multitudes. At instant speed, you can create X 1/1 white soldier creature tokens with lifelink, and because this card has Convoke, your creatures and your lands help pay for this, so you're gonna have a mighty wide board indeed. Let's take a look at the sideboard. So taking a look here, we've got 2 copies of Veil of Summer, which is also pretty much an instant include in any green-based deck. This protects against any blue or black shenanigans, helps you draw a card, and gives all your creatures hexproof from those 2 colors. 2 copies of Apostle of Purifying Light for the black matchups. We got 2 copies of Devout Decree for any black or red matchups. It helps you exile a target creature or planeswalker and lets you scry 1. Got 1 copy of Glass Casket to get rid of any pesky 3 CMC or less creatures. We've got 3 copies of Gideon Blackblade, an excellent planeswalker for 3 mana. He is a 4/4 creature that's indestructible, and for +1, he can give another target creature you control Vigilance, Lifelink, or Indestructible. And what's great about this deck specifically, and protecting Gideon, is most of the time, there's always going to be something on the battlefield to prevent your opponents from attacking your Gideon when he's not in his creature form. We got 2 copies of Knight of Autumn that also has 3 different abilities. You can put 2 1/1 counters on it, destroy a target artifact or enchantment, or gain 4 life. 2 copies of Conclave Tribunal, which is great at removing any non-land permanent threat on your opponent's side of the battlefield. It also has Convoke, so your creatures can help pay for it. And then an additional copy of March of the Multitudes, if things are going a little long in specific games. So there you go, that's Andrew Cunio's Selesnya Adventure deck. Let's see if his risk is going to reward him. Finally, we've got Shota Yasooka's Simic food deck. Now, at its core, it's very, very similar to the Sultai list, but obviously it's not playing any black cards, so no removal such as Noxious Grasp or Vraskal Golgari Queen. which is a pseudo counterspell because when a card is played, if it's green or red, he can cast this and then send that card back to the top or bottom of the library depending on the controller. He can also use this to bounce specific spells off of the battlefield as he chooses. Another bounce effect in the deck is Brazen Borrower's Petty Theft, which allows him to return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and then once he's committed the Petty Theft, he's got access to a flying 3/1 creature with Flash. The rest of the deck is pretty similar to what we've seen previously. We've got the food package with the Gilded Goose, we've got Oko Thief of Crowns, we've got the Wicked Wolf, which is a great removal spell. We've also got the 2 copies of Once Upon a Time, which we've seen in all the other green decks so far, so it just proves that this is an extremely powerful and important card for the green-based decks. There's also the 4 copies of Paradise Druid to help him ramp into the bigger threats, such as Questing Beast and Nissa Who Shakes the World, and also helping our dear little Hydroid Krasis get as big and bulky and draw as many cards and gain as much life as it possibly can. One last thing I want to make note of before we move to the sideboard is that because Shota is playing a much more streamlined mana base, he's able to play 2 copies of Mobilized District that gives him 2 extra threats on the battlefield as and when he needs. Let's check out the sideboard. So on the sideboard, we've got 3 copies of Veil of Summer for any blue or black matchups, 1 copy of Disdainful Stroke for the 4 CMC or greater spells, 2 copies of Mystical Dispute, which, as we mentioned previously, costs 2 less to cast if it targets a blue spell, so great for getting rid of Oko, 4 copies of Lovestruck Beast for the aggressive matchups, an extra copy of Questing Beast, and finally 2 copies of Voracious Hydra for some extra removal in the deck. Those are the players who are battling it out. Who's going to get that bye straight to day 2 for Mythic Championship 7? We're about to find out.
Friends, welcome to MPL Weekly. I'm Becca Scott, and today I am joined by these lovely people, Cedric Phillips.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And Alias V.
Hello.
A worm, Oko, welcome to you both.
Thank you very much.
Do we get turned into elks now?
You do! We all get to be elks. Everybody gets to be an elk because we have a lot of Oko today.
Oh, yeah.
So today we are looking at the Pearl Division of the Magic Pro League. There are 8 players. They're going to be battling to win a slot into day 2 of Mythic Championship 7 coming up first weekend in December. Yeah. So high stakes for these players. It's important to get passing, what does that mean, Cedric, to skip a whole day of play at a tournament?
Well, we've seen it for a couple of Mythic Championships now, that just passing that first day of competition and being one of the handful of players in day number 2 is a huge, huge advantage. So for the players in the MPL alias, winning this splits has been a really, really big deal. We saw Brad Nelson capitalize with that at Mythic Championship 3, getting second place in that tournament. And we saw that as well at Mythic Championship 5 just a couple weeks ago. So pretty big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we sure did. Worked out well for Li Shitian. All right, let's look at who did very well in their round-robin play, has made it to the top 4 bracket. Shota Yasooka on Simic Food. We've seen a lot of Sultai Food, but he's on the Simic. Shenhar, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday, Shahar, on Sultai Food. He was here doing coverage last weekend, so maybe he just felt the pressure to make it on the show this week again. And that's our upper finals. In the lower semifinals, we have Matt Nass on Sultai Food and Andrea Mengucci, who I believe had to win a tiebreaker additional match in order to make it into these top 4. Andrew Cuneo with Selesnya Adventure. Yeah.
So we were wondering if that would pay off because, you know, how do you beat Oko? And Andrew Cuneo thought, well, you know, maybe going wide and smacking face is the way to do it, but unfortunately getting pipped at the post by Andrea Mengucci and Sultai Food.
Yeah. All right, now the upper finals are going to be the first match we see here today. So let's look at these 2 players. Shota, playing since 97, Shahar, playing since 07, basically the year he was born. Just kidding.
Just came out of the womb slinging magic cards, huh?
Well, it certainly does seem like it.
What's the difference between Simic Food and Sultai Food? Why bring one over the other?
Well, the biggest reason to play Sultai Food is the splash of black, of course, for Noxious Grasp. There are similar sideboard cards depending on how you want to go about building your deck, like Duress and Legion's End and things of that nature. But ultimately, because this format has just gotten to a point where Oko and green-based decks are so good, and certainly Simic-based decks as well, because I don't want to forget about our friend Hydroid Krasis, Noxious Grasp is a main deckable card in this format. So able to splash black pretty easily off of Watergrave and Overgrown Tomb, and playing a main deck, a sideboard card in your main deck, essentially. What we're going to see Shota be doing here is something that we saw at Mythic Championship 5 in the hands of Chris
Kavartek,
one of my favorite players.
Mr. No French Fries.
Mr. No French Fries, indeed. We're going to see him at Mythic Championship 7, by the way, so congratulations, Chris, on qualifying for that.
Qualified twice in a row.
Yeah,
very
he's
impressive.
a very, very skilled Magic player.
Insane.
But Shota is taking a little bit of that recipe that we saw in Long Beach a couple weeks ago with the Brazen Borrowers and trying to take a more tempo-oriented approach and just trying to kill the opponent. So Shota is a very, very accomplished Hall of Fame level Magic player. To make this call in a field of Sultai food, we're going to have to see how it goes.
Well, we can see right now what Shota's round robin play looked like throughout the week to get him to this point, and Megan is going to walk us through that.
Hi friends, this is Megan, ready to tell you about Shota Yasooka's rise to the top of the Pearl Division, which had enough food to satisfy even a feasting Troll King. Yasooka is a member of the Hall of Fame and is known for his inventive deck building and lightning-fast play. In a field with 6 copies of Sultai food, Yasooka went out on a limb and registered Simic food. His deck construction was actually novel, with a full 4 copies of Aethergust in his main deck, as well as 4 Brazen Borrower. It turned out to be a deck choice worthy of a Michelin star, as it led Yasooka to the top of this week's standings. Yasooka started his week off with a loss against Italian food critic Andrea Mengucci, when Flood in Game 1 and a trio of Planeswalkers and a Nissa Ultimate in Game 3 put him out of the match. Next, Yasooka faced Jan Mikkonen, better known as Savich. Tight tempo plays took the match for Yasooka. In Game 1, Petty Theft, the adventure half of Brazen Borrower, gave Yasooka breathing room to resolve Nissa and Hydroid Crassus and outpower Savich from there. In Game 2, it was Aethergust and Mystical Dispute that kept Savich short on meaningful board presence. Again, giving Yasooka the time he needed to resolve the first Nissa, I particularly appreciated Yasooka's inclusion of Mobilized District, which, with help from Oko, took out Savich's Nissa and followed it up with a huge Hydroid Crassus. Yasooka then faced 2016 World Champion Brian Brown-Duin. Yasooka's preparedness for the mirror match really shone, as Aethergust and Brazen Borrower once again kept his opponent on the back foot, allowing Yasooka to establish a dominating board. Though it was Brown-Duin who got to use Nissa, who shakes the world's ultimate in Game 1, it didn't do much against Yasooka's aerial attacks. In Game 2, Yasooka's Mobilized District once again kept his opponent's Planeswalkers in check, and it was Yasooka who was able to ultimate Nissa. His follow-up of another copy of the powerful Planeswalker was enough to defeat Brown-Duin, even though he had Garruk on his side. Next up, Yasooka played against fellow Hall of Famer Paulo Vitor Damodorosa. While Damodorosa was never short on Noxious Grasps, Game 1 highlighted the ingenuity of Yasooka's build. Damodorosa landed a Nissa on turn 4, but Yasooka flashed in a Brazen Borrower and feinted an attack at Nissa, convincing Damodorosa to trade away his 3/3 land. Yasooka then used a Petty Theft to get the Nissa off the field and leave Damodorosa without enough mana to cast her again. With more resources than his opponent and under no pressure, Yasooka took the game. Damodorosa defeated him in Game 2 with a Nissa Ultimate, but Yasooka got the match with a Veil of Summer in Game 3 to protect his Planeswalker from yet another Noxious Grasp. Yasooka then took a loss against Matt Nass, who went on to clinch 3rd headed into the Pearl Division playoffs. That left Yasooka at 3-2 heading into his last 2 matches. While another loss wouldn't necessarily put him out of playoff contention, he needed back-to-back wins to secure a spot. Yasooka next played back-to-back world champion Shenhar. Shenhar took the first game with a Nissa that Yasooka went to great pains to get off the battlefield, only to die to the 3/3 lands she left behind. Yasooka locked up Game 2 when he used an Aethergust to bounce his own Paradise Druid and prevent Shenhar from wiping the board with Massacre Girl. He then took the deciding Game 3 with a Nissa that made him a set of gigantic creatures, a Hydroid Crassus and a Mobilized District, that Shenhar couldn't cope with quickly enough. Last, Yasooka faced Andrew Cuneo on the Rogue Deck of the Week, Celestia Adventure. Game 1 was a wild arms race as Yasooka used Nissa to create a set of huge Hydroid Crassuses, while Cuneo had Edgewall Innkeeper supplying a steady stream of cards, as well as March of the Multitudes to really go wide. Cuneo cast an unbreakable formation with 13 creatures ready to attack, but a handful of blockers and a Brazen Borrower kept Yasooka alive, and with a hasty questing beast, he was able to win on the crackback, killing Cuneo from a healthy 18 life. Cuneo took Game 2 with Venerated Loxodon and another unbreakable formation, while Yasooka won Game 3 by using Voracious Hydra and Wicked Wolf to pick off Cuneo's puny creatures before they could get out of hand. And that's how Shota Yasooka balanced tempo and power to rise to the top of this week's division.
Some impressive round robin play from Shota.
yeah.
What'd you think of that Ether Gust preventing Massacre Girl from fully going off? That was a pretty cool move there.
That was awesome.
I would expect nothing less from a player of his caliber. His build is a little bit unique, as we saw in those games. Again, no black. Does have plenty of ways to interact in a mirror-type matchup, which he's going to be seeing plenty of today, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, this Brazen Borrower has the evasive ability of being an in-the-air threat. Do you think that's not necessarily something the other matchups were anticipating?
Well, it definitely plays a role in things, for sure, as we saw certainly in the hands of Chris at the Mythic Championship a couple of weeks ago in Long Beach. Having flying, having that versatility, being able to play it with Flash, all those things that Brazen Borrower kind of brings to the table, certainly nice. Is it the most powerful card in the matchup? No, there's a lot of really powerful cards on both sides. But again, he's trying to do a very specific thing, which is play a much more tempo-oriented game with Ether Gust instead of maybe a normalized counter spell that counters something for good with Brazen Borrower, and then those mobilized districts as well.
I like it. I think Brazen Borrower is a cheeky card to include, obviously. Aether Gust performing similar functions, just slowing your opponent down and getting it to the point where, okay, you have to now pay for that again. Meanwhile, I'm going to carry on doing the things that I want to do. So yeah,
Very cheeky indeed.
tempo could be the key word here.
Absolutely. All right. Well, of course, Shenhar, birthday boy, former world champ, had a great week as well. So let's see what happened in his round robin play with Corbin.
The Pearl division of the Magic Pro League competed this week, and it's safe to say that the competitors were hungry for victory. If it was going to be a food fight, Shenhar came prepared to feast. 7 of the 8 pros this week came with food decks, and Shenhar opted for a Sultai flavored build with 4 Noxious Grasp in the main deck. He was prepared for the mirror. It's a good thing too, as he proceeded to play 5 food mirrors in a row. Fortunately for us, those mirrors were actually pretty great back and forths, starting with a wild one against Brian Brown-Duin. Shenhar had a turn 3 Oko to get things started. It met a quick Noxious Grasp from BBD, and the duo continued to trade off resources from there. Eventually, BBD went over the top with an 8/8 Hydroid Krasis, and as it resolved, he looked to be in complete control. He had 19 power in play and was up 4 cards on Shenhar. But Shenhar drew Noxious Grass off the top to answer one of the Krasis and to protect a bomb of his own, Liliana Dreadhorde General. Liliana survived the next combat step, and then Nissa joined the party for Shenhar as his Oko grounded the Krasis. But one insane Planeswalker deserves another, and BBD landed his own Nissa plus Garrick Cursed Huntsman to attack for lethal on the next turn. The next 2 games didn't quite live up to the first, but that was fine with Shenhar. He fought back to take the next 2 and get off to a 1-0 start. Next up was Andrea Mengucci, and 3 one-sided games that were dominated by Planeswalkers, namely Nissa Who Shakes the World, followed. Fortunately for Shenhar, 2 of those games went his way and he was off to a perfect start. That would come to an end in the next match against Savitz, who was the first to the board with Vraska Golgari Queen in the first game, quickly matched by Shenhar's own. But Savitz had the grasp and then went over the top with a 6/6 Krasis that Shenhar couldn't match. He would fight back to win the second game with a key Veil of Summer to protect his board with Liliana in play, clearing the way for his own 12/12 Krasis to even the match. But the third game was all Savitz. He had the dreaded turn 2 Oko, followed by Wicked Wolf to take complete control early. Shenhar would try to climb back into it, but when his eventual Nissa fell to a Noxious Grasp, he lost the game and fell to 2-1. Shenhar got back on track in the next round against Matt Nass, winning 2 quick games in exciting fashion. The first featured his one of Casualties of War, leading to a complete blowout on the 4th turn, and then he took the next game in decisive manner as he played back-to-back Nissas on turn 3 and turn 4, quickly running over Nass to advance to 3-1. Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa was next, and Shenhar's 5th straight mirror played out pretty much the way the first 4 did. The first player to establish Nissa or a big Wicked Wolf on an empty board usually won. That was PV in the first game and Shenhar in the next. In the decider, a key first turn duress from Shenhar discarded Nissa, PV's only payoff spell for a handful of ramp. He never recovered as Vraska arrived and carried Shenhar to the victory. At 4-1, he was now just one win away from guaranteeing himself a spot in the top 4. To do it, he would have to knock off Andrew Cuneo, who took the cake this week for the most creative deck. His Celestia Adventures deck was the only one that didn't come with food tokens. And the match did not disappoint. Cuneo showed off the power of his deck with a lightning-fast start in the first game, with Edgewall Innkeeper into a pair of 1-drop adventure creatures, putting power onto the battlefield and drawing him cards along the way. Love-struck Beasts and then a Questing Beast followed, but a pair of Noxious Grasp for Shenhar kept him in the game just long enough to land Nissa and then Liliana, weathering the storm and finally taking control of the board. Of course, that was until Cuneo cast March of the Multitude to make 11 tokens and swing all out for lethal. The first game had been a nail-biter and the second one was as well. Oko turned Questing Beast into an Elk and both players grew their boards. Shenhar with a 4-4 Krasis, while Cuneo went wide with Venerated Loxodon. Both players traded attacks and life points, and the game ended up coming down to one incredible trump card, Massacre Girl. It turned the crowded battlefield into, well, a massacre, and that was enough for Shenhar to take the game. And when Cuneo failed to find a third land in the final, Shenhar had locked up his 5th victory and his spot in the top 4. He would go on to lose his final match to Shota Yasooka, but that didn't matter much. Shahar Shenhar was on his way to the final 4.
All right, impressive showing from Shahar Shenhar. Are you sad that the Selesnya tokens didn't make it to the top 4? Or Selesnya Adventure, I should say.
Oh, well, you know, I commend Cuneo for trying to do a little bit something different. And him being just on the outside looking in is unfortunate. Sad, I don't know. I don't know if that's the word that I would use. But,
Well, it would have been nice to have a bit of variety, you know.
perhaps,
And I just say I
perhaps.
appreciate all the food puns in that overview there. That was fantastic.
And you gotta. I mean, these are brilliant writers we have here. All right, now something very exciting is happening after this show, so we want to make sure you stay tuned. There's an Extra Life charity stream. Alias, what is that?
So Extra Life is an event that's held every year, and Wizards of the Coast are supporting Seattle Children's Hospital. You would have seen a bunch of streamers, content creators raising money for charities of their choices as well. It's all leading up to Game Day, which is today. It's going to be like the massive event. So we've got Asian Avenger, we've got MTG Nerd Girl, and Skarzard, who are going to be live after this show. So that's why we're going to be rushing through things a little bit, because we got to be done by a specific time to get that going. So
And the
stay
most
tuned.
important thing being seeing Paul Cheon taking a little
yes.
shot of hot sauce. He
Apparently,
yeah,
yes.
so
I want to watch that.
be sure and tune in for that later today. All right, so without further ado, we do have the match ready for you. So let's see what happens between Shota Yasooka and Shahar Shenhar.
Alrighty, kicking things off here. Taking a look at this hand, it's a bit of a yikes. No green mana, so we're going to see a quick mulligan. This looks a lot better. We've got Gilded Goose, Once Upon a Time, Oko Thief of Crowns, and removal. Cedric, there's not much more you want than that.
No, this is the old snap keep, as we like to say here in the business. So it's a pretty easy hand for Shahar to keep. The birthday boy, as we did mention at the top of the show. So happy birthday, Shahar. 26 years old now. Known
26 years young, you mean?
Fair enough. I've known him for a very, very long time. He's been winning at Magic for a very long time, beginning at a very young age, and he's found a pretty good hand here on his birthday. For Yasooka, an okay hand there with a couple copies of Aether Gust and a couple copies of Wicked Wolf. Those are key cards in this matchup, and has the necessary mana to cast those spells. One short, of course, on Wicked Wolf right now, but I imagine he'll find a land eventually.
So interesting there to send back Once Upon a Time. Did he feel like it wasn't necessary, considering he has the Oko? He's got to turn. Sorry, he has the Gilded Goose. Got to turn to Oko. There's not really any need for it.
Yeah, I think that's the worst card in his hand in this instance. Noxious Grasp is, of course, great in the mirror or mirror-ish matchups because of course, Shota is playing Simic as opposed to Sultai, but we'll still classify it as a mirror because Noxious Grasp is going to have plenty of applications in this matchup. But it's all about a turn to Oko to get our day started here on MPL Weekly, and not much of a surprise, I must say.
Nope, certainly not a surprise anymore. There is Aether Gust that you could use to send it back, but I think at this point, let's just try and match the amount of power that's on the battlefield for Yasooka. 2 Wicked Wolves in hand that can deal with a Gilded Goose, so getting those down earlier, possibly better.
Yeah, Wicked Wolf is a key card in this matchup, so not too surprised to see going to the Paradise Druid and figuring, you know, I'll use these Gusts at some point to kind of gum up the Oko and some of the things that it has made. So this game is probably going to work ourselves pretty deep into the mid game here because both these players have a decent amount of interaction, and I'll be curious to see how Shahar wants to go about using Oko over the course of the game.
I mean, from what we've seen, just playing in Standard, Mythic Championships as well, these games, they're never really over very quickly, unless something goes terribly wrong for one player or the other. If they're getting land screwed or flooded, you know, they're going to go long. There's no quick matches between Simic and Sultai Food.
Well, the way that the games used to end quickly was someone would play a turn 3 Nissa and the other person couldn't catch back up. But because players are now main decking ways to kill Nissa in Noxious Grasp or interact with it in Aether Gust, the game has changed in a very, very real way now. So no longer can someone just play a Nissa and the game just ends immediately.
Aether Gust is going to get rid of Mr. Oko. It's going to be put back on the top of the library for Shenhar, and he'll be able to play that next turn. But for now, he's Oko-less, just got the Goose and the Druid to get some action going, swinging in, saying, hey, would you like to trade Druids? And I'm going to bet the answer is no, because there's a Wicked Wolf that wants to go munching on said Druid.
Now keep in mind, that was in the draw step. So after Shenhar drew his card, then Shota fires off the Aether Gust, which means now Shenhar has a real decision to make on if he wants to keep it on top of his deck to have that be his draw step, or put it on the bottom of his deck and just draw a mystery card. As you mentioned, Ayla, he's going to keep it on top, so we all know what Shahar is going to be drawing, so does Shota, of course, as well. So now we know that Oko will be the draw next turn. We'll see how Shenhar wants to move forward on this turn.
He's going to fire off the second Aether Gust and make a little Gilded Goose. Gives Shenhar a few decisions to make here. So first things first, we're going to make a food token. But now, do we put it on top of the library, or has it done what it needs to do and it can go back to the bottom?
I feel like it's done enough in this game that, yeah, it's just going to go towards the bottom, because that's not a card that if Shenhar could dream up a situation of what card do I want to draw, Gilded Goose would not be on the top of the list at all. He wants to draw Nissa, he wants to draw Hydroid Krasis, he wants to draw Wicked Wolf. Doesn't want to draw another copy of the Goose. So
now this is pretty good for Shota Yasooka. He's got the Wicked Wolf, he can target the Paradise Druid, but there's a Noxious Grasp waiting for it. There's no food on the battlefield, so this poor puppy is probably going to die.
So this is an interesting situation for sure, because now if you're Shota, you're thinking, okay, well, it's almost obvious that my opponent has a Noxious Grasp in hand. They're not really doing anything. He had the opportunity to play Wicked Wolf or Nissa and so on and so forth, and hasn't done any of that, which means that his hand is fairly reactive. So you're going to see a Noxious Grasp here, and I think I like this play here from Shota saying, you know what, let's get this exchange out of the way. My Wolf is going to die. My Nissa is more important than my Wolf, so I'll play the Wolf, you'll kill it. I won't get to actually fight, but I'll be able to establish Nissa ideally the next turn.
Yeah, that's a removal spell out of hand. He has a spare Wicked Wolf, so why put the Planeswalker at risk? Keep Nissa safe and try and take over the battlefield from there. So, Oko Thief of Crowns is now back on the battlefield for Shenhar. He's got some decisions to make. He can plus start making elks, or he can just create a food token and, you know, get the bakery going, as I like to say.
Yeah, so Sahar's got plenty of food on the battlefield, but what he doesn't have is any cards in hand. So if you are Shota right now, you know that you are clear for takeoff. The only thing that you don't know is what's on top of your opponent's deck, but that means that you can establish a Nissa right now, and you know that, you know, if my opponent draws a Noxious Grasp, so be it. I really can't do anything about that, but as far as defending my Nissa is concerned, I can start generating 3/3s, and the best you can do is make a food token that would also, make an elk token, which would be a 3/3 as well, and we can just trade resources. So right now, if I'm Yasooka, I am feeling thrilled with how this game is going.
This is looking very much to be Shota Yasooka's game against Shenhar. The land comes into play and it's going to go swinging straight for Oko Thief of Crowns. No surprise there.
Now, it's not going to kill Oko, of course, because Oko is a planeswalker that has a boatload of loyalty, but if you were with us at Mythic Championship 5 in Long Beach, and of course, Ailey, you and I were calling matches together, one thing that was common in these Simic matchups, or the Sultai now, but let's call it food in general, whoever got to Nissa first generally won. The dynamic has changed a little bit, as I mentioned, because of Noxious Grasp, because there's a direct way to interact with that card now, but Shahar's already used one of those. So he needs to draw one of those to take care of Nissa now, but as we saw all weekend long in Long Beach, whoever had a Nissa going for about 2 turns generally won the game pretty easily.
Well, let's see if that is the case here. Shota Yasooka just playing land for turn, getting to the Paradise Druid, and a breeding pool off the top is not going to do it for Shenhar. He's going to start creating elks out of his food tokens just to try and stave off this army of angry tree people. Again, just showing Yasooka, I got nothing in hand, so yeah, do your worst, I suppose.
And part of the reason he's going to play all of his lands is in case he draws Hydroid Krasis. He's going to want to tap out and you know, draw all those cards, and then if he draws a land, he'll play a land, of course. But you're going to see a once upon a time here for Shota, and while he's resolving that and selecting a card, unless he were to miss, of course, which would be fairly unlikely. One of the things, too, that Shenhar unfortunately can't do is he can't get to Nissa right now. Nissa, much like Oko, these are planeswalkers that generally their loyalty is going to sit at 6, and you really, that's a lot of loyalty to work down when we're talking about 3/3s attacking into a 6 loyalty planeswalker. So more often than not, when you play one of these planeswalkers in Nissa or Oko, even if you can attack it, they'll even be able to survive an attack. Which is what makes these cards so good.
Nice. So here's a bit of spice for those of you who haven't seen Shota Yasooka's list in action. It is Brazen Borrower. He's going to send back that food token. It goes into oblivion because food tokens, or tokens in general, don't exist outside of the battlefield. Nissa animates another land and is going to go swinging at Oko. Can take care of it right now, possibly just trading off a Paradise Druid, but that's no biggie at this point.
Yeah, you're totally fine with this. I like this attack here from Shota as well. Let's get this Oko off the battlefield. If you want to make some trades, feel free, but Oko is 100% going to die here. Brazen Borrower, and more importantly, the petty theft portion of Brazen Borrower, a great find there off of Once Upon a Time. Again, this is the kind of card that it can really swing a matchup because it has such a dynamic effect, and then flying is also pretty darn good in this matchup. So as we head back over to Shenhar, it's all about Hydroid Krasis now, and a Noxious Grasp isn't the worst draw step, but it's a little late.
It's a little late. He's still got a pretty healthy life total. He can get rid of Nissa, who shakes the world. Brazen Borrower is going to get flashed in here. Fires it off on the end step to dealing with this insanely powerful Planeswalker in green. You know, as much as Oko has taken over the meta, I will say I'm very much for green having their day in the sun. All the cards that have been released with Throne of Eldraine have just given it so much more power and oomph, and I hope the other colors get to see a bit of that too with the next sets that come out. But swinging in for massive amounts of damage there, taking him down to 7, Paradise Druid. Following that up, we have a bunch of food though, so Shenhar isn't out of it just yet, but you gotta think this game is pretty much one and done.
Yeah, he is very, very far behind here, and if you're a Shota, you know that you don't have to worry about anything like a sweeper clearing up the battlefield, so you can just deploy all of your threats however you'd like. Shenhar might continue to play this game a little bit here by sacrificing that food token. Going up to 16, gonna take a pretty sizable hit here once again of 13 points of damage, so he's going to fall down to 3.
Down to 3, so I don't think there's any way out of it. There's nothing he draws, barring maybe a Hydroid Krasis. Oh, look at that. Hello, Mr. Fishy, but is it enough?
No, that's a start, but it's certainly not a finish. He can max out on the Jellyfish Hydra Beast, and of course draw some cards and gain a little bit of life, but this is one blocker facing down a ton of creatures in the battlefield, and what Shenhar doesn't know is something that we do know, which is there's a Wicked Wolf in hand here for Shota. So easy game 1 victory here for Shota.
Easy indeed. So we're going to game 2. What do we do sideboard times if we are Shenhar?
Well, we'll get that sideboard up here in just a moment, of course, and you'll see Shenhar extend the hand and say good game, good sportsmanship all around. Wouldn't expect anything less from the 2-time world champion. The sideboarding gets a little bit interesting, of course. Now, you got to remember that he's got main deck cards, he's got sideboard cards in his main deck in Noxious Grasp. He drew 2 of them and still was not able to win that game, so that's got to be a little bit disappointing for him. As far as sideboard cards are concerned, you know, there are games where Massacre Girl is good. There are games where Liliana is good. There are games where Veil of Summer is good. So that's what makes sideboarding in these matchups a little bit dynamic and interesting, is because sometimes you're going to want some of these cards, other times you're not. It's certainly play draw dependent, and you saw just very little light sideboarding there. It looks like just Veil of Summers were coming in because he is against mostly a blue-green version. You're not going to see Noxious Grasp here from Yasooka. So looks like Shenhar is going to keep it light and not maybe a little bit heavier like you would in a Sultai Food Mirror, since he's just facing in Simic.
I wanted to ask you as well, Questing Beast, we don't see that very often, so a lot of players are not too worried about a hasty threat from that card, for example. Is that mostly because of the inclusion of the black removal spells like Noxious Grasp and
Noxious Grasp certainly works itself into the equation, but the bigger deal here is that, you know, we're not in a metagame anymore where you had to get by the 2/2 zombies that Field of the Dead made.
Yeah.
You know, things change a lot, and with the banning of Field of the Dead just a couple of weeks ago, post-Mythic Championship 5, you know, the dynamic has changed. So that's why you're seeing things like main deck copies of Noxious Grasp, which doesn't make things better for Questing Beast, of course, but Questing Beast was not an all-star in the Simic Food Mirrors before they gravitated towards Sultai, because it doesn't have trample, so it's very easy to block. You know, Gilded Goose can get in the way, and Paradise Druid can get in the way for a little while, and all these others, well, excuse me, I take that back. Neither of those creatures can block it. 3 power creatures can block it and chump block it long enough that it's just not effective enough.
True. All right. So we're getting things underway here. Again, perfect start. Gilded Goose into turn 2 Oko, creates a food, sending it back to Shota Yasooka, who doesn't have any early game action, does have the Brazen Borrower though to send back an animated food token perhaps, but Shenhar is going to fire off. What do we think here? That's a lot of geese.
Yeah, I mean, might be a couple
he's got
copies.
a good gaggle going.
Might be a couple copies of Gilded Goose. We'll have to see here in just a moment. This hand's a little bit different here for Shota because it doesn't have those copies of Aether Gust like he had the last game. Now, he does have Petty Theft / Brazen Borrower to maybe slow down Oko a little bit here. Now, you mentioned that this is a perfect start once again here for Shenhar, and he's going to be dropping, I believe you said it's a gaggle of geese.
Yeah, it's correct? A gaggle of geese.
Okay, I'm learning something
new. And he's also going to
new.
get a turn 3 Nissa. Isn't that fancy?
Now, that is pretty good. It'll be a turn 4 Nissa, for what it's worth. Turn 1 Goose, turn 2 turn 2 Oko, turn 3 deploy the Geese, turn 4 Nissa.
Ah, yes.
But either way, this is a really, really good start here for Shahar. But I think this is a game where Shota can interact and come back a little bit here.
He has certainly got a bit more action, you'd think, in Shota Yasooka's hand, but here comes Nissa, who shakes the world. The Geese are going to help pay for her, and the lands are going to get rocking, but he's not finding any other mana. Is that going to be a problem, Cedric?
It may be a problem. I mean, one of the things that is, of course, great about Nissa is that it does provide mana as well. So the Nissa is going to come down, it's going to plus, it's going to untap this forest. This forest will probably attack Oko, knock it down to 3 loyalty counters, and then he can also play a copy of Once Upon a Time in the main phase, maybe find his 3rd land if he'd like. So we're going to see all of those plays occur. He's got a couple different options here.
Paradise Druid's another source of mana. Wicked Wolf can kill something eventually if you want to hang on to it for a bit. Otherwise, maybe just fire off that forest and get some extra mana going for a big jellyfish.
There's a real argument here of just taking a basic land that enters the battlefield untapped and just playing it and moving on accordingly. And that's, I think, a totally fine decision to make. Backup Nissa in hand, a couple copies of Oko in hand, so your hand's pretty good. You just need lands to cast your spells now.
Yeah, don't want to get too greedy. Yes, it is nice to have all these things in the battlefield, but, you know, lands do help you cast your bigger threats, like the Jellyfish and the Wicked Wolf, for example. So, speaking of which, that is the draw for Shahar. Aether Gust is going to get rid of Nissa, likely going to the top of the library. Can he cast it again, though?
This is interesting if he wants to put it on the top or the bottom, because he has a backup copy of Nissa in hand, so I'm not sure if he wants a redundant copy as his draw step as well. That's a decision that he's thinking about right now. One thing I will note, though, is I love Yasooka's activations and uses here of Aether Gust and Petty Theft, doing it in the draw step after the opponent has drawn their card, or on some instances at the end of the opponent's turn. They're very creative uses of these cards, which some players may be using them more directly of just saying, I'm going to do this on my main phase and bounce it, so on and so forth. Now, if you're Shahar, you really have to think about this of, do I want or need another one of these Planeswalkers when I already have a backup copy? Do I want that to be my draw step, or am I just looking for, I don't know, land?
He's thinking about it long and hard. Does he want the second copy of Nissa? Perhaps we'll see it go to the bottom of the library, because we know that, you know, there's no hard removal in Yasooka's deck. It's just this annoying, you know, Brazen Borrower, Petty Theft, or Aether Gust sending things back. So that Nissa is going to the bottom of the library. We won't see that again this matchup, most likely. Oko Thief of Crowns will be the play from Shahar, using his Geese to create the mana needed to cast him.
You know, one thing that Shahar is sort of in a weird way running out of is just mana.
Yeah.
Now, that Oko being on the battlefield is a pretty big deal, because that can generate a food and that can power up one of the copies of Gilded Goose. But right now, you know, Shahar would love to just have more lands, be able to play multiple spells in a turn. Part of the reason that Aether Gust on Nissa was so powerful is because Nissa was generating a lot of mana with the doubling of green mana, of course, and there's 2 forests and Overgrown Tomb on the battlefield. That has been slowed down substantially now, so Shahar's in kind of a weird spot where he can't really attack into Shota's Oko, because the food token will trade with the land, and that means Shahar would be down a land, which is the last thing he can afford to do right now.
Both players are actually struggling a little bit with mana. We haven't seen one from Shota for 2 turns now, I believe.
Yeah, a handful of turns that he's missed his land drops, but he's fortunate for him, he's drawn interaction.
Yeah.
And that's what's a really big deal. So here's another copy of Aether Gust in the draw step after Shahar is drawn. So, you know, this is what we like to certainly call here on MPL Weekly. This is high-level play between 2 phenomenal Magic players.
So it's a similar situation. It's a second copy of Oko Thief of Crowns. Does it go to the bottom of the library? Yes, it does. Shota can just, Shahar can just run out the second copy of Oko if he so chooses, but Nissa is also available for him if he wants to get the Madam who shakes the world down on the battlefield.
Still short of mana. 3 lands plus the food token, so
Goose
still short of mana. So what we
things.
could see here is, do we want to go towards Wicked Wolf and have that fight the food token? Do we just want to play, I mean, it's a very small Hydroid Crisis, so I can't imagine we want to go there. And then we just want to do what we did the last turn, which was play Oko, make a food token, try to set up for Nissa the next turn. Those are the questions that Shahar's asking himself right now. He doesn't have any interaction like a Noxious Grasp, Veil of Summer, or Aether Gust, none of that stuff in hand right now. So his plays are going to be on his main phase, and he's just trying to figure out which one he wants to make.
Bit of an awkward situation here, being short of mana at this point in the game, but Oko Thief of Crowns is going to be the play, just returning that food token to the battlefield. And like you said, I mean, the Wicked Wolf could come down, but there's no food token then, having used it to cast it, to protect it from dying.
Well,
And,
this
yeah.
plays a little interesting too, because now we're going to see
nice.
Gilded Goose turn into an elk, and now here come the attacks. Now the idea here is I want to get your Oko off of the battlefield. Now, if you are Shota, you're of course going to tender a block on the land, because you can tell that your opponent is having difficulty with mana.
Yeah.
They've missed land drops for a
there we
handful
go.
of turns. Breeding Pool's a pretty nice draw step here for Shota, because now he can actually do something additional this turn. Wicked Wolf is online now. Brazen Borrower, the double blue half of the card. Petty Theft has been online for a while, but actually Hardcasting 3-1 is also online. But for now, Wicked Wolf's going to come down and chomp on the goose, and that's not a bad exchange either, because there's a food token on the battlefield too, Ailey.
Yeah, it's great. So Wicked Wolf can block the Gilded Goose in the next step, and then tap it, indestructible. But nope, Oko is going to create a 3/3 of his own and start swinging at the other Oko.
Like that play a lot there too, because now you're starting to pressure Oko while also defending yours. So you turn your food token into a 3/3, you knock Shahar's Oko down to 2. You've got Wicked Wolf back on defense, ready to block in case that Gilded Goose that has been turned into an elk wants to go after your Oko. Additionally, you have the option of saying, oh, you want to attack with your Gilded Goose into my Oko? Sure, it's down to 1 loyalty. It's not down to 0 loyalty. I still have my Wicked Wolf. I'll generate a food token next turn, and we'll continue moving along. So Shota, even though he's missed land drops a couple of turns, still doing really well. And you can see on Shahar's side of the battlefield, he's just missing mana now.
Yeah, it's
And that's the biggest problem.
super tricky indeed. So fling in this Gilded Goose at Oko, gonna take him down to 1, and I don't think that Wolf cares too much because, as with all things in Magic, 1 is not 0, so still gets his Planeswalkers, still gets to interact, make elks and food tokens. Speaking of which, the Oko on Shahar's side did exactly that, finding a forest off at the top of the library for Yasooka. And Oko making more food.
Now that's
as Oko does.
that's a perfect draw step here for Shota, because now he can deploy Nissa, which is, we have said many times here over the course of this match, and you're going to get bored of hearing this all day. It's arguably the most important card in the matchup. Even though we'll see turn 2 Oko starts, Nissa is the all-star in the matchup. But what's great about this is the ability to untap Breeding Pool. You untap that land, it becomes a 3/3. You can tap it for blue, which will also give you a green. That means the Petty Theft half of Brazen Borrower is online now as well, so it's a great way to defend yourself. Getting Oko off the battlefield, all you're doing now is you're continuously reducing Shahar's resources.
Yep.
You've taken care of some of his lands. You've taken care of some of his planeswalkers. Now he's choked up on mana and can't really do anything. At some point, Petty Theft is going to play a role in this game, ideally, but if it doesn't, that means that things are going really well for Shota.
Yeah, just being able to keep that in the holster and not having to fire it off. I mean, that's what more could you want as Shota Yasooka? One thing I do like about the shock lands, and obviously Nissa's ability, as soon as she is on the battlefield, if you have multiple lands that are animated, it's either for Shahar, a Noxious Grasp, or, a Petty Theft if he was playing something similar. So it's just great, that ability of Nissa allowing you to play a 2 CMC spell of multiple colors.
Yeah, it's a very, very powerful effect of this Planeswalker. There are so many powerful effects from Nissa. And what's interesting now is, okay, so now we're seeing Gilded Goose come in and try to finish off Oko, right? Shota's going to think about, do I actually want to use my Petty Theft here or not? There's some reasons to do it, there's some reasons not to, but he's going to bounce the Elked Goose. So now we can see that get redeployed with the goose that's on the battlefield. Use a food token to, of course, play another goose and generate another food token. But Shahar is just behind. Regardless of what plays he wants to make, he's just very, very far behind. He's only getting more and more behind now because that's another land for Shota. We see the Hydroid Crisis in hand. That thing can be huge. This is a game that's going Shota's way. He's almost certainly going to win it and the match.
I mean, how does he get out of this? I don't even think there is a way, any sequence of cards that would help him to come back against this Simic food deck from Shota Yasooka.
With how bottlenecked he is on mana, I don't really think there is a way to do that. And I mentioned that because one of the cards that I was watching Shahar when he was sideboarding is I was curious if he was going to bring Massacre Girl.
Yeah.
That's a card that can definitely play a role. And as we saw in the recap video, Massacre Girl did some work for some of these players. Unfortunately for Shahar, he looks like he did not bring it in this game. Now, the Massacre Girl chain would kill Paradise Druid, then kill Gilded Goose, and then wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Tons of things are dying. But that does not look like that's going to work itself into the equation. And now we got a 10-10 Hydroid Crisis on the battlefield.
That's a pretty big fishy that Shota's got there. So the advantage bar, rightfully so, it should be all the way on the other side of the screen by this point. Yeah, I'm not sure if Shenhar will come back from this at all. It's now just a matter of how long does he want to let this go on for.
And you also have to remember another thing too, and I'm gonna, as we work our way through all of these rounds today and work ourselves through the Pearl Division, I'm always gonna bring up Mythic Championship 5 that I know most people that are watching MPL Weekly right now also watch that tournament. Remember when you and I were covering those matches, the combination of Nissa plus Oko being on the battlefield generally led to victory. Now, a lot of the time it was Nissa that just led to victory, but when both Planeswalkers are out there and the opponent doesn't have both as well, it's generally lead to victory, and that's what we just saw.
Oh, yes, indeed. Congratulations to Shota Yasooka picking up the first win of the day.
Absolutely. So that means Shota is going to go straight on to the grand finals, and we're going to drop down to the lower part of the bracket and see who's going to meet him there later in the afternoon. A lot of Oko, a lot of Nissa happening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's where we're gonna be all day, right? We're gonna see those Planeswalkers all day. We're gonna see a lot of players splashing black, mainly to try to be able to deal with those Planeswalkers. That's why Noxious Grasp is in main decks now. It's because you have to be able to kill those. And we all just watch. If you don't kill Nissa, like the turn it comes down, you are going to lose the game. That's what happened in both of those games, unfortunately for Shahar, and Shota moves on to the grand finals.
Bad time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we do have a word from Shota. He was interviewed by Paula Cheon, so let's go to that now.
All right, I am joined here by the winner of the upper division match, Shota Yasooka. Congratulations.
Hi. ありがとうございます。
And you were basically the only player this week to bring Simic food instead of Sultai food. You know, everybody else chose to play black for Noxious Grasp and additional removal. Why did you choose to just go with straight Simic?
やっぱり今回は多数の人が、スルタイを、使用すると思っていて、そうなるとスルタイを使うと、その人との、差異が出ないということになると、その腕の勝負になるんですけど、腕の勝負も基本的には同じ実力なんで、最終的にそのよく回ったら勝つとか、そういうゲームになるのかなと思っていて、そういう試合よりかは、個人的にちょっと違うプランを取って、行きたいと思っていて、今回、スルタイになると、そのギルドランドが12枚入ることで、ライフが少ないというのがあって、その青緑、純正で少しアグロにライフを詰めていこうかなと思いました。
That makes a lot of sense, taking a more proactive approach and being more aggressive in the matchups. I have a question because this is one of my favorite cards from Throne of Eldraine. How has the card Brazen Borrower been for you all week?
いや、もうかなり活躍してます。
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And one also just key part about that last match that you played were those draw step ether gusts. You know, the fact that you were able to use it on his draw step to turn off the planeswalkers of Shenhar. He wasn't able to use the Gilded Goose for mana anymore. Is this something that you have been basically kind of utilizing all week?
そうですね。やっぱり基本的にイーザーガストは相手のドローに使うことで、一旦ずらす役割があって、先ほどのように、土地が止まっていたりすると、ほとんど除去と同じように使えたりするんで、かなりちょっとシェンハーも少し事故ったところもありましたけど、かなり思い描いていたゲームプラン通りにいけたと思います。
Well, you know, it sounds like your tempo strategy has been paying off so far. You're guaranteed to be going up against a Sultai opponent. So again, best of luck, Shota, in the grand finals.
はい、分かってます。ありがとうございました。はい。
Welcome back to the show. MPL Weekly, Becca Scott here with Cedric Phillips and Alias V. And this is the weekend of mirror matches, it seems. Yes, we have a lot of those going on. Now, if you were rooting for Andrew Cuneo, who was on 4-3 on tiebreakers, we do have that match. So you can see we had to play an additional match this week because we are doing something a little different for tie breaks. And he actually didn't make it into the top 4. Andrea Mengucci moved on. But you can go to magic.gg, click the MPL tab, click on League. Then you can find the results tab. And there's a place where you can watch that match go down if you want to see what happened with Selesnya Adventure. An interesting deck for sure. Went wide, but not wide enough, right?
No, did not go wide enough, unfortunately. Dispatched by the Mythic Invitational winner, Andrea Mengucci, one of my favorite players in the MPL.
Yeah,
He's having a great season so far.
Andrea, he's just so charming and always seems to make the right move. What is it about watching his play that you love so much?
Well, I think he's just playing expert level Magic right now. I think he's just, for lack of a better term, kind of in his prime. He was the player that I think I was impressed by the most when we were in Long Beach, and mostly because of his use of Oko. He felt really sure of his decision making, where some players were a little unsure about, do I +2, do I +1, do I -5, how do I use this incredibly powerful Planeswalker? I think Mengucci had it best figured out. That led to his third place finish at that weekend. Didn't make it to the finals with his good buddy Javier, but nothing to be unhappy about for Mengucci.
But so close. Yeah, that would have been difficult for them to have played a friend, so I'm sure he was rooting for Javier.
I bet Javier was happy about that, though, because Andrea beat him the entire weekend.
Yeah, Javier was pretty happy, as happy as you can be to see a friend lose, I think is what he was, because he got a good finals matchup, and of course, as we know, won the whole darn thing. So congratulations to Javier, congratulations to Andrea, and I guess we get to watch him soon, huh?
Absolutely. Now is the time where we get ready to watch more Magic. Let's look at this lower semifinals match. We have Nass versus Andrea Mengucci. The hero we were just talking about. They both started in 2004. Great round robin records this week, and top finishes for them both. Very impressive there. I think they're playing a very similar Sultai food.
Unsurprisingly, as we see here, we see 3 players playing Sultai food, 1 playing Simic food, so we're going to see a lot of Okos, a lot of Wicked Wolves, all that good stuff. Again, the black splashes for Noxious Grasp, as we know, some sideboard cards, all of that good stuff. It is notable that Matt Nass generally doesn't play strategies like this. He prefers combo strategies or control strategies if they are available, but that also kind of highlights just how good this deck is, because it's very clear this is just the best thing going on in Standard, at least for right now.
Beat him or join him, I guess.
Yeah. Well, let's walk through Matt's footsteps in his round-robin play with Maria.
What is up, awesome people? Maria here to report on Matt Nass's trip to the top 4 of the Pearl Division in the Throne of Eldraine split. He chose to rock Sultai Food, the latest and greatest iteration of Oko food decks. Nass was also one of the last players to lock up a spot in today's big show, so strap yourselves in for a nail-biter. First up, Nass faces Andrew Cuneo on Celestia Adventure, a deck recently championed for its ability to go wide and undermine the power of Oko's +1. Cuneo is able to keep consistent pressure on during Game 1 with cards like Unbreakable Formation and Giant Killer, which shows off a flashy move here when it forces a wolf to eat a food and tap itself to survive, opening up a path for Questing Beast. Game 2 was better for Nass despite a slow starting hand, because I'll tell you what almost always fixes that, a Massacre Girl, which goes to work here on Cuneo's board. Andrew is able to usher 2 creatures to safety using the adventure mode on Shepherd of the Flock, which I gotta admit is pretty cool, but not enough. Game 3 is non-stop heavy hitters for Nass. Here's Oko, and here's Nissa. And not even the sweet play from Cuneo can save him, as Fairy Guidemother waves her wand and gives +2/+1 to Nass's Elk, making it a legal target for Giant Killer. Nass takes it in 3. Next up is a loss to 2-time world champ Shenhar, who casts a really brutal main deck Casualties of War here in Game 1. Nass drops to 1-1. Here's Nass's third match of the week versus Yane Mikkonen, aka Savich. Nass took Game 1, so let's dive into Game 2, which proves that, try as you might, you can never quite escape the reach of a Noxious Grasp. Here's Nass's first attempt to resolve a Nissa this game, which is caught with a Grasp from Savich. He's probably fine with it though, because he's got a backup Nissa in hand. Oh wait, that one's getting grasped too. But Savich isn't the only one with cold, clammy hands, because here Nass proves he can grasp with the best of them, and bye-bye Nissa number 3. Eventually Nass is able to slam his one of fun of main deck Liliana, and at some point Savich decides he's just not that into fighting down a Liliana 9 loyalty with no cards in hand. Nass takes it in 2. Let's see if Nass can keep the win train rolling here in his match versus Brian Braun-Duin. I won't keep you in suspense. He doesn't. BBD's Garrick hits the table in Game 2, and let's just say he's eating way more than gingerbread cookies. Notch up 2 in the match loss column for Nass. I'll tell you who you don't want to face when you're already at 2 losses in your MPL division. Hall of Famer Shota Yasooka, who brought a cool build of Simic food featuring a full set of main deck Ether Gusts and Brazen Borrowers. But Nass is here to fight and prove that the first person to resolve an Oko doesn't always win. Turns out Vraska actually wins in that fight. Eventually, the Gorgon Queen's late-game card draw engine takes over, and Nass nabs the game and the match. But bad news is up next for Nass, as he's handed his 3rd loss of the week in his next match versus Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, putting him in trouble at 3-3 as he faces his next opponent. But this next win against Andrea Mengucci in the mirror is big, putting him out of range of a playoff, since he'd already beaten the other person on an X-3 record, Andrew Cuneo, solidifying his spot in 3rd place heading into today. So let's see if Nass pulls out the dress shorts and the win this weekend.
Maria commenting there on Matt's disdain for full-length pants. Yeah, interesting
right,
stuff.
you should.
Now, congrats to Matt for being in the top 4 this week.
Yeah.
He does get 2 Mythic points for each match win, which is pretty important because at the end of the year, after all of Mythic Championships are said and done, there is going to be a cutoff. Only the top 20 in Mythic points players are going to stay in the MPL. So how important is that?
I mean, obviously very important if your goals are to, of course, continue to stay in the MPL. I know that's a goal for basically every player that's in the MPL right now. Now, I know these players all pretty well, given my days of playing competitive Magic. Most of them just aren't thinking about it yet. There's a Mythic Championship next week in Richmond, of course. That's tabletop, and the Mythic Championship 7, which is what these players are working towards with this particular show and this weekly event. That's going to be taking place the first week of December. So they're trying not to get too far ahead of themselves. The cliche of one match at a time, one game at a time, one turn at a time, blah, blah, blah. It's boring to say, but it's the best way to approach things. So that's what they're trying to do.
And you too will be competing in Richmond, isn't that right?
Let's call it that, yeah. Competing.
Competing.
Yes. I will be playing Magic probably rather
Don't sell
poorly.
yourself short, Cedric. You're a very good Magic player.
Maybe I'll draw Oko like these guys do.
That's where the skill comes in.
Yes.
All right, well, let's see that skill in action. Let's watch Andrea Mengucci as he makes his way through the round-robin play with Rich.
It was a tough start for Mengucci, who saw Andrew Cuneo turn a multitude into a game win with a flourish, losing the Lovestruck Beast War in Game 2 meant a first-round defeat. Now, you'd expect Nissa or Oko to be a big deal, but in the decider against Savich, it was Vraska, Golgari Queen. Here she is coming down for Mengucci, taking out the Gilded Goose. Savich had a Vraska of his own, but Mengucci pulled ahead with Nissa and then set to work getting Savich's Vraska off the board. Mengucci won soon after. Following a loss to Shenhar, things improved. Against Shota Yasooka, Mengucci was able to assemble the complete trinity of Planeswalkers, Vraska, Nissa and Oko Thief of Crowns. In the decider against DeRosa, it was a pair of Wicked Wolves that decided it. A pair of Wicked Wolves were also important against Matt Nass, but it was Nass who killed with the canines. That meant a win over Brian Brown Doin was a must-win for Mengucci. This time the Wicked Wolves were on the prowl, mostly on defense, allowing Massacre Girl to provide an appropriate level of menace, which set up a playoff against Andrew Cuneo, who remember Mengucci had lost to in the opening round. Would Cuneo's Selesnya adventure continue to dominate? Cuneo struck first in Game 1 with a Lovestruck Beast, before Mengucci struck it with Vraska Golgari Queen. Cuneo pressed hard with a flourish, Mengucci replying with Nissa to bolster his defences. The key moment came when Mengucci replaced Nissa Who Shakes the World with Nissa Who Shakes the World. That set up a favourable attack, and with his world shaken twice in one turn, Cuneo was forced to acknowledge defeat. Mengucci also seemed in control of Game 2, once Massacre Girl had done her party piece. But not so. Cuneo rebuilt with March of the Multitudes, Questing Beast, and a venerated Loxodon for good measure. Go wide indeed, and it was back to 1-1. In the decider, Cuneo had Conclave Tribunal for Oko, which was good, but was struggling to go wide, which was bad. Mengucci, meanwhile, kept on piling up the food, while Cuneo used Flaxen Intruder to get 3 bears onto the board. With the table set, so to speak, Cuneo's Unbreakable formation looked like it, rather than the food, might be the main course, but Massacre Girl saved Mengucci from a severe case of indigestion. Who's been eating my food? Nobody, because they're all dead, as I think the original goes. Once Cuneo had rebuilt, it was time for another sweeper, this time Legion's End. Cuneo fought on, but the pivotal moment came when Once Upon a Time found Hydroid Krasis, and this time it was huge, like 16-16 huge. 8 cards and 8 life later, it was over, and Mengucci was through to the top 4.
I have to give kudos to Rich for being one of the most entertaining commentators of all time. 100%. World shaken twice in one turn. Well, interesting. We saw how that rematch went between Mengucci and Cuneo, and more in Mengucci's favor this time around.
Yeah, Mengucci able to get the job done, moving on, of course, winning the tiebreaker and getting ready to play against Matt Nass, and what, again, we're going to see a lot of today in an Oko-based mirror, this time of the Sultai variety.
Oh, yeah. So we're ready to rock and roll.
We are indeed ready for that rocking and rolling, so let's get into this match.
Okie dokie, let's kick things off here. We've got 2 Gilded Geese and 2 Once Upon a Times. We got a nice mix of land as well. So the first play of the game is going to be Once Upon a Time for Freezies from Matt Nass, drawing, or finding rather, a Hydroid Krasis, firing off the Gilded Goose.
It's a good start here for both players. Both hands make a lot of sense. I expect a pretty, honestly, lengthy and back and forth game because part of the reason you use Flash Black is just to have more interaction. Instead of having it be in the Simic Food Mirrors, we saw this, the Mythic Championship 5. The plan was, I hope to outdraw you. I hope my mulligans are better than yours. I hope my Once Upon a Times are better than yours. All the other stuff. Now players are saying, well, I don't have to try to outdraw you. I can actually interact with you. So I've got Noxious Grasp. I've got Vraska. I've got Wicked Wolves. And one thing that we saw at Mythic Championship 5 ALA was William Jensen, Reed Duke, and a handful of other players trying to interact with main deck copies of Distinguished. Right? And sometimes they were good, and other times they were just sitting there in your hand, and then you would end the game with a disdainful stroke or two in your hand. You're saying, you know what? Things didn't line up appropriately to actually be able to cast this spell. Noxious Grasp changed that dynamic. That's why people are playing it. And that's why you're seeing the black splash in these games.
So just getting things going here, plenty of geese on the battlefield. Matt Nass just deciding if he wants to take care of one of these little pigeons in the air with a Wicked Wolf. It seems that's going to be the case indeed. It's always nice taking out a goose because it doesn't threaten killing the wolf at all. It's just, cool, right, I'm gonna play you, you're dead now, and I can make more food later, so.
Yep, more or less a freebie taking that off of the battlefield and out of the equation. So that part of things is certainly pretty nice. One thing to note there on Nass's turn, of course, taking care of a goose with the Wicked Wolf and then playing a Fabled Passage. He actually cashed in a food token and then played a land, so he's still kind of neutral on mana. So his Hydroid Krasis in hand, Krasi, are not that they're not, you know, they're not going to be amazing just yet. They'll still be fine, but we're not talking about, you know, Nissa fueled copies of Hydroid Krasis.
So I have a question. Targeting the Paradise Druid here instead of going after the Wicked Wolf. Why that?
Because you want to cut their mana.
Okay.
Because these matchups are all about cutting mana if you can. Because some players are playing 6 mana threats, like Liliana and Garruk in their main deck. Some players are banking on Hydroid Krasis for 4, 5, 6 mana. Some players might just be bottlenecked on mana, not playing that many lands, trying to cheat on them with their mana accelerants, and hoping. And if you're able to cut your opponent's mana long enough to not cast Nissa, you can get an advantage. So one thing in these green mirrors is, at times, because things shift a lot, you want to cut the mana that your opponent has access to.
Fair enough. So both Wicked Wolves still alive and well on the battlefield. A copy of Gilded Goose for each players and a Paradise Druid on Matt and Nass's side. Still pretty much even Stevens here. We do have 2 Hydroid Krasi. I'm going to go with that for this. In Matt Nass's hand, Mengucci does have 2 pretty powerful Planeswalkers, a Wicked Wolf and Once Upon a Time to call on as well. So both players just getting things set and making some food token and creating as much value on the battlefield as they can. A second Oko off the top there for Mengucci.
I saw Nass give that a little bit of thought on if he wanted to wait on grading that food token or not. Part of the reason he did that right away is because if he does sacrifice the Fabled Passage and then Andrea responds by killing the Gilded Goose for some reason, then he's not going to get his food token. And the food token is important for 2 reasons. 1, because of Gilded Goose and producing mana, and 2, because there's a Wicked Wolf on the battlefield that can, of course, sacrifice that food and get a little bit larger. So smart play there from Matt. It's not like he has counter spells or anything to bluff anyway. So he's just going to tap out and say, hey, here's my battlefield, do your thing, Andrea. And Andrea's going to take a little bit of time this turn before moving forward with his Oko.
Here comes Oko, Thief of Crowns, the king of standard at the moment. He's going to turn the goose into a 3/3 elk, just shutting off the ability to generate any more food there for Matt Nass.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. You're so punny, Oko.
So one thing to note now is that Gilded Goose is now just a 3/3 elk. 3/3s in these games are, you know, that's kind of the base power and toughness. And then, of course, Wicked Wolf can get larger, Hydroid Krasis can be larger, so on and so forth. Yeah. But what that does is cuts a little bit of the mana again. So now access to 5 mana. Water Your Grave means there's access to 6 mana now if you're Nass. And Andrea's just trying to get a stable footing on this battlefield because he's just missing mana right now. Yeah. He's only got 3 lands. He's got a goose with a food token on the battlefield, but he's not near Nissa. He's not near double spelling. So I would technically, I would define him as being behind right now in this particular game.
Yes, indeed. He does have that copy of Once Upon a Time in case he gets unlucky with his draw next turn. If he finds a land, cool. Seems to be maybe catching up a little bit, but yeah, he definitely needs to get those lands on the battlefield, hopefully find a Nissa off the top eventually. But no, let's see what Matt Nass does here. He can only do, well, I mean, he could generate, no, he can't generate any food. His goose is no longer a goose. So fire off the Hydro Krasis, draw a card, gain a life.
Yeah, this is an interesting call here from Nass because he's thinking long and hard about what he wants to do this turn. First and foremost, he's trying to figure out, is there a good way for me to get Oko off the battlefield? Yeah. So that's the first order of business right now. So he's going to attack with his Wicked Wolf. We're going to see a blocker from Mengucci. I think these players are probably just going to trade food tokens. And what this does is maybe slows down the Wicked Wolf on Mengucci's side a little bit, but also what this will do is mean that Oko almost certainly has to make a food token next turn as opposed to turning something into an elk. No guarantee there, but perhaps that's what Nass wants to have occur, and now post-combat he can play this Hydroid Krasis that Mengucci knows about, that he saw earlier, and move forward accordingly.
And like you said, also they're attacking the resources, so having to sacrifice that food means that he doesn't have access to 4 mana this turn. Didn't draw a land, got a Hydroid Krasis, so now once upon a time is having to go and fetch another land for Mengucci.
Now the question is, which land are we going to take? Because we're looking at 5 of them. So it looks like he's going to take Fabled Passage. He'll sacrifice that. The land will enter the battlefield untapped because it is land number 4, so meeting the requirement there. So there's your forest. We're going to, of course, get an Oko activation here in a bit. Curious to see which one it's going to be.
The Hydroid Krasis has always been a pretty good target for a lot of the Okos we've seen. You know, just getting it on the battlefield, making sure it doesn't fly overhead, getting rid of trample too. You know, you can come up the battlefield with token elks, etc., etc. So it'll be curious to see what he decides to go for here. I mean, Paradise, targeting the Paradise Druid doesn't really achieve anything at this point. He's got enough mana.
We're not going to see that. Now, one thing we may see also is perhaps an exchange of permanents, because that's something that Mengucci did really, really well at the Mythic Invitational, the Mythic Championship in Long Beach a couple of weeks ago. So we're going to see Oko, and now we're going to see the exchange here. So you get my goose, I'll take your Paradise Druid, and what that means is I guarantee myself access to more mana next turn.
Nice, and if we draw Nass off the top, that would be pretty sweet indeed for Andrea Mengucci, but we'll have to wait to see what the draw is for him. Paradise Druid in hand for Matt Nass, as well as 2 lands and another Hydroid Krasis. Now, do you agree with Chris Kovartic when he said the big dumb Krasis is just a big dumb Krasis? Or do you think it has its place in the meta?
I think it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. For what Chris was trying to accomplish a handful of weeks ago in Long Beach, I think he was right to cut Hydroid Krasis and say, I'm trying to play a tempo-oriented game, I'm trying to kill you as quickly as possible. I don't have time to tap out and cast this. This style of card is not particularly good against my deck. It's also not good against those Field of the Dead Bank Golos decks that no longer exist in Standard. So for that point in time, 100% correct. I'm 100% on board with the thinking, and then the results, they kind of showed themselves, and he had a nice tournament. Now, I'm not so sure that's the case anymore. Things have changed with main deck copies of Noxious Grass, so on and so forth. So you have to kind of take a step back and re-identify and refocus on what you're trying to accomplish.
Speaking of Noxious Grass, that was the draw there, as well as a Wicked Wolf for Matt Nass off the Hydroid Krasis. So the Jellyfish is getting things done. Breeding Pool, finally a land from Mengucci. Also has his own Krasis. He's got Vraska that can take care of a few threats on the battlefield, but for now, let's just fire off his Krasis. Let's draw some more action and try and match our opponent in the cards. You have a 4/4, I have a 4/4, but there's 2 Wicked Wolves as well that like to kill things once they've eaten food.
2 Wicked Wolves, also a copy of Noxious Grasp in hand right now, pardon me, for Matt Nass. So Matt Nass is really starting to dial it up here as far as an advantage is concerned. Looks like he's going to activate the Gilded Goose, that's not an elk right now, to be able to make a food token, and then maybe go towards Wicked Wolf to take care of this Hydroid Krasis. So you just got to remember, too, Alias, that Wicked Wolf is such a great card in this style of matchup. Being able to sometimes even win battles against large Hydroid Krasises like we're seeing right now.
Clearing the air, making sure his 2 Hydroid Krasises can swing in, get those 4 points of damage in a piece, taking Mengucci down to 8, and he needs to deal with these ASAP. He does have answers for them. He's got Vraska, he's got a Wicked Wolf. How does he deal with these flying fishies?
So it looks like step 1's going to be Vraska to take down 1 Hydroid Krasis. So that one's taken care of. The follow-up here looks like it's going to be Oko, Thief of Crowns. Now the problem here is that Nass is coming from a couple different angles. He's got these wolves, of course, on the battlefield, and he's also got a Hydroid Krasis in the air. So if you're Mengucci, you're hoping to make it 1 more turn. That's not going to happen. Mengucci knows it's not going to happen. A couple copies of Hydroid Krasis, and then those 2 copies of Noxious Grass seal it up. So Nasty Matt is up a game.
Sideboard times, how do you approach this matchup? Is it worth bringing in Legion's End to attack the Geese, to attack the Paradise Druids perhaps, or not necessarily?
It varies so much, because you can make an argument for a lot of different things. So like that 1 Mystical Dispute that's in the sideboard, there are times where that's going to be good. Massacre Girl, there will be times where that will be good. Not perfect in the matchup, but there will be times where it's fine. One thing you'll notice is that we didn't see any sideboard in there. And I think that doesn't surprise me that much. If you're Mengucci, you probably came pre-sideboarded like a lot of other players did here.
Yeah.
And he's going to keep the 7. this is a bold keep. He's got to find a green source.
There was no hesitation there.
No, that was what we like to call again a snap keep. And again, part of the reason for that is this is a really, really good hand.
This is very good, yes.
You've got your black source of mana, you've got Paradise Druids, plural, you have Oko, you have Wicked Wolf, you have Nissa. You have basically every card you could ask for in the matchup outside of one copy of Noxious Grasp as your piece of interaction. So you have to be thrilled with this keep, assuming Once Upon a Time finds what you're looking for. It did, and now we're off to the races.
Here we go. So Paradise Druid and 2 Gilded Geese on the battlefield for Nass. Mengucci with the Druid. He's going to be able to ramp up and get to Nissa quicker than... actually, no. We can see a turn 3 Nissa from Matt Nass. I lie. But no, we will not, because Wicked Wolf takes care of one of the geese. So we're going to have to wait one more turn to get down Nissa, who shakes the world. Oko is the draw there for Matt Nass. Also has 2 Hydroid Krasis in hand to draw some cards, gain some life, and make big jellyfish in the air.
But that's a really, really big turn and big play there from Mengucci, just basically taking the initiative back from Matt Nass.
Yeah.
So now you've got Wicked Wolf kind of doing its thing on the battlefield. Oko's on the battlefield, going to make a 3-3. Don't really care about that all that much. Overgrown Tomb being the draw is all well and good, but I'd be shocked if we don't see Mengucci go towards Nissa because it is the ace in this matchup. He'll think about it a little bit because he never makes any play too quickly, as we learned at the Mythic Invitational, Mythic Championship 5, where he got 3rd place, and in this match right now. But at the end of the day, get your powerful Planeswalker on the battlefield and start to establish that advantage.
He's doing exactly that, so Nissa is on the battlefield. We've got a Forest in play. Paradise Druid is going to be cast from that. Wicked Wolf is holding down the fort with the other Paradise Druid, but Noxious Grasp was the draw for Matt Nass. Uh-oh.
Now that's a really big draw, and this is again part of the appeal of the Black Splash, because again, and I'm going to keep referencing this tournament, Mythic Championship 5, someone would play Nissa, and we would basically go, well, we'll hem and haw, and we'll figure out a way for the opponent to come back. But oftentimes they couldn't, because they couldn't ever get to the Nissa in combat. Right now, if Nass wanted to try to attack Nissa, he'd get nowhere.
Yeah.
There's a Wicked Wolf, there's a Paradise Druid, there's enough nonsense in the way that you could never get to the Nissa. Now you have a direct way to do it with Noxious Grass.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you want to use this turn to do that? I'm leaning towards, hey, we got to get that thing out of here, but also Nass has the opportunity here to deploy a Nissa of his own. Because he can play a land, use the goose, all that good stuff, and then, of course, activate Nissa, untap a land, so on and so forth. But what he can't do is he can't play Nissa and Noxious Grasp in the same turn.
No Overgrown
and that's
Tomb.
The problem.
If he had the Overgrown Tomb, he would have been pretty sorted.
I mean, this could be going incredible for Nass. If one of those lands was an Overgrown Tomb, life would be amazing for him. And so now Matt Nass, who is a player who is normally pretty precise and pretty clear with his actions, he has to really think about this. Do I deploy Nissa? And if I do, what are the ramifications of that? Versus just saying, screw this. Get your Nissa off the battlefield. I'll play mine next turn.
I guess it's just a case of, man, there's so much mana I could be using. But, you can make a food on the, as well, to fire off the Noxious Grass. You can make another food token, just, get some more stuff on the battlefield. But I do understand this, umming and ahhing here, and this, man, I really want to play this Planeswalker, but unfortunately, if you do that, Nissa gets another turn to activate, and there could be something even more nasty coming down the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really hard decision. You see him hovering around this Noxious Grasp over and over and over again, and he was thinking about casting Nissa earlier. Again, you have to remember, I've been playing Magic against Matt Nass since 2009, where his first big breakout tournament, Grand Prix Oakland, where he won that Grand Prix with Elves in a format called Extended, which we don't talk about anymore. Matt is so sure in his actions, especially when he's playing a combo deck, where a lot of the times he doesn't really have to think about his game action. He's just, okay, point A to point B to point C to point Z, you lose, let's play again. We watched him with Keth's combo do that in MPL Weekly a handful of weeks ago. Now he's so unsure of what he wants to do this turn. He's finally settled on Nissa. Heck, I don't know if this play is right or not. As you can tell, he doesn't know.
I don't know. We're going to find out, though. We will find out if it was correct indeed. Oko doing a lovely little switcheroo there, allowing the food token to swing in with the Forest, so taking Nissa down to 3 at least. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, so this turn's pretty good. You lose your Oko, but you get your opponent's Wicked Wolf. You have the ability to defend your own Nissa and now knock your opponent's Nissa down a little bit. Now, this was the scary draw step. This was the fear, was if I give my opponent a Nissa for a single turn, what happens?
Yeah.
How bad is it for me? And as we're going to have to find out, it's probably going to be pretty bad. It's also worth noting, too, is that because of the exchange that we saw with the Oko, the Gilded Goose goes over to a Mengucci side. I get through Wicked Wolf, but now I can't cast Noxious Grass. I have no black mana.
No.
I have no way to generate black mana unless Hydroid Krasis coughs up some black mana. So that was a real risk that turn for Matt Nass with everything that he did, and he was hoping not to get punished too badly, but it looks like that's going to happen because Hydroid Krasis was the draw step for Mengucci.
If he does tap out here, though, I don't think he'd use the Paradise Druid, though. I'm just thinking, if he leaves himself open to an attack, kill the Hydro Crisis with a Grasp and swing in and kill Nissa with your land and your wolf and whatever else is available to him. So not tapping out, though.
And part of the reason he's not tapping out is because I think he's hoping to draw a copy of Noxious Grasp
Yeah.
to his own.
Oh,
He didn't. He picked up a handful of lands, another Nissa, but he wanted to leave himself the opportunity to draw something ideal. He bricked Nissa, the draw step here for Nass, and now Nass has got to get creative. You can see all the cards that are in his hand that are highlighted, and then the one that's not Noxious Grasp because he can't cast it right now.
Goodness me. So pretty tricky times indeed for Matt and Nass. Not able to fire off a Noxious Grasp. Can't kill any of the threats in the battlefield. That Hydroid Crisis needs to go answered eventually. But Nissa, who shakes the world, just going to plus, bring another land to life. And let's fire off a Hydroid Crisis of our own, perhaps?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a big Hydro Crisis. Again, the question is it going to be for the max here or not? Because last turn you saw Mengucci leave a little bit of mana up. Now, are we going to see Nass do that? No, we're not. We're going to see him go for it all. His hope is to draw Overgrown Tomb here. He did not draw any lands. Wow.
Goodness me. So on the other side of the table, mostly land. On that side of the table, no land. That's a bit of a yikes there for Matt Nass, creating a food token with a Gilded Goose. Now, Andre Mengucci is playing 2 copies of Crawl Harpoon Main, which I kind of like. It's good at killing geese, but it's not going to get rid of that Hydroid Crisis.
No, it is not. That is a big crisis. These 8/8s are staring at each other right now. Now, of course, if you are Mengucci, you'd love to use your 8/8 Hydroid Crisis to take care of the Nissa that's on 7 loyalty on the other side of the battlefield.
Ooh-wee. Do you think we'll see a Nissa ultimate?
Well, I don't think we're going to see that anymore because Oko is timely. Oko is going to turn that Hydroid Crisis into an 11/11, yes, but it is no longer flying. So that means that Hydroid Crisis here for Mengucci can finish off the Nissa who shakes the world on the other side of the battlefield if he so chooses.
So here we see the iconic duo of Nissa and Oko doing Nissa and Oko things. Cedric, name a more iconic duo in Standard.
I can do that. Nissa and a land.
Nissa and
Nissa and a land. That is a more iconic duo.
Fair.
They're very tough to beat.
All right, so Nissa just untapping, or retapping, I should say. Wanting to do something else here first. Gonna bring the Overgrown Tomb to life.
That's what it's looking like. So what's so unique about these games is, and this gameplay is, there's a lot of interaction back and forth with how the decks are constructed, but you're watching even the best players in the world a little unsure of their decisions. And this is unique territory for all of these players on just how they're supposed to operate in these mirrors because they change very, very quickly. The dynamics change so much about what matters and what doesn't. Note that the life totals here are 24-20. It's not about life totals at all right now. It's about managing planeswalkers, building big battlefields, drawing cards with Hydroid Crisis, all that good stuff. And then eventually I'll get around to your life.
Yeah.
So these players are just trying to set up beautiful battlefields and difficult game states for the opponent to navigate through, and eventually you'll be able to win. Now, as we compare the hands here, we're seeing one player on the top with Matt Nass who has all spells.
Jeez.
All spells in hand, but just lost his Nissa, so now he's bottlenecked on mana. On the other side of the battlefield, you're seeing a player in Mengucci that's got basically all lands, but he has a Planeswalker advantage. And if you remember, in Long Beach, a couple of weeks ago, Planeswalker advantage, generally whoever had that would win. And that Hydroid Crisis, though it is an 11/11, it no longer has flying, it no longer has trample, which means it cannot effectively get to that Nissa.
What do players like to call it? A flampler? Flying trampler?
That's new to me.
Have you never heard that before?
That sounds like something in your stream. That's new to me.
Maybe Twitch chat has just infected me, who knows. So, like you said, it's a battle of resources, and both players have quite a bit on the battlefield going for them. Both Noxious Grasp was the draw there for Mengucci, so what would you target here? Is it the wolf, because there's no food currently? Is it a land? We want to try and choke Matt Nass just a little bit more?
Well, what's interesting here is that you have the ability to just kind of wait with the Noxious Grasp. You're not in a rush. You're ahead right now if you're Mengucci. You've got the most relevant creature on the battlefield in the 8/8 flyer.
Yeah.
You've got an active Oko. You have an active Nissa. So you, as a result, don't have to be proactive with the Noxious Grasp. You can be reactive with the removal spell. And if something happens that you care about, then all of a sudden you say, okay, let's break this up. Also, if he wants to poke a hole in Matt's defenses, maybe he does that as well. One thing to note now that because Matt no longer has Nissa on the battlefield, those 3/3 lands are not that great anymore because they don't want to block. If those 3/3 lands disappear, then we're looking at a player that has a Forest, a Breeding Pool, and a Paradise Druid for mana with a lot of 5 and 6 mana and X spells in hand. So Wicked Wolf looks like it's going to get cleared out of the way by the Noxious Grasp, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Mengucci just say, let's fire up all my creatures. Let's get in the red zone here because you don't want to block with your 3/3 Forest.
Yeah. Is it time to push the big red button, Cedric?
Close.
Check your watch.
I think it's click the big red button and then unclick Gilded Goose because you don't want that one to attack. But I also like the play here that we're seeing, which I think he's going to deploy another Nissa, keep the new Nissa, make another land into a 3/3, and just say, let's get everybody in here because, again, if Matt Nass blocks with these lands, he's in a world of trouble because he has no mana. There you go. And click the goose. Now everybody's going to get into the red zone.
That's Goosist. He wants to fight too. Come on. Anyway, swinging in here with all the lands from the double Nissas, just putting way too much pressure on Matt Nass. I'm pretty sure we're going to go to a game 3 here, but let's see what Matt Nass does. Can he block it? Oh, yeah, he's not dead, but on the next turn, he's pretty dead.
I mean, this is really good recognition here by Mengucci, who, once again, we watched him so much in Long Beach a couple of weeks ago, really beautifully navigate these food mirrors. Now, of course, he was banned then, so he had access to Deputy Detention, but because Noxious Grasp has worked itself into the format and people are playing the main deck, Deputy Detention looks a lot worse. Yeah. Also, there's not a swath of zombies to take care of because Field of the Dead is banned. So Mengucci is changing along with the format. His gameplay is still at an elite level, and you're seeing in this game with him identifying what he can and cannot do, what matters and what doesn't matter. And in this particular turn, he recognized that I can get hyper aggressive with these 3/3s. My opponent can't block effectively, and if they do, they're left with 3 total mana.
So certainly a tricky situation for Matt Nass, not drawing another land, Paradise Druid off the top. I think we're going to see a concession here, and let's go to game number 3. So we hardly saw any sideboarding at all.
Yeah, we saw
Does that change?
We saw basically nothing. And, you know, it's funny because I defer to these players. I feel like they're just pre-sideboarded for the games.
Yeah.
I really do. And I think Matt just immediately submitted his deck again, and Mengucci's going to take a look at his sideboard. Again, you can make arguments for Masquerade, you can make arguments for Mystical Dispute, you can make an argument for a lot of these cards. What's really unique about MPL Weekly and all of these players that are in the MPL is they all kind of do things a little bit differently with how they play and approach matchups. If I could talk to a different player, like, you know, I'll just throw a name out there, Javier Dominguez, I can say, hey, do you want Veil of Summer? And he could make an argument for, I absolutely want Veil of Summer, you know, for the reason A, B, C, X, Y, Z, where Mengucci's saying, well, actually, I don't think I want it. Are there applications in the matchup? Yes, there are, but I'm finding that I don't like it in this matchup, and that doesn't mean that either player is right or wrong. It's just their approach to the matchup. Yeah. And for Mengucci, a player who, again, won the Mythic Invitational, got third place in Long Beach a handful of weeks ago, he is sitting here and he's not sure what he wants to do with sideboarding. Most of the time, you know, with certain decks, you're just click, 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 okay, let's play. You know, and right now, because this is new to these players and because these matchups are so difficult, he's not sure what he wants to do.
I mean, there's an argument for Veil of Summer, for example, you know, protect against Noxious Grasps or Vraska. There's an argument for the Lovestruck Beast because it's a 5/5 and most of the stuff can't hit through that. You know, but just making 1 or 2 changes there and let's go. Game number 3 here between Matt Nass and Andrea Mengucci. Taking a look at the opening hands. Once Upon a Time, Vraska Nissa, not the greatest start. Needs a goose.
So both these players are looking at hands that have Once Upon a Time that have no mana acceleration.
No.
Now this hand is much better.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Because it has mana acceleration. Both of those players are probably thinking to themselves, if Once Upon a Time, if I can guarantee that it's a goose or a Paradise Druid, I'd keep immediately. But you can't guarantee that. So what Mengucci has done is he's taken a mulligan into a pretty good hand. Now Matt's hand here is the Once Upon a Time, so he's kept his. And I think part of the reason Mengucci mulligan there, just so that everyone's aware at home, is that because he's on the draw. And so he needs to catch back up mana-wise, especially if Matt has a mana accelerant, which Matt did just fine with Paradise Druid. So Mengucci can take the initiative here a little bit with the Gilded Goose. Matt's going to take it back by playing a Paradise Druid. So Matt will be ahead on mana over the course of the game, at least as things stand right now.
Andrea Mengucci's drawn 2 lands in a row. That's probably not what he wants to see. Probably maybe prefer to find an Oko or a Paradise Druid of his own. But on the other side of the battlefield, Matt Nass has got a lot of action in hand there. Let's just see if the lands behave accordingly. Does have the Paradise Druid, like you mentioned, so we do have a ramp. It's going to fire off the Vraska, it seems, to get rid of this goose and just shut down any ramping that Andrea Mengucci wants to do.
Like this play a lot here from Nass. Let's get the Gilded Goose off of the battlefield right now. Now, Gilded Goose will make a food token in response, of course, but slow down your opponent's mana acceleration in the early stages of the game. That's what matters at the early stages. Things, of course, do shift and change as we go into the mid-game and sometimes into the late game, but now Nass has the mana advantage, which means that, let's say Nass were to draw a copy of Nissa this turn, he would have run away with this game. Didn't draw one, but he still has a really good hand with Wicked Wolf, Oko, Noxious Grasp, and an active Vraska.
Matt Nass certainly in the driver's seat at this point in the game, but anything can happen depending on what comes off the top of the library. So again, deciding what he wants to do. Oko Thief of Crowns looking mighty enticing. Can create a food token, allowing Vraska to sacrifice, again life, draw a card. Nice little synergy there with the Golgari Queen, indeed.
Now this is a 2-0 Planeswalker advantage right now for Nass. Generally, this is good news for your green player, and you mentioned this interaction where you can sacrifice a permanent. If you do, gain a life and draw a card, so sacrifice a food token, draw a card. Picked up a copy of Fabled Passage, not ideal. And then one thing I don't think Nass is going to do is attack, and I like the no attack a lot. The 2 points of damage don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, and if he had attacked, Wicked Wolf would come down and chomp that Paradise Druid up. So a really smart no attack there, understanding the matchup, understanding what cards matter in the matchup, because we've seen mana plays a big role in things, especially when your deck has 4 copies of Hydroid Krasis.
Exactly right. So Fabled Passage will get cracked, find another land for Matt Nass as the turn gets passed back to him. Not going to fire off that Noxious Grass to kill the dog because he does have 2 food tokens to munch on. Found another copy of Noxious Grass, but you really don't want to be firing off 2 at a doggy. That can just become indestructible twice.
Yeah, we're gonna save those Noxious Grass for the cards that are actually really, really high leverage cards in the matchup. And of course, those are the Planeswalkers, which are all green based. Fraskas, your Okos, and of course your Nissas. So you're gonna save those Noxious Grass for those in most situations. Again, the dynamic can change, but for now, it looks like we're going to turn this Wicked Wolf into an elk. I like the play here from Mengucci. I'm going to say,
Does he do it twice? Pick up a 5/5. That's not bad.
I mean, there's an argument for making it a 5/5. There's also an argument for just keeping your food token. So right now, this Wicked Wolf that's an elk is indestructible at the moment.
Is it? Doesn't it lose all abilities?
No, actually, you're right. You're right. I apologize. I apologize for that. It should be sacking that food token is just to make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Just
so
to get
I
that
apologize
counter on
there.
it.
Just get the counter on there in a matchup that's about 3/3s.
Yeah. So he can kill it now if he wants to, but I'm not sure if that's the line he wants to take. We do know there is a Nissa in hand and another Wicked Wolf that can benefit from the food token left over. So, yeah, 4 for Wicked Wolf seems pretty good for the time being. Keeping the second one able to become indestructible. He's going to fire it off here. I think he wants to kill his puppy dog. Rude. I do love, I will say, like, yes, Simic and Sultai, you know, it's not always the most interesting, but I love watching the players agonize over decisions because there's so many different ways that you can approach these matchups, like you mentioned, Cedric. You know, there's no clear-cut way of doing it. It's not like, you know, I'm going to use mono red here. Don't hate on me, mono red players, but just dropping dudes in the battlefield and go, right?
No, there's a lot to think about every single turn of these games, which I think is what makes the gameplay very interesting. I know we're looking at a lot of Oko and Nissas and Mirrors here this week on MPL Weekly, but ultimately, you know, I'm enjoying the gameplay because we are watching the best players in the world play high-level Magic with decks that are very difficult to play and playing them pretty darn well given the circumstances of this standard format has changed a handful of weeks ago and there's still a lot to learn about it.
Like you mentioned, Noxious Grass being saved for the haymakers in the game. Nissa, who shakes the world, certainly one of those. She will get to fire off her activation, though, making the Watery Grave a 3/3. Now the question is, does he want to fire off that second Noxious Grass to remove the Wicked Wolf from the equation?
A difficult question. Now we are going to see Nissa plus targeting Watery Grave. We're going to see an attack towards Oko.
Will we see any blocks, though?
Remember right now, Oko's sitting at 7, so there's a lot of loyalty.
Yeah, just kill a wolf. I mean, Oko doesn't mind being punched for 3, honestly. He'll just replace 2 of them next turn anyway.
So Nass feeling like he has to fire off the other copy of Noxious Grass now, so he's used 2 of his 4 copies, and we're all set there. Oko being the draw step there is a little bit unfortunate there for Matt, because had he lost his Oko, he would have just drawn a replacement one. So that's a little bit annoying, but it's always good to have another one in the holster.
Yeah, just in case the second one dies to a Nissa off the top for Mengucci. Vraska is now chomping on lands to draw cards, gain life, finding an Overgrown Tomb off the top. Oko will make a food, and Wicked Wolf comes down to deal with the Watery Grave with a food token. In the holster, will be able to become indestructible and get a 1/1 counter on it, tapping him as well.
It's a really good exchange there for Nass. Going to take care of the Watery Grave again. Now, if you're Matt Nash, you are in cut your opponent's mana resources mode. You know, he's taking care of a land. He can actually get into these attacks of Paradise Druid, where we didn't see him do that earlier in the game. He can do it now because he's got plenty of mana and he's at an advantage. So if Wicked Wolf were to come down and fight a Paradise Druid, you wouldn't care. Also, Wicked Wolf, if it were to come down, it's going to fight the other Wicked Wolf. So that means you can get those points of damage in.
Does have a Hydro Krasis in hand for Mengucci, so can find a few cards, draw some life. He'd love to find one of his Planeswalkers because Planeswalker advantage currently is with Mr. Nass.
And it has been for most of the game. We've had we've had Vraska and Oko on that side of the battlefield for a while now. So given that, you would expect Nass to win this game. His draw steps have not been great. As you can see, Breeding Pool and Forest in hand along with a backup copy of Oko. So you are somewhat relying on Vraska to eat trophies and draw real cards. Another copy of Oko, again, is not ideal. There are uses for a backup copy of that Planeswalker, and I think we're going to see him deploy a new one. So it's not like they're the worst draw steps in the world, but he wants Nissa. He wants Krasis. He wants some of his haymakers in the matchup.
But Vraska, rather, can ultimate soon.
This is true.
And then he just has to hit Mengucci and win.
Yeah, and we don't see the ultimate on Vraska very often, but that -9, if you get an emblem with whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game.
I want to see that.
That's a very real way to win the game.
Mengucci, please do not concede if that happens. I would love to see that. It's something you don't get to see very often because Vraska is usually dead by this point in the matchup, but because these decks are just so good at gumming up the battlefield with food tokens and elks and lands from Nissa, it's, it's not something... She got to survive this time. I want to see it.
Vraska is generating a real advantage this game.
Oh, yeah.
Nass has gotten pretty deep into his deck with regards to sacking treasures and drawing cards and gaining a little bit of life. That's why he's up to 24, whereas Mengucci is at 10 life right now. But Mengucci is not out of this game yet. That's the thing. This game is certainly not over at all. He's got a Hydroid Krasis in hand on another land. He'd love to draw a copy of Noxious Grasp to take care of that annoying Vraska, and there's a Crawl Harpooner.
That's not going to do it for you. You want to find that on turn 2 to kill a goose. You don't want to find it at this point in the matchup. So a little unfortunate there for Mengucci. We're probably going to see the Hydroid Krasis fired off, perhaps to find something else to help him get back into this matchup, but he recognizes that ultimate potential there of Vraska, so he's swinging straight for that Planeswalker. Paradise Druid likely going to block there, because I would like to see a Vraska ultimate, please, and Matt Nass knows that. Yes.
So this is interesting because Matt Nass is thinking, I can get the emblem, I can ultimate.
Yeah. And with Oko's ability to turn foods into elk, he can get the damage in. So I want to see that, please.
Yeah, I think he's just going to do this first. Yeah, he's going to do this for a really small amount. This is going to be a Hydroid Krasis. It's a 2/2. Super small because he wants to play 2 creatures because he doesn't want to leave himself dead on the board. So, yeah. Whereas he would love to play Hydroid Krasis as a 4/4, he needs to play this. He needs to play Harpooner. He needs to pass the turn back.
No fights for you today, Crawl. You are just blocking a food token. Gilded Goose is the draw there for Matt Nass. He has that spare copy of Oko. He was kind of deliberating over whether or not he should fire that off last turn too, but decided to keep it in the holster. I don't think Oko is the champion of this match at all for Matt Nass, though.
Well, this is interesting because Nass has the option to make the emblem of Vraska, or we can just plus again, or minus again,
no harm in
and continue to play on. So while he is threatening the -9 and that emblem, that's what kind of makes Vraska somewhat powerful in this situation. Is now you've got every option at your disposal. Now, how do you want to use these Planeswalkers?
I bet Mengucci hates seeing that Gilded Goose, though, because he had a clear shot at Vraska next turn if Matt Nass didn't minus him. But now there's a goose in the way.
So we're going to make an exchange.
Switcheroo.
Yep.
Nice.
Here's Oko.
Wait, can we? We can do it. Oh, we can do it. We're going to make an elk. We're going to -9. We're going to win.
Yeah, I think
right?
this I think is going to be a W. You make you make the food token into an elk.
Oh, yes, please, Matt Nass. Go, 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 before he concedes.
There you go.
Don't explode, Mengucci. Don't explode. Awesome. What a cool way to finish the game. So it doesn't kill him by taking him down to 0, but Vraska Emblem for the win. Fantastic, fantastic game there between 2 excellent players in Matt Nass and Mengucci.
Unsurprisingly, Matt Nass with what one would consider to be a combo finish.
Combo.
What a big surprise, Matt. You found a combo.
He sure did. Yeah, interesting win condition there with Vraska.
Yeah.
Beautifully done, beautifully executed, and 2 more mythic points. Doesn't hurt.
No, Matt's got to be thrilled about that. And again, this is why we're seeing these black splashes in these decks. You saw Noxious Grasp in a big way in all of those games and how it changed the dynamic of the matchup. And Vraska, which is maybe a 1 of 2 of depending how you build the deck, it can play a role in things too. And it came down early, never got taken off the battlefield, and ultimately it won the game.
Sure, and just that plus ability of sacrificing his own land was a clever little move there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a powerful Planeswalker. Not the best Planeswalker in the matchup by any means, but there are points in time in the matchup where it can be very good, and we got to see it there.
Well, let's see how Matt is feeling. He spoke to Paul Cheon after his win.
Hello and welcome, everybody. I am Paul Cheon, joined here by Matt Nass, with probably the most impressive Vraska that I've ever seen in competitive play.
Yeah, that felt pretty good. I don't know if I've done that. I played Sultai a lot, and I don't know if I've actually killed with the Vraska emblem before, so pretty exciting to do it in about as high impact a spot as possible.
Yeah. Well, as I was watching that Vraska tick up, I was like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna win with that emblem? And you had a bunch of Okos in play, and I'm sure you probably saw the line, but I'm assuming you were just making sure that you had everything just right, just so you had that lethal attack on that last turn.
Yeah, the biggest issue was that if I donate the wrong food token, it could be really bad because it involves summoning sickness, right? So
Right.
the one that the goose makes is summoning sick, but the one that I made with Oko last turn isn't. So I had to play the goose, then make sure that I use that food to trade for the Hydroid Krasis or Crawler Pruner, whichever one. Then play the new Oko plus on the non-summoning sick food, and then attack. And in paper you can kind of just say that, but on Arena you have to actually do it. And Arena does a good job of telling you enter the battlefield this turn, but I really didn't want to mess that up, so I was double and triple checking it.
Yeah, I mean, the worst possible thing, of course, is losing because of a misclick. We've all been there.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, this was actually it felt like it was a pretty epic match, only because it looked like you kind of had game two. It looked like you were pretty far ahead, but you kind of failed to draw lands there.
Yeah. I was in an awkward spot where I had a good hand, but I did need a little more mana, and there were a few, and I was in a situation where like I traded over a goose, right? So like because of that, things got a little bit awkward mana wise and stuff. So I don't know. It's complicated, yeah.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about kind of your outlook for this year. Of course, we're now kind of entering the final phases of the competitive season for 2019, and that means people are looking forward to the potential of 2020, right? And we have, of course, the World Championships coming up, and most importantly for a lot of these players, potentially making it back into the MPL next year. So, for you, where do you kind of stand in all of this?
So I think after the split, I'm tied for like 22nd or something like that, and the top 20 in the MPL get to come back for next year. So I'm kind of right on the border. That's counting the points from this split. So some people haven't played their split yet, so I have to account for that a little bit. So basically, it's really tight, and it's going to depend on how I do in the next two Mythic Championships. But obviously, getting a win here and having a buy into day two of the Arena Mythic would make a huge difference.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now, also, speaking to kind of this format, of course, this week was dominated by the presence of Oko, and I think it's not going to be a big surprise if the upcoming Mythic Championship will also kind of be dominated by Oko. Now, do you feel that there are some strategies out there that exist that could potentially attack this deck? I mean, we've seen 7 Oko decks going into this week, and then of course Andrew Cuneo being the one person who kind of made it into that top 5. Is that Selesnya Adventure deck, an option against the Sultai deck?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tricky, but I think the Selesnya Adventure deck is pretty good against the blue-green version of the Oko decks, more like what Shota is playing. But Noxious Grasp is really tough for a green-white deck, right? It's just 2 mana, kill anything. And so that also, if people do adopt Sideboard Massacre Girl, is really good against green-white. So it's tough. I think it's one of those things where if people go so hard on the mirror, maybe you can exploit that. Like, people are playing main deck Noxious Grasp. There's some decks that is a straight mulligan against. So that's the type of thing that you could look to do. But then in post-sideboard games, all of a sudden they don't have those dead cards, and the deck is still just so much more powerful than everything else that it's a tough spot. And I wouldn't be surprised if Oko did just dominate the MC, even though everyone knows what's coming and can prepare for it.
You are going to be going up against Shenhar in the next round, and it looks like the two of you are more or less playing a mirror match. Now, what are some of the biggest keys in the mirror that, some of the cards that you're looking to draw for this specific matchup?
Yeah, so I think the acceleration is probably the most important thing in the mirror. Turn 2 Oko, turn 3 Nissa are the most high-profile starts. They're a little less unbeatable with the black version because you can kind of catch up with Noxious Grasp, but they're still the best things to be doing. Wicked Wolf is mostly going to hit the mana accelerators and try to keep people off mana. And in the late game, Krasis can take over. So that's kind of how the matchup plays out, more or less.
I also did see that he has kind of a spicy card in his main. He's got the one copy of Casualties of War. Do you feel like that's going to make a pretty big impact in the matchup?
Casualties of War is one of those cards that's just pretty high variance. There's going to be some games where you Nissa plus, and then the Casualties gets like a land, a food, a Nissa, and some relevant creature, maybe a Krasis, and it's just the best card you could possibly have. And it could even get an animated Nissa land, which is pretty relevant. But there are also some games where you're both just on creatures or the board's pretty empty and it just doesn't do much. And then post-board, it can't even be a liability because it's so vulnerable to Veil. So, so it's one of those cards that can be a 10 out of 10 and can be like a 3 out of 10. So it's just, we'll just have to see how the games play out.
Well, I mean, we've already seen some pretty exciting stuff from your matches with that Vraska emblem. So Casualty is definitely another card that could be pretty swingy in the matches.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Best of luck against Shenhar in the next round, Matt.
Thank you.
Welcome back to MPL Weekly. I'm Becca Scott, Cedric Phillips, alias V. Is that your favorite joke?
God.
Do you love it? I'll keep doing it.
I know you will. Trust me.
I can tell it's tickling you so much.
I'm loving
You're
it.
holding in the giggles.
I can't. Am I holding him back?
I don't think I've ever
giggling
seen
over here.
Cedric giggle, honestly.
Captain Giggles. That's what they. No one's ever called me that.
All right, before the break, we saw Matt Nass and Andrea Mengucci in the lower semifinals, and now it's time for the lower finals. So let's take a look at this head-to-head. Matt Nass again, who we just saw in another Sultai Food mirror against Shenhar, two-time world champ. Some of those top finishes there, and of course Shenhar had a great round-robin record of 5-2, started in the upper finals, and then moved down here to the lower bracket. And we're about to see this mirror.
Yeah. I mean, two of our younger players in the MPL playing basically very close to the same 75 cards. They're pretty good friends, been battling against each other for a very, very long time because they are young, so they've come up through the same ranks in the same area, in the California area, around Channel Fireball and all that stuff. So should be good. A lot of back and forth play between the two. And, I'm ready to rock and roll when you are.
Yeah, I'm ready for another Vraska Ultimate. So let's see what happens. Let's get into the match.
Kicking things off here, let's take a look at Shenhar's opening hand. It's got Once Upon a Time Noxious Grasp, the one of fun of Liliana Dreadhorde, and two other powerful planeswalkers in Oko and Nissa. Once Upon a Time is going to go and find land because found absolutely nothing else. That's a bit... It's a bit of a, you'd like to find a Gilded Goose there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for a mana accelerant there. You're looking for Paradise Druid or Gilded Goose. It's a bit of a whammy. You're going to start things off with the Watery Grave. The good news here for Shenhar is that even though he doesn't have mana acceleration, he does have the way to interact with a mana accelerant in Noxious Grasp. So, not the end of the world. Now, of course, as we've talked about in previous matches, you'd love to use Noxious Grasp to take care of Nissa and Oko and various other things. However, you want to slow down your opponent's mana acceleration, and when you draw a second copy of Noxious Grasp, it means that the first one is a bit more expendable.
Oh, yes, indeed. That's exactly what happened there. Getting rid of that Gilded Goose. The only other threat he can see is a Wicked Wolf, which is the only other threat that Matt Nass has currently because he's just drawing a bunch of land at this point. So Oko is now on the battlefield generating some food tokens. Noxious Grasp is going to get fired off from Matt Nass's side, getting rid of the Thief of Crowns. Nissa off the top. You know what's great when you have a bunch of land, Cedric?
Nissa.
Yep.
Who shakes at their world. Not going to be shaking any worlds right now, though, unfortunately, here for Matt Nass. It's going to be a little while before we get to that. So in the meantime, here comes an Oko, our first one of the match. Going to be generating a little bit of food token action, and we'll see where we go from there.
Now, 2 food tokens on the battlefield for Shenhar. No early action right now. He does have his third copy of Oko in hand, a Noxious Grasp, the Liliana, and the Nissa Who Shakes the World. So a lot of top-end action there. Nothing early for him. Is that going to hurt?
Yeah, I think so a little bit. Unfortunately here, as we look at Shahar's hand, Shahar's got a lot of great cards, but what Shahar's lacking is mana, so this is going to be a bit of an issue for him. He does have interaction again with that second copy of Noxious Grasp and drawing a copy of Gilded Goose, but what you're seeing for Nass is, I think, a better hand overall because he's got lands and spells, and so that means he can be the first to deploy Nissa in the matchup, can deploy Wicked Wolf to take care of that Elk token, so on and so forth. So life is actually pretty good here for Nass, even though he's being attacked for 3 right now by Shenhar.
Shenhar is saying, I don't care about your Paradise Druid killing my Oko. I'm going to swing this at your face because I know you have a Wicked Wolf that's going to just kill it straight away anyway. So Gilded Goose now on the battlefield, giving the Wicked Wolf 2 targets to go for, and a Liliana Dreadhorde General of Matt Nass's own. Ooh, goody.
That is an enormous draw step here. So now if you're Nass, here's what you're thinking. My opponent's not doing anything, so what does that mean my opponent has? Well, most likely that means they have a Noxious Grass to interact with me with, or they have some high price spells that they can't play. So if you're Matt Nass, you can kind of deduce about what's going on in Shahar's hand right now and move forward accordingly. So we'll see if he wants to deploy Liliana, if he wants to deploy Nissa. Nissa would be a fine deployment, but you also have the concern of if I play my Nissa, it's almost certainly going to die to Noxious Grass. So I want to make sure I get the most out of what I'm doing this turn. He's going to play a Fabled Passage and sacrifice it. That leads me to believe that we're going to be seeing Liliana here in just a moment.
Yes, indeed. Noxious Grass does diddly squat against Liliana, Dreadhorde General, and she can just clear the battlefield here. Draw a card off of Paradise Druid if he decides to -4. Gets rid of the 2 threats on Shahar's side of the battlefield too, so this seems like a pretty good decision here from Matt Nass.
Now, the scary thing about doing that is if you do minus and each player sacrifices 2 creatures, okay, well, we all lose our creatures, right? Some cards will be drawn, but then Oko can just plus, make a food token into a 3/3 and kill Liliana. So that means you're not getting enough value out of your 6-mana Planeswalker. The reason you're putting this card into your deck is because you want to be a game winner when it enters the battlefield. They'll sacrifice the creatures. There will be spots where it does come up, and if Oko wasn't there, then I could see him making that play. But in this instance, I prefer going to the zombie. Let's start to, again, gum up the battlefield, draw out this game, let the Planeswalkers take over.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Some creatures on the battlefield. If they die to a 3/3, Matt Nass doesn't mind because that is just another card in hand for him due to Liliana's passive. So Oko's got some decisions to make. He could be sneaky cheeky and take the 2/2, swap some food around, get in for 3 points of damage on Liliana, but doesn't feel that great. So I'm curious to see if that is the line he takes or if he just deploys the Paradise Druid just to try and catch up, because he is also behind on mana as opposed to Matt Nass.
Yeah, right now, again, the advantage bar, if it were leaning one way, I'd be leaning towards Nass right now in this instance. Now, it looks like he is going to turn that food token into a 3/3 elk. Now remember, 3/3s are bigger than 2/2. Simple math does dictate that. So now you can start pressuring Liliana a little bit here. Perhaps we'll see a zombie token jump in front here. And the reason we're going to see that, not only to leave Liliana's loyalty a little bit high, but also the ability to draw a card, given Liliana's static text of whenever a creature you control dies, draw a card. So another card will be added there to Nass's hand, just a copy of Watery Grave. Paradise Druid post-combat, not a bad turn there for Shahar. The problem here is that there's still a 6-mana Planeswalker on the battlefield.
There is indeed, but it still leaves up the Noxious Grasp for him as well, so if Nissa does enter the battlefield, he can take care of it as soon as she does so. Granted, how Planeswalkers work, provided Matt Nass pluses it, they will get the activation, we'll get a creature on the battlefield too, but, you know, it is pretty satisfying killing a Nissa who shakes the world with Noxious Grasp.
Now, it is important to remember that the previous turn when Nass was deciding if he wanted to play Liliana or Wicked Wolf or Nissa, Shahar was telegraphing Noxious Grasp.
Yeah.
He deployed Liliana as a result. Liliana's still on the battlefield. Now, just because Shahar was telegraphing Noxious Grass last turn doesn't mean he isn't telegraphing it again this turn. Sure. He is. He has Gilded Goose and Overgrown Tomb available. So Nass should not take him off of that. If anything, Nass should be thinking, that's really the only way he can probably win this game is having Noxious Grass be very good.
Yeah.
So what he's going to be doing here is he's going to be taking some time to think about how do I play around exactly Noxious Grasp right now, because it's the best thing that you can be doing. In the back of his head, I'm sure that he's thinking, okay, well, what happens if Casualties of War shows up? Because Shahar has a main deck copy of that, and Nass knows that. So he's running the numbers and thinking about just what can happen in certain situations, but there's only a few cards he has to play around right now.
So most likely we see a Wicked Wolf deployed because that can get around the Noxious Grass just by sacrificing the food. Maybe
I don't think there's a most likely in this scenario. I think there's a what does Matt care about, what doesn't he care about? Because he does have the ability this turn to play Nissa and Wicked Wolf in the same turn and overload the Noxious Grasp. So that's why he's taking a little while on this turn, is thinking about what are all the things that I can do in this turn? How much do I care about a singleton Noxious Grasp resolving? What does it do to me keeping my Planeswalkers?
If Nissa does die, though, he loses the ability to play the Wicked Wolf as well?
Well, what he can do is that when Noxious Grasp is targeting Nissa, he can float mana.
Ah, right. Yes,
because Nissa doubles the mana. So what he can do, he's left the Breeding Pool and the Overgrown Tomb untapped. Cool. Those are both forests, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him add mana here. It looks like he's not going to. So what he can do now, and I think he may have made a mistake by not floating mana there.
So that would have been a way to get the Wicked Wolf down.
Because he reached for his Wicked Wolf and he can't cast it now. He's a little bit short on mana. Now he can still deploy Oko and he can still attack the Oko on the other side of the battlefield, but I think he may have made a slight error there with what he did that turn by not floating the mana.
Okay, well, let's see if that slight error there comes back to haunt Matt Nass. Does he fire off the Oko? First, we're going to make a zombie with Liliana. Oko enters the battlefield, plussing and creating another creature just to protect the Planeswalkers. Now, Planeswalker advantage is with Matt Nass. He does have a Wicked Wolf in hand. He doesn't have a food token, but Oko can replace that for him.
Well, that's
Liliana, Nissa in hand for Shahar.
This is a really big draw here for Shahar. So he picked up a land, Fabled Pastor, sacrifice that, get a basic, enters the battlefield untapped, yada yada, great stuff. However, what that means is he's got access to 6 mana. 4 lands, Paradise Druid is 5, Oko make a food, sacrifice that food to Gilded Goose, that's 6.
Yeah.
So he can play Liliana of his own if he'd like to. Has the black mana to be able to do that. He can also go towards Nissa if he wants to, much like what we saw Matt Nass do last turn. Right now, Shahar is behind on the Planeswalker advantage bar, if we care about that, 2-1. But he does have the ability to tie it up with either Nissa or Liliana. But also important to note is that he has the better attackers right now. He's got 2 3/3 food tokens that can pressure Planeswalkers. Matt only has 2 relevant blockers right now, a 3/3 and a 2/2 that's going to lose into combat and against basically anything.
Yeah.
So we could also see the Oko that Shahar has make something else into a food token and say, let me get after your Liliana or let me get after your Oko, and probably be able to starting to whittle away the resources that Matt has as far as blockers are concerned.
Cool. All right, so you can see Shahar just considering all his options, all the outs. He does have the ability to play Liliana Dreadhorde General if he wants to, but for now it's going to be Nissa who shakes the world, enters the battlefield, animates a forest, so now another creature on the battlefield to apply pressure to the Planeswalkers on the other side. Oko can also make the goose into an elk if he so chooses.
Yeah, I like this a lot, and we could also see a swap as well, because
Nice.
a swap is totally fine too, which
Yeah.
is, here's my Paradise Druid, give me one of your blockers, which essentially is the same thing as making a goose into a 3/3,
Yeah.
which is ultimately, I want to attack your stuff, but the goose still being alive is actually pretty nice because it can, of course, generate food tokens and blah, 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 even though Oko is not on the battlefield any longer, but there could be a replacement Oko coming the following turn.
Now this also keeps Shahar's land safe. He does only have 4 available to him at the moment. Keeping the goose available to make more food is also very important, so I like this a lot. He doesn't have to worry about any of his stuff dying, so Liliana will draw a card. It won't die this turn, or does it?
Liliana's going to die this turn.
Yeah, she does.
100%.
There we go.
Even if Liliana gets blocked, it's going to die. So you just let everything through, and you move forward accordingly.
Yep.
Now, what Shahar has done a great job of is now he's made it Planeswalkers 1-1, and he has a better Planeswalker of the 2. As we've seen so many times in these food mirrors, when it's Nissa versus Oko, it's Nissa that is the better of the 2 cards. Shahar's got the better battlefield now because he's got more 3/3s than Matt has. He's got more mana than Matt has because Nissa's generating that advantage as well. So now if you are Matt, you have to figure out a way to get to that Nissa. It's very important to do that this turn. You have to get that Planeswalker off of the battlefield if you can.
So just deciding what he wants to play. We've got the Wicked Wolf, and we've got the Hydroid Krasis. So we can make a food, attack something, maybe the land, get rid of that, just choke the resources of Shahar a little bit. But yes, Nissa is certainly target number 1 for both players. So let's see how Matt Nass decides to attack it here. First things first, we're going to fire for Wicked Wolf. We are going to fight, most likely the forest. Just get that extra source of green. The Gilded Goose can make a food token in response to the fights. But does he do it? Walk her down?
And that's a really good question is, do you make a food token in response to this fight? Because if you do, that means your Gilded Goose cannot block, which means you can't protect your Nissa. So it looks like the answer to that question is going to be no. Gilded Goose would just be on chump blocking duty right now, of course, but you might be okay with that. And yeah, now here come all the knuckleheads. So we can put, so if you're Shahar, you can put 3/3 in front of Paradise Druid, choke a little bit of mana, but not a ton. You can put Gilded Goose in front of the biggest creature, which is the forest. Your Nissa is going to go down from 6 to 2, but that means that Nissa is not dead. And now if you are Shahar, you're thrilled with this. You get a turn uncontested with your Nissa. You're going to do whatever you want. So you got to make sure you do a lot this turn. And I think that Liliana and or Oko would be a lot.
The land quite important there for Shahar to draw. But he was feeling a little anxious there at the fact of only having 3 lands available with a Planeswalker that loves land. So here we go. We're going to pay 2 life to get that overgrown tomb in. We're going to see Liliana Dreadhorde General. Do we see some stuff die? Not yet. We're just going to gum up the battlefield with some more zombies.
Yeah, this is interesting here because we're going to see Liliana come down. Now you're going to see Nissa plus, make that into a 3/3. And then we'll see where we're going to go with Liliana, because you don't really have to do with anything with this right now. Again, the minus effect of each player sacrificing creatures not terribly relevant, and actually Shahar's got better creatures right now than Matt does. So you don't really care to do that so much, because Matt would just sacrifice his 2/2 zombie and his 2/1 Paradise Druid, leave himself with a 4/4 and a 3/3. So, no use for Liliana just yet with regards to the sacrifice effect, most likely. So let's do some attacking first and go after Oko, and then I can use my Planeswalker afterward. What's also nice here, too, is that post-combat, we could see Shahar use that forest tap for double green, plus the Watergrave tap for blue, and deploy Oko, and then it's a 3-1 advantage, or potentially a 3-0 advantage on Planeswalkers, and we know how those games go.
So again, just protecting the forest, making sure that he has mana available, and Matt Nass opting not to block. Will he let through enough damage to kill the Oko?
Interesting decision. Matt has the opportunity here to use his forest to trade with a food token. It is also worth noting that it looks like that land is not attacking. It could have attacked. If it would have attacked, it would have been a very clear and obvious trade of land versus land, which means that then Shahar would not have been able to deploy Oko post-combat. Part of the reason you're seeing Matt thinking about not blocking is that if a block occurs, Oko goes down to 1, but then Shahar gets to draw a card because of Liliana's static, and it appears that Matt does not want that to happen. So he says, no block, my Oko's dead, that's fine. Matt has a good card left in the holster in Hydroid Krasis.
Could replace Oko, easy peasy.
Yep, and so Matt has the ability to draw a bunch of cards next turn, maybe have the biggest creature on the battlefield, all that's well and good, and he might be able to actually get after that Nissa next turn as well. So you're going to see Liliana make a zombie.
I'm curious to see. No,
and it's not going to. He's not going to play Oko.
Yeah,
because he wants to have 2 blocks.
Yeah, too much damage going straight at Nissa, and of course, like we've seen, she is the most important Planeswalker to get off the battlefield. So, does he keep it alive though? I don't think so.
And Nissa's going to die.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine. But what Shahar gets to do now, because Shahar's hand kind of stinks, and I'm not trying to insult Oko, but it's just kind of a truth of the situation right now, given how the battlefield's lined up, is that Shahar's going to get to draw a couple of cards because things died.
Yeah.
So he'll pick up at least, so just 1 card. And now Matt gets to play Breeding Pool untapped, reload with a Krasis, and hopefully
find something good.
Yes, find something that's better than what Shahar is doing. Now, the other question here is how much does he want to cast it for? It looks like it's going to be everything, and that's not bad. The Hydro Krasis, a Wicked Wolf, and a land.
Yeah. Liliana Dreadhorde General just gumming up the battlefield with zombies, if she so chooses, drawing cards every time something dies. The Oko Thief of Crowns, Paradise Druid, and a Breeding Pool off the top there for Shahar. So he's going to deploy Oko Thief of Crowns, possibly going after that Hydroid Krasis, which is a big threat in the air, but first things first. Oh, there we go. So now a 9/9 on Matt Nass's side, but it loses flying and trample, which is super duper important, and the zombies can just be on chump blocking duty now, and he's perfectly happy with that.
So now what we're going to be doing now, if you are Shahar, is you're just going to gum it up.
Yeah.
And you have no good attacks, so now you're just going to gum up the battlefield. And the idea here is, let me make it really hard for you to get to my Liliana.
Yeah.
Much like we have seen previously in the standard format when Field of the Dead was legal, and now that it is banned, is that you have to protect your Planeswalkers. You make a bunch of 3/3s, and then the 3/3s are running into 3/3s, right? But ultimately, you're not getting Liliana, you're not getting Nissa, you're not getting the Oko. So now, if you're Shahar, the game plan has become, let me gum it up, let me get to Liliana's ultimate potentially, let me continue to generate an advantage with that card. If you're Matt, the sub-game now is not about the 16 life that Shahar has left, it's about how the heck do I get Liliana off the battlefield?
Oh yeah, because she is going to win the game for him outright. And there's no way for the Sultai Food deck to deal with Liliana, so is she the Mirror Breaker?
I mean, potentially. I mean, it's not a card you can play a ton of because it does cost 6 mana, it's simple black, all that good stuff, but it is a really good card in the matchups, and you're seeing that right now. Again, the sacrifice effect doesn't really work itself into the equation much, and 2/2 zombies aren't that big in this matchup because we're talking about a matchup that has 3/3s, 4/4s, 9/9, so on and so forth. But the static text of drawing cards is helpful. The -9 if each opponent chooses a permanent they control of each type and then they sacrifice the rest is something to play towards, so it warps the way the game has to be played, and that's what we're seeing right now.
So Matt Nass just deciding what it is he wants to do. First things first, we're going to play our land. We're going to get one from the library, and we're going to deploy one of our 2 creatures. What's it going to be? Big Hydroid Krasis? Methinks so.
And so this is a little interesting too because Matt is tapping his mana here.
He wants to keep up to 2 mana for Noxious Grasp, perhaps, to kill something off the battlefield.
That's what it's feeling like right now, because we saw the last turn where Matt just auto-paid for his Hydroid Krasis and said, all of my mana, dump it in, draw as many cards, make the biggest jellyfish Hydroid beast as I can. However, this time he wants to leave a little bit of mana up. Picked up a copy of Paradise Druid and Once Upon a Time, so I don't think those are the cards that he was looking for.
I mean, they're blockers, so It's helpful, at least, I think.
Well,
Consider for another big fish.
Paradise Druid is a blocker in this situation, but what he needs is attackers.
Yeah.
He needs ways to get to Liliana, but he needs ways to do it in a fashion that Shahar, doesn't. When his creatures die, he draws cards, which means that he just needs to figure out a way to get Liliana off the battlefield because it's starting to run away with this game.
Yeah. Could also just not do anything and feign a Noxious Grasp, perhaps, but it looks like he's going to fire off the Once Upon a Time and find something useful, perhaps. Here we go. What does he find off the top of the library? Gilded Goose it is. So the goose is loose. Here we go. So that makes a food token for the second Wicked Wolf in hand. That'll be at least some way to get a bit of an advantage. Again, the massive creatures flying in at Liliana also keeps this Wicked Wolf safe from dying to any blockers. He's got to get this dead, and he's got to do it quick.
Yeah, and this is the problem here if you are Matt about trying to get to this Liliana. So you're going to see chump block. Okay, sure. You can also see double block here too, which is a really smart block here from Shahar. You put 2/3/3s against the Wicked Wolf. Wicked Wolf's not going to die, no, but this is going to force the sacrificing of the food token. But you're not going to lose both of your creatures because it's a 5/5 against 2/3/3. So what this is basically saying is you have to sacrifice your food token now. Great.
I'm curious if he just lets it happen. You know, you trade a 3/3 for a 4/4, but the second one coming in will be safe.
In what regard? What do you mean?
So he could leave that food token.
Well, if he leaves the food token, then his Wicked Wolf dies.
Yeah, then it dies, but then the second one is safe.
Yeah, sure. I don't think that he'd want to do that. I think he wants to keep this here. So the scary part right now is Noxious Grasp and a couple other cards are drawn. Is that Liliana, every time those chump blocks and those exchanges happen, it's better and better for Shahar. So just imagine you're in creature combat if you're playing a game of Limited or a complicated game of Constructed, and every time one of your creatures dies, you drew a card. You'd win that game almost every time.
Oh, yes, indeed. Once Upon a Time being fired off and finding a Hydroid Krasis. Now that is a pretty big find there for Shahar. Liliana doing some great work in finding just key cards in this matchup to keep her safe and possibly ultimating, but there is another 4/4 he has to deal with, and Oko is the man for the job indeed. Say hello to another elk.
Okay, and just turn that Hydroid Krasis into an elk.
He's got Noxious Grasp too to take care of it if he wants to.
It would be a 7/7 this go around because, of course, it's going to be a 3/3 and then the counters, all that jazz. So it'll get a little bit bigger, yes, but it's not flying, it's not trampling, and that's totally fine. So.
So Noxious Grasp in the holster, a swamp off the top for Matt Nass. He's got the Wicked Wolf. Does have more food generation in the Gilded Goose that came into play last turn. He doesn't know the Paradise Druid, which is kind of just a little lost right now. Not something you want to find late in the game. Needs to find a Planeswalker. He's been severely lacking in that department this game.
Yeah, the Planeswalker is something that Matt hasn't really, he hasn't got to generate a Planeswalker advantage like we saw in previous matches, and that's the thing that's a little bit difficult right now. Shahar has had the opportunity to have his Liliana on the battlefield longer, but don't forget, Matt did have Liliana in this game. During this game at one point. So it's not like he hasn't drawn Planeswalkers, but ultimately Shahar's done a nice job of getting to those Planeswalkers, dealing with those Planeswalkers, and now Shahar is the one that has the Planeswalker advantage. And again, when that happens, it's generally the player who's had the Planeswalkers for a couple turns that wins. Matt knows that. And the thing that's frustrating there for Matt, that he knows, is that Liliana's warping the way the game is being played. He can never get to it, because every time he makes all these attacks, there will be double blocks, there will be triple blocks, blah, blah, blah. Shahar's going to draw a bunch of cards after all the creatures die, and it's just we're gonna keep repeating the same turn until Liliana ultimates, and then Matt can't win.
Do you think we'll see some more counter magic just in case Liliana makes an appearance for both players?
I mean, that's tough. I do like the idea of boarding in Duress here a little bit. Duress is it's got a high ceiling and a pretty low floor because there will be games where we're just top decking, you fire off a Duress, or you draw a Duress at the wrong time and it's really bad, but in opening hands it can be pretty good. So, there are spots in this matchup where Liliana is really good. There are spots where it can be pretty darn useless and bad because the 2/2s that it makes are so small comparatively to what's going on. But in that situation for Shahar, it was the perfect card. And this is what Matt talked about a little bit when talking to Paul about Casualties of War and Liliana, where they can be high impact and they can be a 10 out of 10, or they can be a 3 out of 10. They can be really, really bad cards that are expensive and hard to cast. In that game for Shahar, it was a 10 out of 10.
So unlike the previous game when we hardly saw any sideboarding, these players have both seemed to make quite a few changes to their main deck configuration. Let's get things underway. Matt Nass liked his hand, almost a snap keep, and this one is a yikes, no land at all. This one looks much better. We got Mana Acceleration, we got Once Upon a Time, and we've got Wicked Wolf. The only thing that would make it better is possibly having a Planeswalker in hand, but not terrible.
Planeswalker and Noxious Grass. Maybe something awesome to generate a card advantage in a Planeswalker or a way to handle one in a Noxious Grass. Predictably putting a land towards the bottom, and now both these players are going to start their games with Once Upon a Time. Matt Nass going to kick it off first.
Once upon a time, there was a Sultai food mirror. Matt Nass and Shahar Shenhar.
We're going to be here watching this a long time along with our viewers at home.
Well, hopefully for one of these players, they get a happy ending indeed, but that's still a little bit of a ways away because Shota Yasooka is waiting for one of them in the upper bracket finals. Gilded Goose is going to be the first play, making its food token. The Goose is loose. Once upon a time from Shahar Shenhar finds a Hydrocrasis Wicked Wolf and a Druid. Do we go for a second Druid here?
That's tough. Let's see. There's a Wicked Wolf in hand already. Hydrocrasis is not at its best right now. If the game drags on, it will be a totally fine play. So there's an argument for saying, I want one of these.
Yeah.
So he took one of those. and it makes some sense. I mean, having a second copy of Wolf and a second copy of Druid is not ideal. Having your first Hydrocrasis is not a bad thing to work towards and let your opponent know. Also, when you see your opponent has taken one and then you take one, you're both basically saying, all right, let's buckle up for the long game.
Let's make some big fishy, shall we? I bet Matt Nass would have loved to see a Nissa off the top there to get that going on turn 3, but for now it's just going to be another Goose Oko Thief of Crowns for Shahar Shenhar. Also has his own Goose to play, so he can get Oko Thief of Crowns and the Goose going. Goose advantage, certainly it's Matt Nass though.
For the moment, yes, 2-0. Could be 2-1 here because Shahar's found a copy. Now Shahar's got to figure out again what he wants to do this turn. The ability to play Oko plus Goose, Oko plus just a lander in the battlefield tapped. Could have deployed a Wicked Wolf to maybe fight something and kill something, but instead we're just going to see a food token, maybe.
Oh.
Maybe not.
Oh. If he does this, Noxious Grasp can take care of Oko without the activation going off. So make sure, plus it first. Use it. Use it or lose it. All right, there you go. So food token for Oko, the land after the activation from the Planeswalker, another food token on the battlefield, and Noxious Grasp is going to get fired off, taking care of Mr. Thief of Crowns.
So now Matt has... He's going to sacrifice Fabled Passage on Shahar's end step as well. So now access to, coming into the turn before his draw step, access to 6 mana, which is a 4/4 Hydrocrasis. If he draws a land, it gets bigger. Wicked Wolf is an interesting draw step here because it could fight Paradise Druid and start to bottleneck the mana a little bit. It could also fight Gilded Goose. It's going to win either fight that it gets into, or we could see Hydrocrasis come down. Now, do keep in mind that if Hydrocrasis comes down for the full amount here, it is a 4/4. It'll draw 2 cards, gain 2 life, so on and so forth. But you're also cashing in 2 food tokens for your Gilded Goose, which means that you're bottlenecking your mana a little bit by doing that.
So do you hope to draw 2 lands here if you're Matt Nass?
If you're playing Hydrocrasis, maybe 1. You don't want to draw 2. You want to draw spells, ideally.
Yeah.
And so now his next turn, he wants to draw a land and to be able to play Nissa. So playing Hydrocrasis that turn is a little bit risky because you are sacrificing your ability for Gilded Goose to continue to generate mana.
Well, like we've seen, generally whoever gets to Nissa first runs away with the game, so let's see if it comes up for Matt Nass. Does he find a land? Wicked Wolf is going to be deployed, possibly take care of this Hydrocrasis.
I want the Paradise Druid.
You want the Paradise Druid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you can kill Hydrocrasis by sacrificing the food token, but I've just seen my opponent use 2 Gilded Geese, didn't play a land post Krasis. That means they don't have a land in their hand. They need to draw a land. That means they're 2 lands away from Nissa, which is the most important card in the mirror. They're a land away from Wicked Wolf. Their Hydrocrasis sucks now if they have one. So Shahar did a beautiful job of noticing that. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I have a Hydrocrasis in my hand. So the fact that you have a Hydrocrasis, I don't care because I can play one that's probably bigger than yours.
Nice. So great call indeed. You got it, Cedric. Paradise Druid and Watery Grave in hand there for Matt Nass. Could deploy a Wicked Wolf, but it's not getting any decent targets at least. Enough mana on Shahar's side of the battlefield for him to fire off a Hydrocrasis, a decently sized one at that. So it's just going to be Paradise Druid. Help him get to his Nissa, hopefully, and run away with this game.
Now, one of the things, too, is you have to, when you're playing these games as they go back and forth, you have to pick your spots about when you want to take care of your opponent's mana, because as you saw on Matt's turn, after the, he made the attack with the Krasis, good stuff.
Yeah.
But he played a Paradise Druid, he has the ability to activate Gilded Goose, which means he has the ability to get to 6 mana next turn.
Yeah.
Druid, 4 lands, food token with Gilded Goose, and then whatever he draws is what he draws. So there was this momentary turn where he didn't have access to a lot of mana, but he'll have access to a lot of mana the following turn. So how do you take advantage of the lack of mana for Matt in the interim? This is a great start, which it looks like he's going to go to Hydroid Krasis. Looks like he didn't want to use the Gilded Goose, so he's going to play this for 4, draw 2, gain 2, make a 4/4.
Yeah, just match the Hydro Krasis in the air, able to trades. Pretty happy with that, I think.
Picked up another Hydroid Krasis.
Nass does have the Wicked Wolf to deal with this Hydro Krasis.
Yep, there was a perfect scenario where if he drew exactly Overgrown to a Noxious Grasp, he could cast that and take care of Nissa or something else. But for now, you're just going to see Wicked Wolf attacking. Do keep in mind as well, Ailey, as we're going to see a Gilded Goose come down now. There are 2 food tokens on the battlefield here for Shahar, for Wicked Wolf and Gilded Goose over the course of the next turn or 2.
Does need to draw another land here, does Matt Nass. Let's see if he can find it. Nope, Ogre Thief of Crowns. Nissa Who Shakes the World is online if he wants to use the Goose. It's always so tempting when you see that highlight around Nissa, like, I kind of just wanna.
Well, I mean, again, this is another one of those spots where Nissa is somewhat compelling here, and you have the ability to defend it pretty well, but not great. And it's hard to pass up on Nissa in this spot, but you could very easily go to Oko as well, because Oko can generate food, and then you could have Oko come down, it can make a food token, and then you'd also be able to deploy Wicked Wolf. So there's a lot to think about right now if you're Matt about what you want to do. It looks like he's just going to go to, again, the MVP in the matchup. 5-mana Planeswalker here in Nissa, or at least he's thinking about it. Again, this is kind of unusual to see Matt be so deep in the tank on his plays because he's normally so automatic with what he wants to do because he's such a great player. But here's Nissa. Now we get to figure out how he wants to use this Planeswalker.
So Nissa animating the land, has got another 3/3 on the battlefield. Can follow up later with Oko. The Hydroid Krasis now is even bigger with the amount of mana that Nissa also generates. Wicked Wolf is there for removal of something pesky on the side of Shahar Shenhar. But speaking of something pesky, here comes a mighty big jellyfish. What will it find?
That is the question. This is going to be a really, really big one here. Biggest creature on the battlefield right now. I imagine the hope here is Noxious Grass to kill Nissa.
Yeah. Finding 2 lands and an Oko Thief of Crowns. So he can get annoying with Oko, can turn some stuff into Elk, can ground the flyer on Matt Nass's side. But for now, we're just going to swing in with the Jellyfish and the Wicked Wolf. We've got 2 food tokens to keep it alive. He wants to kill it, and he's making his intentions very, very clear. So the Jellyfish are going to trade in the air, and the Wicked Wolf is just going to get chump blocked by the Gilded Goose.
So here we're seeing it again, and we saw this so much in Mythic Championship 5 a couple weeks ago. We're seeing these exchanges where I can't get to your Nissa.
Yeah.
Last game, Matt couldn't get to Shahar's Liliana. This game, Shahar can't get to Matt's Nissa, which means that Matt gets to untap with the Nissa. And when you get to untap with the Nissa, that means you get to generate a huge advantage with your Nissa. Yeah. And it only takes 1 turn, which is why Shahar didn't tap out all the way for his Hydroid Krasis. He was hoping to spike a Noxious Grasp, kill the Nissa, and slow Matt down a little bit. He didn't get the opportunity to do that. Matt's going to make a food token on the end step with the Gilded Goose, and now he's going to try to unload as much of his hand as he can.
Finding a Watery Grave at the top there, that is great for making the Hydroid Krasis even bigger. He does have the Oko and a Wicked Wolf. Can kill the Hydroid Krasis if he wants to by using the Wolf. Is that a consideration, or
no? I mean, at this
point.
stage of things, if I care about Hydroid Krasis, it's just going to be Oko making an Elk, making a 9/9. I can jump block it for a while. Sure. So I don't really care that much about that aspect of things. What I want to do right now, this turn, if I'm Matt, is I want to maximize my mana, which is ideally play as many spells as I can in 1 turn, which means that I don't have a lot of interest in playing a huge Hydroid Krasis and just passing the turn back. Yeah. I'd like to get Oko online, so I have a 2-0 Planeswalker advantage. I'd like to get Wicked Wolf out there to be able to kill something, or at least have it be large on the battlefield, and do multiple things in 1 turn.
Yeah. Because
there's no guarantee. Because if Shahar just draws Noxious Grass next turn, he's just going to kill Nissa.
Yeah.
And so if you're Matt, you have to think to yourself, I need to get as much as I can out of this Planeswalker this turn, because it's obvious that Shahar is trying to find it with what he did with the Hydroid Krasis last turn, which was leave 2 mana up. He's looking for 1 specific card, which is the Noxious Grasp.
Here we see a Wicked Wolf enter the battlefield. What does it target? It looks like it's going for the big Jellyfish. And yeah, got the food to do it too. Can make it into a 6/6 thanks to the Gilded Goose. And then after this, we'll see some attacks, I think. So maybe it's just a case of, okay, I see you attacking my Planeswalker. I'm not going to turn my focus to your face. I'm just leaving up the chump blockers where necessary.
I'm a little surprised to see the Wicked Wolf use all the food tokens here. I suppose because there is an Oko in the holster, so you obviously win this fight. You use a decent amount of resources to do that.
Yeah.
But now you have a 6/6 Wicked Wolf on the battlefield. That is much better than what the opponent has going on. You get to untap this land. You get to play a Water Grave tapped. Looks like we may not see Oko at... Are we going to see Oko at all this turn?
I don't think so. There's no way for him to do it, is there? Yeah, so
That
no
is-
Oko. So Oko's hanging out.
That is a little bit surprising to me that we don't also see Oko that turn. I mean, maybe the
Well, speaking of
maybe
Oko.
the thought process is that he wants to have enough blockers back to be able to protect his Nissa for another turn.
Yeah.
A little surprised at that exchange though there from Matt, but still ahead in this game.
For sure, but there is Oko, Thief of Crowns, on the battlefield now for Shahar. He's just got a hand of land. Not what you want to see at this point in the game. Wicked Wolf and the animated food token are going to go straight for Nissa. So we will have to see some blocks here. Maybe not both, or just let it through. Nah,
Well,
we're
if
gonna
you,
block.
well, if you let it through, then the Nissa's going to die because you can make a food token with Gilded Goose and then a Wicked Wolf can sacrifice it, so on and so
yeah,
forth.
okay.
So if your intent is to keep your Nissa around, which was Matt made it clear with the 2 blockers that he left back last turn, then he says, okay, then I'm going to do some blocking, make sure my Nissa stays, and that means the next turn I can play Hydrocrisis or Oko, or both, depending on what I want to do. So he's made his intent very clear in which he is hell-bent on keeping Nissa on the battlefield, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I can't blame him. Well, we have seen one Planeswalker get their ultimate off today with Vraska. Will we see Nissa Who Shakes the World? You would think with so many copies of her being played that it would happen in one of these matchups. So I'm kind of holding out for that. Let's see if it gets to that. Obviously, all to play for here for these players. They want to get straight through to day 2 of Mythic Championship 7. They like to kick, just kick up and chill out in the first day. Let everyone else sweat bullets while they're playing Arena in the back. So,
Yeah, not have to worry about a single thing. Do an interview on the couch with Becca
Yeah, it's
or
great.
Paul or something like that, and not have to worry about any magic until the second day of competition. It's a great feeling. You can ask Brad Nelson or Alicia Tian about that, that's for sure.
Hydrocrisis is the play, finds a Watery Grave and a Once Upon a Time format Nass. Nissa's going to get to animating some land very shortly here. And, I mean, do we worry about Oko? Are we swinging in at him or just going straight for face?
Well, 12 is a life total that you can actually interact with in a meaningful way. Had that life total been 20, I think it's almost a lock that you're going towards Oko. Now, I still do think that because Oko is at 5 and there's a swap that could occur the following turn, pardon me, that there's some value in trying to take down Oko if you can. So this is a little bit interesting of a decision here for Matt to make on what matters. It looks like ultimately he's thinking Oko is the card that matters the most. And as you see the 2 copies of Paradise Druid and the 2 copies of Gilded Goose/Geese there for Shahar, one argument you can make here is I just need to make some attacks that make it so that, you know what, I need to get rid of some of your jump blockers.
Yeah.
These things are annoying, and then my real creatures can actually start attacking in a meaningful way. So we're going to see a Once Upon a Time after the double block here. Take a look at a handful of cards here. Will Matt, he'll select one. But this is, things are going pretty well here for Matt, though. That Once Upon a Time is a pretty big whiff, even though he still does have a Nissa rocking and rolling.
I mean, a forest with Nissa on the battlefield is not the worst thing. At least you get a creature next turn. Gilded Geese are going to use their Paradise Druids to make some more food before they kick the bucket and go into the graveyard. And still no Oko. I bet he's itching to get into the battlefield. So, Fable Passage getting cracked, find another land out of the library for Shahar, food token being generated. What will he find off the top? If it's another land, I bet he's going to have some choice words, but it's not. It is a Wicked Wolf.
All right, that's
pretty good.
So that's a little bit better.
Oh, this is actually quite nice. Okay, Nass can make a food token to protect that wolf, so I'm guessing that's not the target here for this one. Big Hydra Jellyfish?
Yeah, so you're able to pretty easily and cleanly take care of this.
Yeah.
Wicked Wolf with it on the stack, sacrifice one of your food tokens. That's a 4/4. It'll of course be tapped, indestructible, all that jazz. Take care of the Hydrocrisis. So problem 1 is solved.
Yeah.
Problem 2 is Nissa sitting on 8.
No, it's nothing scary about indestructible land, Cedric.
No?
Come on. No, that's perfectly fine. This is fine. As the world burns around you.
I'm trying to figure out what swaps Oko can make here that are useful. And it doesn't appear as though there's any great ones, or if turning something into an elk and it's starting to attack Nissa is useful here either. Again, Shahar's done a Matt has done a really nice job of protecting Nissa. So here you've got a Wicked Wolf that can attack here for Shahar. That's a 3/3, and you've got any one of these things that he can turn into a 3/3, right?
Yeah.
With Oko. Either way, there are 2 blockers back here for Matt. So he's saying basically you can't do anything to get to my Nissa to take it off of 8 counters. I'll block whatever you do. I don't care.
Yeah, no meaningful attacks can kill the Gilded Goose, but that's about it. So just going to pass the turn back to Matt Nass. Your turn, go. Let's make that food token with our forest. And let's see a Nissa ultimate with another Nissa off the top. Easy peasy, one time.
Well,
nope, it's a Hydrate Crisis.
Well, Hydrate Crisis isn't bad. I am curious if we're going to see the -8. Now, we did get to see the -9 of Vraska from Matt a little bit earlier in the day. Do we want to see the -8 here from Nissa in just a moment?
Well, I do.
I know you do.
Now's probably not the right time to do it. You know, it is nice to keep a Nissa around without a backup in the holster, so...
So what's actually pretty unique about these games that we're watching Matt play is the access to the ultimates on these Planeswalkers and how he isn't immediately firing them off. Yeah. It's so enticing to want a -8 on Nissa or -9 of Vraska or -5 in Oko. But again, strategic use of these cards is what makes these cards so powerful. And Matt doesn't look like he wants to go that way just yet with his Planeswalker.
I mean, the longer he waits, the more chance there is for Shenhar to find a Noxious Grasp, to find an answer for this Planeswalker. So it's a toss-up. It's like, do I get the benefit now of finding all the forests in my land, or all the forests in my library rather, and getting better draws overall, or do I wait? Do I just give it that one more turn so I can keep my Nissa, find all my forests, and then hit you with indestructible lands?
It's also worth noting, too, that Matt has been very patient with his Oko this game.
Yeah.
He's had the opportunity to play it a couple different times, but he's elected to protect his Nissa instead, so he's clearly protecting Nissa as a priority in this game. Doesn't mean Oko's bad, it's just he's got one goal and one single-minded focus right now. So will he change his focus? It's interesting to find out, because he's just deployed a Swamp. He can still deploy Oko this turn. It looks like he's tapping manually here for Hydroid Crisis.
Okay. What does the Hydroid Crisis find? Now I wonder if this will determine whether or not he does the ultimate with Nissa. So finds a land and finds a second copy of Oko. So does have 2 Planeswalkers sitting in hand. Both copies of Oko, Thief of Crowns. Nissa, who shakes the world, yet to activate. I'm very curious to see what he's going to go for here, and it's going to be the +1. So another land on the battlefield on blocking and attacking duty for Matt Nass. They're not indestructible yet, so if they attack, they will die to a good old Wicked Wolf and a Food Elk. Gilded Goose, making food, no attacks. Straight back to Shenhar's turn, and Breeding Pool off the top. He's been quite unlucky with his draws today.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a little bit of mana flooding here for Shenhar in this particular game. I would never describe Shenhar as unlucky. I don't think he would ever even do that himself. But a couple unfortunate draw steps here where he really could have used something a little bit bigger and better, maybe a Liliana, Casualties of War, Noxious Grass, something like that would have been ideal here for the 2-time world champion. That said, he's still going to do his best to try to win this game, and he's going to start by turning that Hydroid Crisis into a 7/7 Elk now.
I mean, I suppose the one good thing about having so much mana is the geese can just make as much food as you could possibly want to keep these wolves alive and become massive on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, that's not so bad. I mean, these Wicked Wolves are basically unkillable now, but now Matt's going to make his emblem, and part of what Matt wanted to do there is he wanted to make an emblem while he still had Nissa on the battlefield. So he, again, spent another turn making it a priority to protect his 5-mana Planeswalker. Now he gets to go get all the forests out of his deck. His lands are indestructible, and now he's got to be pretty happy with how things are going.
So you can see at the top of the screen there, just selecting every single iteration of a forest that he has in the library, and that was a buttload of land that he got out. So now his draws should be pretty good for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's very few lands left in the deck. Should be drawing mostly spells. There are some bad spells to draw over the course of the game still that are not A+. Something like a Gilded Goose or a Paradise Druid is not ideal in certain spots, but ultimately I think he's increased his percentage of drawing his relevant cards quite a bit.
And probably his chances of winning, too.
Yeah, which is really all you can ask for. So I think Matt's in the driver's seat here, and now he's finally going to deploy one of these Okos that he's had in his hand for a very long time.
Oko, Thief of Crowns on the battlefield. What does he target? Is he just going to make some food so his wolf is indestructible? He does have the goose to do that too with the forest that is still on the battlefield. He's eyeing out these wicked wolves. He's going to turn one of them into a 3/3, making it a 4/4 puppy dog. Just loses the ability though. That's very deceptive because it's still green.
Yeah,
it's like at least a lot of other cards you can see. Oh no, I can't do anything with this one.
Losing the ability is important there because of how many food tokens that Shenhar has, and Shenhar is already thinking about conceding this game now because I think we're getting to a position that's almost untenable here for Shenhar, and there's certainly an argument to be made of when you're playing this high level of Magic against this good of a player in this complicated of a matchup. You can make an argument of saving some mental energy in a spot like this and saying, let me get myself mentally prepared for the third game. I think the chances of Shahar winning this game are about 5% or less. You're going to see some blocks here in just a moment. Remember, only one of those copies of Wicked Wolf can actually sacrifice food because the other one is an elk, even though it doesn't look like it. But also, don't forget, too, is that those lands are indestructible. So they're free to attack.
Yeah.
Right? With nothing bad happening.
It's between a rock and a hard place at this point. So Noxious Grass finally being found, but you are very, very late.
Yes, you are.
Oh, goodness me. So Shahar probably realizing that it's inevitable that Matt Nass will run away with this game with the amount of mana he has. He's got mana sinks in the Hydroid Crasi. I don't know how many he has left, but yeah, certainly advantage to Mr. Nass.
Now, again, remember, because the lands are indestructible, that means that Shahar making any attacks with Wicked Wolves, he's not going to get anywhere with that, because Swamp will block one, Forest will block the other one. So this is where things get really difficult, because really the only way for Shahar to win this game, as far as I can think of, is to get into the air.
Yeah.
In some capacity.
Yeah.
So looks like he's thinking about activating Oko now. And again, this is somewhat unfamiliar territory for both of these players because of the change in Standard with Field that are being banned, and now this version of Standard only being around for a handful of weeks here. Yes, it is being dominated by this Sultai food deck, but these players are still learning the mirror quite a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's information, I suppose, but like you said, where's the point where your mental capacity is more important than seeing what happens in this matchup, for example?
Yep.
So Hydroid Crisis is the only out right now for Shahar, it seems.
It's what it feels like. I mean, there's a potential for Casualties of War to matter. There's the potential for Liliana to matter.
I think he may have boarded those out, though.
Yeah, and if those cards are gone, then, you know, the only reason Shahar would continue to play this game is if he feels as though there's a way for him to win it.
Yeah.
So, for example, he's just taking care of Nissa, which means that those lands that are on the battlefield cannot attack profitably. Nothing can attack profitably right now for Matt because of these Wicked Wolves that are on the battlefield and all the food that they have to eat. Now, again, remember that one Wicked Wolf is an elk, so only one of them can eat the food tokens. But what Shahar's done a nice job of is he's built a battlefield that Matt really can't profitably attack through right now.
I saw him hovering over the library there. I wonder if he's thinking, maybe I can deck him.
Yeah, I find that to be a little bit unlikely, but hey, worth a shot.
Well, 22 cards left in the library, so that's still a ways to go. Lands and Crasi and Wolves and everything going at Mr. Oko. Matt Nass really wants to get this Planeswalker off the battlefield. He found a Vraska Golgari Queen, which could get the job done for him if he so choose. Yeah, I guess we're just going to do some blocks here and try to kill some stuff. So, double blocking on the Hydroid Crisis. Pretty good.
I like that play there from Matt pre-combat, which is turning the other Wicked Wolf into an elk. And if he wants to, if Shahar wants to make that Wicked Wolf larger, he could sacrifice a food token, but that would tap his creatures, so he elected not to do that. Now you're going to see a double block here on the Hydroid Crisis with the Wolves / Elks. So here come all the exchanges, and now Matt, what he's trying to do is just whittle away. Again, remember the lands are indestructible. There's still an active Oko out there. Vraska Golgari Queen looks pretty good right now, as you mentioned. This card can help churn Matt through his deck by sacrificing really whatever he wants. And now we're going to see him finish off that Oko with the Planeswalker.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose playing or keeping Vraska back makes it more enticing for Shahar to block.
Yeah.
He thinks he can keep it safe, but then surprise, Vraska.
And that's really, really good sequencing from that, which is your opponent does not have all the information. You have the information.
Yeah.
So you say, hey, I need to attack, and you can feign that you care about Oko by attacking attack with all of your creature towards it.
Ooh.
And you might not actually care. Now, Hydroid Crisis there, an interesting draw step.
This is rough, though, because that just becomes an elk next turn, so he needs to find a way to protect this. So that's why he's manually tapping, I'm guessing, is to try and find a Noxious Grass to kill Oko. But what he doesn't know is there's another Oko in hand, so I'm pretty sure this dear fishy is going to be for naught.
Yeah, not that, I mean, this is an interesting draw. So we're going to see X = 8 now. If you find a Noxious Grasp and you're able to chain some Hydroid Crisis together, who knows what can happen? I mean, these are good cards that have been drawn.
Yeah.
Anissa, an Oko, a Wicked Wolf. Shahar thought about conceding briefly, but then he elected not to, and that may have been smart. I mean, he's sitting at 18. He's got some big creatures in the battlefield. Again, Matt only has 2 indestructible lands. Matt only has 1 card in his hand. Doesn't mean that Matt can't win this game. I still think that Matt is favored, but Shahar's putting up a pretty good fight here, all things considered.
He is at that, and like we've said, there's a lot of stakes on the line. People want to get through to day 2. They want to get as many Mythic Championship points, or Mythic points as they can, to stay in the MPL, to improve their chances of getting through to Worlds. You know, there's a lot on the line here, so the players aren't just going to be like, okay, scoop it. Let's get to the next one.
Yeah, one thing that's really interesting and notable about Shahar, too, is a lot of people think of him as the kid with the little kid luck, even though he's 26 now. Again, today's his birthday, so happy birthday to him. You know, 2-time world champion, certainly some skill and luck works into going to having those accomplishments. But Shahar plays A+ Magic a high percentage of the time, and that's what I think makes this particular game that we're watching really compelling. There are a lot of spots he could have conceded this game.
Yeah.
He has elected not to concede this game. He feels as though he can win this game, and so. Do I know if he's going to win this game? No. I have no idea if he's going to win this game, but he's certainly going to try.
Yeah, he's putting up the best fight he can, and Vraska is getting to munching on all those lands that Nissa brought out. He's got an abundance of it. You don't really need all that mana. You don't want to draw that many cards with the Hydroid Crisis, especially if you're, a little bit close to decking out there. So just using the extra resources available, drawing cards, gaining life, and finding a Wicked Wolf off the top of the library. Now that can fight something. That can fight the Elk Wolf that's currently on the battlefield. It can't get rid of that Hydroid Crisis at the moment. So that's going to be the play here. The Wicked Wolf they got Elkified is going to go bye-bye. We're going to see an Indestructible Wolf thanks to the food token. And now he's just clearing the way, I think, for a pretty big swing eventually. We'll get there.
Yeah, but and also what kind of makes it interesting is, yes, a pretty big swing eventually, but where's that big swing going to go to now? That question has been answered. We're going to be going after Oko, which, okay. That's totally fair. Now, again, these lands are indestructible, so blocking those doesn't really do a lot for those food tokens. And then you could put this Hydroid Crisis in front of the Wolf token if you wanted to. And so this is some interesting blocking, too, because you put a Hydroid Crisis in front of the Swamp. You put a food token in front of the Wicked Wolf. Now, Oko's down to 2, but Oko's not dead yet, which means that Shahar would like another use out of the Planeswalker. So again, not giving up yet.
As we expected, the Hydroid Crisis being Elkified, so no more threat in the air for Shahar. Also, not wanting to put the Hydroid Crisis in the way of the Wicked Wolf, because I think he had the ability to make 2 more extra food tokens, or an extra food token, allowing him to take care of it. So, but again, Oko doing Oko things and making Elks. I'm just going to call him Elko from now on. So Elko can make something into a food token, can generate more food. We have 2 copies of Nissa. We have a Wicked Wolf for Shahar. What does he want to do? How important or how much of a difference would it make being able to ultimate his own Nissa, for example?
A good question, for sure. This game is starting to really, really get into the nitty-gritty here, which really does make this interesting. I haven't actually seen a game in this style of matchup go this long before.
Yeah.
Normally when someone has a Nissa, and Matt had a Nissa for so long, normally the game is over. And again, I still think that Matt is advantaged here, but this is getting messier and messier as we go.
I like this, getting rid of this goose.
Yeah, and I think this is really interesting because, again, these players are sitting at very high life totals. Let's not forget about that. They both have Planeswalkers. One of them does have a Vraska, so that's kind of a unique Planeswalker that's on the battlefield. And then we get into this weird game of who uses their Okos better or how are they going to go about using them. So this is all getting a little bit strange and weird because, we're also talking about a player in Shahar that has an 11/11 Hydroid Crisis that cannot attack with anything resembling nothing useful with this attack because
it's on chump duty now, basically.
Well, it's just going to be blocking because if it attacks, it gets blocked by an indestructible land.
Yeah.
So it doesn't do anything because it's an elk, so it doesn't have trample or flying. So these battlefields are getting so gummed up now that I'm curious what Shahar's plan is to win the game outside of potentially, and I can't believe I'm saying this, decking Matt.
Yeah. I mean, he had a look earlier. He's curious. I think if he can stave off Matt for a little while. Looks like he wants to fire off the second Nissa here, who shakes the world and just, gum up the battlefield as much as possible. Like, if not, why not? It's a win. A win's a win. You're going to take it.
I mean, he is
curious indeed.
Wow.
You sound flabbergasted.
Well, I'm thinking of this in the context of how much we've watched this matchup. I'm thinking of this in the context of how much I've tested this matchup for the Mythic Championship that's happening next week in Richmond, and how the games, I haven't run into this scenario yet. So I'm actually learning along with the viewers at home, learning along with you in the booth here, Ailey, and also I imagine that Matt and company are also just kind of like, I've never been in this spot before. like getting rid of Vraska is important.
Yeah, because we saw how that went last time.
Like the emblem with Vraska matters. The minus killing a Planeswalker matters.
Yeah.
The plussing of just sacrificing a land or a food token and drawing another card. That's 2 cards a turn. That matters. But Matt also doesn't really want to draw 2 cards a turn because he doesn't want to get closer to decking himself. But he may want to draw 2 cards a turn because he's looking for something in particular. Either way, I think we're going to see Vraska die. Now we're going to see something become a 3/3. It's going to be this food token, it looks like.
Shahar certainly not giving up and just keeping his Planeswalker safe, keeping his life total safe, and just making Matt Nass work incredibly hard for this victory. I like that he got rid of the goose because there's no more food generation barring the other Oko and the current Oko that's on the battlefield, so never mind. There's still plenty of food generation there, but at least it's a flying threat, well, a blocker, I suppose, out of the way. Does he have any more Hydra Crisis?
Well, that's the question. I can't imagine either player sacrifice, or I can't imagine either player sideboard any of these out. Now, Matt looks like he's going to get a land out of his deck with Fabled Passage, or he may have just sacrificed the Fabled Passage just to see what he has left. Now, this could be a game breaker. Now, how does this work itself into the equation? Great question. Liliana is a very complicated card. Now, we saw Shenhar win the last game with it because Nass could never get to it. Nass eventually tapped out and gave up.
Yeah.
In this game, Shenhar may never be able to get over to Matt's Liliana, where we have seen Matt be aggressive with his attacks.
Yeah.
He may slow way down now and just say, hey, make a zombie, make a zombie, make a zombie, get to the -9 with that.
But then you just attack, and every time something dies, the lands don't die, so yeah. Liliana draws cards, and then you deck him. 19 cards left, go.
Yeah, I mean, that's also true. You know, if Matt's creatures die, he's drawing a card every time, and so some decking could work itself into the equation. So, you know, what the heck happens now?
Ooh, switcheroony here. Food for a wolf. Now, in response, can't make a food, right? There's not enough mana for it? No, so can't make food, can't make the wolf into a 4/4 to basically make Oko whiff. Or can he? No, yes, he does. This is on the battlefield, duh. Right, so there we go. Food, wolf's gonna munch it, becomes a 4/4, Oko no touchy. Nice. Does he still get the food though? No, because it whiffs, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay. All right, so Nissa, Oko, Liliana, Vraska is dead. All these planeswalkers doing the things they want to do. And now it's just everyone swinging in at Nissa, who shakes the world on Shenhar's side of the battlefield. Woohoo!
Yeah, I mean, we have worked ourselves into a real mess here, to say the least. So, okay.
No blocks, it's dead.
All right, Nissa down.
Yeah, that's 2 Nissas. He's gone through 2 of his planeswalkers.
Yeah. Okay, so now here's Lily, post-combat.
Hello, Lily. Okay, what does she do? We're going to go out the battlefield? We're going to kill some stuff?
No, we're definitely zombie.
Yeah, we're zombie.
We're not minusing at all. We're working towards -9. So another thing that's a little interesting is Watery Grave is just a horrific draw step, that makes things a little bit easier. So Oko's ability to make things into an elk with no text. Now the lands.
Lands are indestructible.
The lands are indestructible because of the emblem.
Yes. So there's no real point in attacking with the Hydro Crisis unless he's hoping the zombie blocks. I don't know.
So there's an attack. Yep, okay, so now he turns it, and now it loses. Does it lose indestructible because of this? Yes.
Oh.
Okay. So that's a way to work through the lands, which is you deal them lethal damage, then you elk them, and then they lose their indestructible. So that's a way to go about doing stuff here.
Okay. Very, very clever indeed, Mr. Shenhar. You know, there's a reason he's a back-to-back world champion.
Yeah, it's not an accident, trust me. It is not an accident.
Goodness me, all right.
Now,
so this is very interesting.
What's interesting about that was how did he just realize that now?
I don't know. We'll have to ask him afterwards. I'm sure Paul, if he wins this, I'm sure Paul will ask him that question.
Yeah, did he realize that right away? Did he just figure this out right now? Because there are games that you play of Magic where you realize something midstream where you're like, oh man, I didn't even think I could do that. Okay, you know, and then your brain turns on and then you want to change to actually doing that over the course of the game. So this is getting I mean, this is
spicy. That's the first time I've seen that. So kudos to Shenhar for showing us a nifty trick that I bet we're going to see in every single matchup going forward.
Okay, Shenhar's going to give up, finally.
Whew, he put up a good fight. That was insane. All 4 Wicked Wolves in the battlefield there for Nass. So we are tied up at 1 apiece. This is a marathon of note. What do the players have left in the tank? Cedric, what do you even do here for sideboard?
Well, we saw like some counter spells come in. We saw some duresses come. We got some Veils of Summer here. What's so interesting about all of these cards is that they are all situationally dependent. There will be times when they are good. There will times and they be an A+. There will be times when they are bad, and they will be the equivalent of an F-. and that's what is really interesting in this spot. Is you can make an argument, again, I talked about this earlier, of bringing in Veil and Duress and everything else. You can make an argument until you're blue in the face, and the person could argue back with you and say, well, what happens when you're just getting beaten down, you draw a negate? Oh, I guess I lose. What happens when you get beaten down, you're just drawing a Veil Summer? I guess I lose. You know, what happens in the situations that these cards aren't their best at, and what the answer to that question is they're horrible. They're absolutely horrible. So this is really, really hard. This is really hard.
See him eyeing out the Liliana Dreadhorde General. We've seen how impactful she's been on the matchup, so no surprise really to see her come back in. Wonder if we'll see casualties of war. No?
Doesn't look like it.
You're thinking about it though, aren't you? That's such a cool inclusion in his deck. I really enjoyed it. I was like, cool, I'm going to blow up absolutely everything almost except an enchantment. So
yeah, and Matt talked about that when he was talking to Paul too, about how Casualty of Wars can be a 10 out of 10 and it can also be a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Because there'll be a spot where it just kills like a land and a creature and you're still getting beaten down and you're just like, well, that didn't really do
didn't pan out
much
how
of
I hoped
anything.
for it
It's
to.
also 6 mana and hard to cast, takes double black and double green. So, you know, it's impactful and it has a lot of text, but sometimes it can be absolutely horrible.
So just taking a little bit of extra time here, going into this final game between Matt Nass and Shenhar. They are in the lower finals. One of these players will go off to fight Shota Yasooka in what's essentially a mirror match, barring the lack of any black cards in Shota's deck. Now, his performance was actually really, really good against Sultai, so I'll be curious to see how that shakes up eventually against one of these Sultai food decks when we eventually get there. But first things first, let's see how this final game shakes out. Kicking things off here, we've got a Gilded Goose of Once Upon a Time, Veil of Summer in hand, not terrible. We have the Veil of Summer, we have the Once Upon a Time to find a second source of mana, which is great. We also have the Goose to help us ramp, but Fabled Passage is not the land you want to find, as you may have heard from my colleagues' distaste for it.
I mean, it's a land.
It's not the land you want, though.
I don't hate having a land, but
it's a bit of an icky one.
Oh,
finding a Hydroid Crisis, so Fabled Passage it is. That's a bit of a yikes, but you know what? We'll just let it sit there and crack it on the end step.
Kill the goose. I mean, it's so easy for me to say because I can see Matt's hand. It's just like, yeah, kill the goose, man. But also, if he tries to kill the goose, he gets veiled. Yeah.
Then he gets another card,
He's
which
sick.
you kind of don't want. Oh, that's not a land either, but it is an Oko. But Oko would just get munched on by the Noxious Grass. Does he fire it off here? He does not. Okay, now it's all a case of I'm going to protect my stuff against your removal, firing off perhaps the Noxious Grasp on the end step. That would be pretty much ideal for Shenhar. He does have Veil Summon to protect it. He wants to find another card, but Matt Nass declines. All right, so a bit of a slow start for both players. No turn to Okos to speak of.
So now we're gonna have these players stare at each other.
There we go. All right, now this is good. So
All right,
Goose is dead.
So now if you're Matt, you get to fire off a Noxious Grasp.
Yep.
Okay.
No Veil of Summer.
You kill the goose and you hope your opponent doesn't draw a third land. That's what you do now, because if they do, they get to deploy an Oko. That's a stinky Veil of Summer.
Ooh. Okay, that's 2 Veil of Summers, though. Do you ever fire off both if you, like, get duressed or something? I mean,
depends on what I will say it depends on what the first one draws. I will say that. Again, this is, so you're seeing the floor in Veil of Summer. You're not seeing the ceiling.
Yeah.
You're seeing how bad it can be. Now, there are spots where it can be really freaking good, and there are spots where it can be absolutely horrible. Now, this is one of those times
where it's
really
horrible.
absolutely horrible.
So, could fire off the Veil of Summer here just because of Vraska being cast, and it looks like he's going to do that. So what do we draw? It's a land. All right, so let's hold on to that other Veil of Summer, most likely.
Maybe. You might want to fire it off. Okay, so now there's a Noxious Grasp. So, Overrun Tomb is going to almost certainly enter the battlefield untapped. Be a little surprised
Is
if
Matt
it didn't.
missing another green source? It looks like he is.
Yeah, he's only got 1 green right now. So are we going to see a Noxious Grasp right away? And do you want to kill Vraska? I mean, kind of.
If he draws a green, that's Nissa online, let's go. But it is a Gilded Goose, so Nissa's going to have to wait her turn to shake some worlds. No, just, you can almost feel his, like, irritation. It's like, oh, come on, why are you not a green source? Technically it is, but, you know. Just a little bit late.
Yeah, it's like a green source on suspended. You also don't love casting Hydroid Races for 2 because the 2/2 sucks in the matchup.
Oh,
and
3
you're hoping
Nissas.
to draw a land. So now you've got 3 Nissas. You've got 2 more copies of Hydroid Races. You've got a Gilded Goose in hand. So neither player's hands are coming together. Now he's going to sacrifice. What's he going to sacrifice? Anything? Or he's going to sacrifice
goodbye,
that
Fishy. You are
brick.
useless. Oh, goodness me. What are these hands, Cedric? What happened? Did they use all of their good draws early in the game?
Maybe in that marathon game 2 that we saw. So now Veil Summer can be That can be cast to draw a card. I mean, you're seeing the floor on this card, but what you're also seeing is the fact that it can cycle.
Oof. Yeah. I mean, the cycle effect is good if you're in a pinch, and Shenhar is definitely in a pinch. You can see the game telling him, you're going to have to discard some stuff. But firing off that Noxious Grasp and Gilded Goose gets him a little bit of board presence here. He has 3 food tokens to none. He has got a goose to none. But now we're going to see Nissa, who shakes the world, breaks some stuff, and mostly wins games, and he's got 2 copies in the holster as backup.
Yeah, this game has taken a negative turn here for Shenhar because you've got Nissa. You're going to see an attack here for 3. Shenhar's going to fall down to 16. Post-combat, play Paradise Druid, pass the turn back. And now you're able to accelerate. You're able to continue to basically play 2 spells in 1 turn. Nissa was Paradise Druid in 1 turn, maybe a large Hydroid Krasis next turn, so on and so forth. So a huge draw step there for Matt. It looks like he might go towards Goose instead of Druid, but yeah, ultimately he's going to use all of his mana, play the Druid, which of course does have hexproof, pass the turn back, and Shenhar is bumbling, stumbling, and fumbling, and I don't know how he's supposed to get back in this one now.
Oy. Okay, well, we can Wicked Wolf. We can kill that forest that's just entered the battlefield by sacrificing one of the other food tokens that he's amassed so far. This is a bit yikes. This is a bit of a yikes here for Shenhar. No 2 ways about it. He needs to find land. He needs to get something on the battlefield that challenges the Nissa. And right now, he is just drawing absolute blanks. Gilded Goose is the draw step for Matt Nass. He's got an abundance of stuff and things he can do. He can fire off a pretty big jellyfish here if he wants to. Tapping that land and Nissa animating it can double dip if he wants to. He's got the Paradise Druid as well, so how much is this jellyfish worth?
Yeah, that's a good question, is how much does he want to cast Graces for? It looks like he wants to cast it for the full amount. Yeah, just do it for 6, draw a bunch of cards, find some lands. You know, you can play a Fabled Passage, sacrifice that for a forest, deploy something afterward if you want to. So again, this is one of the more traditional games in the matchup, unlike game number 2 that we watched in the Food Mirror, where the player who has Nissa for 2 turns uncontested generally wins the game, which is why we put so much stress on, oh, they played a Nissa and the opponent doesn't have one, or how good is turn 3 Nissa in the matchup? It's the best thing to do in the matchup in most instances.
So Matt Nass just deciding if he wanted to fire for the 1 spot at a time, but opting instead for the Goose, so 1 mana. Oh, he's got 2 geese, never mind. Both geese, all right, gaggle of geese assemble, let's go. Now, you've got to say, Matt Nass very much has the advantage here.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's hugely advantaged. Yeah, this is a gigantic advantage here for Matt. A Noxious Grasp is fine, but it's a little bit too late because Noxious Grasp wants to kill Hydroid Krasis, but it also wants to kill Nissa, who shakes the world. I would argue that it has to kill Nissa, who shakes the world, and killing that, when Matt has 2 more copies, Matt won't mind all that much.
Jeez. You know, it's fine having a Nissa, but having 3 is just, that's just rude. So here comes Vraska Golgari Queen. It seems that's going to be the play here for Shenhar. It can target that Hydroid Krasis and kill it. Guessing that's what he's going for.
There are worse plays here, which is this comes down, kill Hydroid Krasis, Wicked Wolf, attack the Nissa if you want to, or Wicked Wolf can play defense. Well, it looks like it's going to, but if Wicked Wolf is playing defense, that means it's not playing offense. It wasn't going to kill Nissa anyway.
He's just found an answer for the Wolf anyway, so... Wolf not used. It gets lost to the other Wicked Wolf from Matt Nass's side of the battlefield. He's got 2 food tokens to make it indestructible, whereas Shenhar does have none. So there's a blocker out the way, and he can just start swinging face. Take care of the Vraska, 2 lands to face, possibly, unless he's worried about losing his Paradise Druid, but yeah, this is... Matt Nass is just running away with the game.
Yeah, no, this is really, really good news here for old Matt Nass. He's able to take care of the Vraska with the Paradise Druid, get some damage in here, post-combat, play a spell if he wants to. And everything is really good here for Nasty Matt. That is for sure.
He's such a nice guy.
He's like the nicest guy.
It's so shocking almost to hear you call him nasty.
Nasty Matt. He's getting nasty right now.
He is getting nasty right now, and I bet you he's loving it. He's like, oh, thank goodness I don't have to go through that second matchup again.
Yes.
Goodness me. All right, so Shenhar, what does he do? Does he have any answers here? He can come up the battlefield with a few little cheap blockers. He's got Ochre to make things into Elks. He can kill things, but he's lacking the mana to do all of that with any rapidity. So, yeah.
This is... Matt still has a decision on what he wants to do this turn. He's got, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's got access to 5 mana right now. He's just going to pass the turn back. Play some Once Upon a Times on his opponent's end step, almost assuredly. Overgrown Tomb's a little late to this here party, especially because it's going to cost 2 life.
Ouch.
This is one of the spots where, as good as Nissa is, Nissa can't catch up. And I think that's what makes things a little bit difficult here. So Noxious Grasp is going to take care of Nissa to prevent Nissa from going ultimate or making more 3/3s, which, okay, sure. But again, it's just not It's not the ideal exchange. I guess Shenhar gets a small moral victory by killing.
It's like, I killed your planeswalker and I scoop.
By killing Nissa that dominated that game, but ultimately, nasty Matt.
Oh yeah.
Moving on.
Big congrats to Matt Nass. Moving on, getting more mythic points, racking those up, which is really significant for him, and it's great to see him moving back up. Shenhar, he's doing fine in mythic points. You know, he can have a happy birthday.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go and
I'm
face
sure he's
another
enjoying his
Oko
26th birthday right now, for sure. I mean, really good gameplay between those two players. I mean, they're two of the very best. Obviously, they're in the MPL. We get to see them on MPL Weekly and playing those Mythic Championships. And those games, they're a lot. There's a lot of decisions, a lot of back and forth. Unfortunately, that third game, short on lands there for Shenhar, but good games nonetheless.
Well, and game 2 was absolutely remarkable with that early maybe concede from Shenhar, and then he stuck it out.
Yep.
All right, well, let's see what Matt Nass had to say after his win with Palcheon.
I am here with Matt Nass playing a match that was, I guess, grindy, maybe, would be a bit of an understatement to describe what happened that match. I mean, Matt, okay, you know what? There's so many different things that happened. Kind of tell us what you felt about the match.
Oof. So that was one of the crazier matches I've played, especially for that high stakes, because this is the semifinals, essentially. The winner of this moves on to play Shota in the finals. And it was just nuts. Game 1, I felt like I was in a good position, but I actually made kind of an arena blunder where I played Nissa, and I had 2 forests up planning to cast Wicked Wolf. But I wanted to plus the Nissa first so that I would get some value out of it, even if it got Noxious Grasp. The problem is, Arena doesn't give you in opening there if it gets Noxious Grasp, because it sees I have no instance in my hand. And so it doesn't see a need to let you respond. So instead of getting to float 4 mana in response to the Noxious Grasp, I was stuck with just 3 and couldn't play the Wolf. And that allowed me to not really pressure Shahar's Nissa, I believe, and I just fell really far behind from that. So, and then game 1 still went on for a while, but then the Liliana ultimate eventually got me. I thought I might ultimate my Liliana in that game, and then Shenhar ultimated his. So that was pretty crazy. Then I'm like trying to refocus and get, kind of centered for game 2. And I think I might have made some mistakes in game 2 as well, but I managed to pull out the insanely grindy game where I have the Nissa emblem, but Shenhar has like this giant Hydroid Krasis, and I don't actually have that many animated lands. And yeah, maybe I could have optimized to keep the lands a little better. It was definitely a tricky situation. And I, like, for example, even on the last turn, I like blocked a Krasis with a land, because I had thought about the trick where you plus Oko on a land before, but I'm like, oh, it'll just be a 6/6, it's no problem. But of course, Hydroid Krasis was an 11/11, so it had 11 damage on it. So even 6/6 wasn't enough. So that was just crazy. And then game 3 was actually a bit anticlimactic because Shar had the awkward draw. I also saw that he like kind of thought for a while after playing that Overgrown Tomb. I think he meant to shock with it and play Noxious Grasp, or didn't realize he didn't have black yet. So that was also a little bit awkward. But one way or another, I got the job done, so I guess that's what matters in the end.
I mean, when you play a match that long, it like there is something to be said for kind of the mental game, right? Like at some point, you're just so exhausted because that game 2 had to have been 30 or 40 minutes, right, at least. And,
yeah, I think so.
And that went on forever. And and one thing that really impressed, of course, it's not to anybody's surprise, was just like the versatility of Oko. The fact that you were able to, both of you were using Oko to make Hydroid Krasis bigger but easier to manage by turning it into a large, 11/11 creature instead of an 8/8 trample. I mean, we saw that multiple times over the course of this match.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where when you have a small Hydroid Krasis like Tutu or something, you often Oko it yourself to make it a 5, because 5/5 ground creature is better than 2/2 flyer. But when you're dealing with a big Hydroid Krasis, even though it's going to get bigger, it's going to lose the flying, it's going to lose the trample, and that's well worth it.
Yeah, and Liliana seemed like a card that was really impressive. I'm looking at these deck lists, and a lot of people are playing cards like Noxious Grasp and Vraska, but there doesn't really seem to be a lot of answers for Liliana. Is she maybe the key to the mirror?
I think she's an important part of it, yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if the reason why Shenhar and I were battling in the semifinals as opposed to some of the other Sultai players is because we had that where other people may have had Garruk that's vulnerable 2 Noxious Grasp. So I don't know if it's a Mirror Trump because a lot of the games are tempo-y and the card's slow, but it's definitely a card that can be great in at least the games like the ones that Shahar and I played that go really long in the Mirror.
And this match was a bit long, but you're gonna be in it for another match here up against Shota Yasooka in yet another food mirror. Now, this is of course going to be slightly different because he is on the Simic deck. I think I had already asked you before, but do you still feel kind of the same way? I mean, it looks like he's going for a bit more of a tempo-oriented strategy. Who do you think's favored here?
Yeah, so Shota has Brazen Borrower and Ether Gust, which are more tempo-y cards, as you said, but he doesn't really have as many ways to permanently remove a threat. You play a Giant Hydroid Krasis, he can maybe bounce it back to the top or bounce it back to your hand, but he's not going to permanently eliminate that. Same goes for Nissa. If he can attack it, that's great, but if the board is stalled, it's tough for him. So I think the longer games will likely go to me, but the shorter games, having the extra flyers and those tempo spells does give Shota, and the better mana base, right? Not having to play the swamps and the watery graves and the fabled passages. The shorter games may go to Shota. So that's kind of how it'll play out. Overall, I think it's really close and could go either way.
All right, Matt, we're going to give you maybe a minute or two to reset.
Yes, please.
Because you have another long match ahead of you. Best of luck next round. And back to you, Becca.
Thanks, Paul.
Welcome back to MPL Weekly. I'm Becca Scott, of course, here with Cedric Phillips and Alias V, and we are watching Okos and Nissas go at it, aren't we?
Boy, are we ever. I mean, Nissas are running wild. And hey, even some other Planeswalkers are joining the fun. We've seen Liliana, we've seen Vraska, we saw a little taste of Garruk. So if you like salty-colored magic, you are in the right place for sure.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of geese in particular. Well, let's show you the bracket we've been working with today. Of course, we just saw Shahar Shenhar and Matt Nass in the lower finals there. Nass took it 2-0, but not without a fight. And now he's on to the grand finals against Yasooka on Simic Food. Similar decks, but slight variation without the splash of black for Shota, which got him to the grand final so far. And what do you know about these players in this head-to-head here, Cedric?
I mean, both these players obviously great members of the MPL, very accomplished players. Shota is a Hall of Famer. I think Matt Nass is on his way to a Hall of Fame career for sure. We're seeing Sultai Food on one side, Simic Food on the other. And again, the reason to play Simic Food and not Splash Black is to have a more tempo-oriented approach with Brazen Borrower and main deck copies of Ether Gust. So we're going to see if Shota's able to use that to his advantage. He was able to do that so far throughout this split. Obviously, there's a boatload of Sultai Food in this split, so he consciously made this decision. It's not like he didn't know Sultai Food existed, and he just felt like he would get the edge in the matchup. And now, in order for him to lose, he has to lose twice.
Absolutely.
Right?
This is going to be best of 3 matches, and we have changes this a little bit from previous divisions. So the player who goes straight to the grand finals doesn't automatically have an advantage here. It's going to be best of 3 matches, which means we're going to see at least 2 more matches today.
Fair enough. I mean, more mirrors, and I know if some of us have been joining us, these games have gone a little bit long, especially that game 2 of the last match, but it is worth noting that Shota's playing a much more tempo-oriented build of the deck, so things aren't going to get gummed up as much. If things are going the way he wants them to go, it's going to be Petty Theft and Brazen Borrower and finishing games off pretty quickly, and if things are going the way that Matt wants them to go, it's interaction and then building too much of an advantage where Shota just can't come back at all.
Yeah, the Simic deck performed really, really well in the first showing that we saw at the beginning of the day, so I'm looking forward to seeing it pull off the exact same thing.
Sure, maybe Shota will make it go a little quicker for us here because we have an extra live stream waiting, a charity stream after this, so make sure you stick around for that after the show. But right now, we're ready for our first match of the grand finals. Shota Yasooka versus Matt Nass.
Taking a look at the opening hands here, Fabled Passage, Watery Grave, Noxious Grasp, Once Upon a Time, and Oko, as well as a pair of Wicked Wolves. So if you keep this in, Once Upon a Time is hoping to find Matt Nass a forest.
It's looking to find a forest or it's looking to find a Paradise Druid because Fabled Passage will take care of the green mana, and then Watery Grave, of course, is mana number 2 for Paradise Druid number 1. So one thing you're actually not looking for here is Gilded Goose because you can't play it on turn number 1. Now, I do think this hand is still a keep, and it's definitely a keep because he's on the play. If he were on the draw, this hand would, I think, would be pretty bad. So Breeding Pool's okay. Start with the Fabled Passage still. That's still going to get your green mana and move along accordingly.
Taking a look at the other hand, we've got a Gilded Goose into a Paradise Druid, as well as Once Upon a Time, now twice in the hand of Yasooka. So what's he looking for?
I mean, Wicked Wolf, just a little something to kind of move things along. Not a land, most likely, but what this hand does open up is the ability to play potentially a turn 3 Nissa. Now, again, do remember, because the opponent in Matthew Nass does have copies of Noxious Grasp in his deck, that means that turn 3 Nissa isn't the end-all, be-all like we saw it be at the Mythic Championship a little bit earlier in this format. So, still a great play, but you already see the Noxious Grasp in hand there for Nass, so if a turn 3 Nissa did show up, he'd be able to take care of it.
Exactly right. So just deciding which land he wants to deploy onto the battlefield. Oko will be coming out on turn 3, which is a bit of a feels bad for the Thief of Crowns, who likes to make a turn 2 appearance, but no Goose to speak of for Matt Nass. The Goose is, however, on the side of Shota Yasooka. He's got a bunch of lands, hopefully finding something more worthwhile, more substantial with Once Upon a Time. Paradise Druid can help him ramp into a turn 3 Nissa like you mentioned, and I bet everyone would like to see that.
Now, you mentioned the Gilded Goose that is on Shota's side, and it's a question of how long is it going to be there, and the answer is not very. So Noxious Grass is going to take care of that. Now, again, Matt thinking long and hard about that play before making it, because Noxious Grass has a lot of things it wants to kill in this matchup, most notably Planeswalkers. The idea there was to slow down Shota's mana acceleration. Shota does have a copy of Paradise Druid, to continue to accelerate. So, still doing fine in that regard. Oko's going to come down here for Nass, make a food token, and we'll move back on to the Hall of Famer.
Drawing some more land there for Shota's not what he wants to find. He's ramping, but what is he ramping into? He has to find something worthwhile. Not going to fire off the Once Upon a Time, wants to make sure that Oko can't make his hexproof critters into Elks, because obviously as soon as they're tapped, they lose their hexproof. So they're going to hang out and just provide some ramp into something hopefully useful for Yasooka.
Yeah, a little bit interesting here. Now, attacking the Oko, obviously, you can knock it down from 6 loyalty to 4. It makes a little bit of sense to not do that because of the ability for Oko to turn the Paradise Druid into an Elk and slow down some mana acceleration. But more importantly, interested in casting Once Upon a Time on the end step so you can take the right card depending on what Matt does on his turn. Also, you don't want to leave your Paradise Druid open to being chomped alive by a Wicked Wolf. So all these decisions make a lot of sense here for Yasooka. And we'll see what Nass wants to do in his 4th turn of the game, given that he does have an active Oko at this stage of things.
So just taking his time here, deciding what it is he wants to do. He can animate that food token. The wolf doesn't have any good targets right now. It is just a 3/3 on the battlefield if he wants some blockers, but perhaps just animating this land is what we will see from Matt Nass. Does have a spare Oko in hand, so doesn't really hate losing the current one that's on the battlefield if Shota decided to turn his attention to it. So just taking his time with this.
Again, a lot to think of here for Nass. Nass has talked about it in his interviews with Paul Chian about how there's so much on the line here, staying in the MPL, potentially qualifying for Worlds, getting a buy in the Mythic Championship, 7 straight in a day, number 2 of competition. Again, that Mythic Championship will be taking place the first week of December here on this channel, twitch.tv/magic. So, there's a lot on the line here for Nass and Shota in this matchup. It looks like Nass is just going to go towards Hydroid Krasis. Just make a 2/2, gain a little bit of life. Looks like he might be turning that food token into an Elk, so not the best turn we've seen this weekend.
It felt a little clunky,
yeah,
for sure. But I think he knows what's important in this matchup, and that is obviously Planeswalker advantage and turning stuff into Elks. But there's a Wicked Wolf off the top of the library for Shota, so he can kill some stuff. Wondering what he would find to ramp into. He does have the Temple of Mystery to help him scry, find something. He also has the Mobilized District, which we haven't seen. Did we see it activated earlier?
In one of the replays,
yes.
But in actual gameplay, not just yet. So Wicked Wolf is a nice little turn here. Going to play that. Looks like he's going to eat a food to take care of the food token. So what's notable about that exchange is that now you can start to get into Oko a little bit here. Nice. Now, if Hydroid Krasis wants to trade with the Paradise Druid, so be it. Yeah. It can certainly do that.
That's what it's going to do. So just 2 points of damage going through towards Oko. If Matt Nass decides to block the damage.
But we got to focus on what the bigger problem is here for Shota, which is 3 lands in hand.
Yeah.
That last turn, he had the opportunity to play a temple if he wanted to. He elected not to. So that's almost certainly going to be his land the next turn, unless he draws a 5-mana spell to play, like a Nissa. Perhaps he'll play that instead. But this is a tough exchange here for Shota as well, because now his Wicked Wolf is going to bite the dust. Matt's going to win this exchange between the wolves, and now Shota has a Paradise Druid and lands and a really important draw step.
Okay. Nissa, though, that's great.
Okay.
That is an awesome draw for Shota. With all this land, you want something to make it count or make it matter, and that is, of course, Nissa, who shakes the world, but there is a Noxious Grasp in the hand of Matt Nass, so he's going to decide if he wants to deploy it this turn or hang back until he can find some way to work around that Noxious Grasp.
Now, you did mention this was probably the best draw step here for Shota this turn, and I would agree. Now, again, Shota doesn't know that the opponent has a Noxious Grasp, and I think he can probably assume that maybe he doesn't have one since he's already played a copy. So, statistically, the likelihood of him having another copy of Noxious Grasp is a little bit low. So I think we're going to see Nissa get deployed here. Curious to see what it's going to be targeting with the activation. Forest, Breeding Pool, Mobilized District. You can make arguments for all three with the Nissa Plus here. But one thing that Shota has to start to do to get back into this game, given how weak his hand is right now, is he's got to work on that Oko.
Yeah.
He's got to start on the Planeswalker there and see what he can get done from that stage.
I love it when Nissa targets the Mobilized District because it still keeps its ability. So it can become a 6/6, I believe. That's a pretty cool interaction there with Nissa, who shakes the world, and the Mobilized District. Now, the question is, will we see Nissa this turn, or are we just going to get an attack in with the Mobilized District on Mr. Oko? He's thinking long and hard about this, but maybe. Here it comes. Nissa, who shakes the world, enters the fray. He's going to target a land. It's just going to be a forest. And swinging in for 5 points of damage at Oko. Ooh, speaking of Nissa who shake the world, here is another one, this time in the hand of Matt Nass. Doesn't have another land, though, to deploy it.
Now, Matt is in the situation where he's a little bit bottlenecked. And what I mean by that is he can only play one spell per turn.
Yeah.
When this deck is operating on all cylinders, it's when he can do multiple things per turn and play multiple spells a turn. So right now, he's got the option. I want to play Noxious Grass. Do I want to play Wicked Wolf? Do I want to activate Oko and then play another Oko for some reason? So he's got to think about all of that stuff. What's important for Matt right now is that he does have a 4/4 Wicked Wolf back on defense. He's got what you could argue is the best thing going on the battlefield as far as creatures are concerned, because this Wicked Wolf is bigger than the creatures that Shota has on the battlefield. And Noxious Grasp is going to take care of the Planeswalkers. So now if you're Shota, now would be a great time to draw Brazen Borrower.
Does he do it? He finds another Wicked Wolf, which isn't too shabby, but is not doing anything worthwhile on this battlefield, considering the other food token and the Wicked Wolf with the already counter. Well, he's already got the counter on him, so that's going to hang back for a bit. I think we're going to see the Temple of Mystery come down, perhaps. Nope. Firing off the land. And Mobilized District.
Okay.
There we go.
I was a little curious if this was going to happen. What this is right now is this is Shota putting a huge onus on saying, I have to kill Oko.
Yeah.
I have no choice. I have to get this off the battlefield. It's causing too many problems. It's too powerful of a card, which means that Matt Nass gets a free block.
Yeah.
What do you want to kill? Do you want to kill my forest? Do you want to kill my Mobilized District? You tell me. It looks like Matt wants to go after the forest, and so that means bang, bang, bang. Goodbye Oko, goodbye forest. But this is an exchange that Shota felt like he had to make to keep himself in this game. He doesn't know that Matt's hand has all goodies in it, and it mostly does.
Yes, indeed. So now just deciding, do I want to fire off my replacement Oko, or do I want to try and make it so I can definitely play Nissa next turn, provided my goose doesn't die. We know that there's a Wicked Wolf in the hand of Yasooka, so he can kill that goose. So if Matt Nass doesn't draw a land, then Nissa's still not on the battlefield for him.
Well, one thing I really like about this turn is you're going to see Oko turn a food token into a 3/3. Is again, we've got the ability here for for Matt to play 2 spells in 1 turn. You saw Gilded Goose plus Oko. Those are the kind of things that you want to do when you're playing this Simic food deck or Sultai food deck, where you really start to run away with things.
Yeah.
The power level of your deck is so high that one of the restrictions you have is the inability to play multiple spells in 1 turn. You can play some of your spells ahead of schedule, but actually playing like Wicked Wolf plus Nissa in the same turn, that's really hard.
Yeah.
But you have to think about on the other side of things is when I do play Nissa plus Wicked Wolf in the same turn, who the heck's going to beat me, right? So if you can play multiple spells in 1 turn, that's when your deck kicks into overdrive, and that's where Matt's trying to get to.
Wicked Wolf threatening an attack. Gonna keep back that 3/3 food token to protect Oko, most likely. What is the draw here for Shota? That is another forest. It's not what you want to see, but this Wicked Wolf has a pretty easy target in the Gilded Goose. So now Matt Nass has to draw a land in order to play his own Nissa who shakes the world. Temple of Mystery will scry something to the top or bottom for Shota. It's a questing beast. Hello. Where do you sit? Do you sit on top?
Yeah, and so see, here's one of the problems with Questing Beast in the matchup. Just take a look at the battlefield the Matt has
there's
right now.
a big wolf on the other side.
There's a Wicked Wolf with a food token. There's there's a Oko that can turn it into an elk. There's a Chump Blocker. And then Matt has good cards in his hand too. So Questing Beast is going to stay on top, and that's not a great draw step right now for Shota. And that, keep in mind, that's for his next turn.
Yeah.
So that means that we already know what's coming. Now, Matt doesn't know that. Everybody else does here. And now Hydroid Krasis is the draw, which is, again, not ideal. The only thing that Matt's missing right now is land number 5 to play Nissa number 1.
Come on, library, get good. I bet you that's what Matt is thinking right now, but you know, he's not short of things to do. He can fire off an itty-bitty Hydroid Krasis if he wants to. He's got a spare in hand for the later turns where Nissa is on the battlefield. He can just dump extra mana in. Wicked Wolf, I mean, it kills the other Wicked Wolf, clearing the way for the, the Wicked Wolf and the food. You know,
yeah, and you're happy
no threat of dying.
You're happy with this. You're using all of your mana.
Yeah.
You haven't used your Oko yet, but you will. You have a food token to sacrifice. You get to kill something, and you get to pressure your opponent's life. There are 12 right now. This is a good attack. Going to bring them lower than that. Create a food token, which means your Wicked Wolves are safe. And again, Questing Beast right now, just not that good of a draw.
Because even if both wolves attack next turn, Questing Beast blocks. It's got Death Touch, sure, but they're not dying.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, I guess it's a case of, all right, I've drawn a bunch of lands. If I put this to the bottom, or do I just draw another land? So maybe it's just a case of I need to protect my face. But isn't he just dead next turn?
Yeah, I mean, he's in a rock and a hard place right now. Questing Beast being the draw step here. You know, I don't know what Shota was hoping that Matt had in his hand, but Matt, the thing is
legendary, so it makes Mobilized District cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, that's a minor benefit. I mean, Mobilized District is outclassed in this battlefield too, is the problem. So ultimately, you've got a player here in Shota who he may have just had no good draw steps, as he's going to attack her with Questing Beast. He'll get to deal 4, which means we'll deal 4 over to Oko. But again, Oko's on 7 loyalty. It's going to fall down to 3 loyalty, which means it will still be very effective.
There's the 5th land, finally, for Matt Nass. So Nissa, who shakes the world, can enter the fray. Oko is making another attacker.
Yeah, he doesn't even need
it, though.
He doesn't even
He's
need
just
anything right
overs,
now.
Skadovers. Can he activate that? I don't think so. I think he's one short.
Well, he could use the combination of Paradise Druid, Breeding Pool, and Temple, which means that Paradise Druid would be removed from blocking, which means that 2 creatures will still get through, and that'll do it to it. So Matt Nass wins
quite convincingly.
I think a pretty easy game one, even though he wasn't able to get to 5 mana on time to deploy Nissa and big copies of Hydroid Krasis, is still totally fine in the game.
So what do you do here if you are... We've seen a bunch of Simic Food. What do you do if you're Shota?
Well, for Shota, that's kind of an interesting situation. I know we're going to focus on Matt's sideboard right now because it's in front of us, and you know, taking a look at that, he's thinking about Veil of Summer at the moment and not making too many other changes. I don't know if we're going to get a good look at seeing Shota's sideboard, and it doesn't look like we will. So if we do, obviously we'll hop that way. But what I will say for Shota is we can't play the games like that.
No.
We can't play games where we're slow, where we don't have, where we're trying to play catch up because we don't play well from behind. We only play well when we're ahead. That's when Petty Theft is great. That's when Aether Gust is great. Now this hand's a little bit awkward.
Look at all of those. Talk of Aether Gust, there they all are.
Yeah, so this hand's a little bit awkward because Gust is really, really good in the matchup, but it's good in combination with pressure.
Yeah.
Which is, I've got a little something going on, okay, bounce your thing, or counter your thing, and you decide where it's gonna go, and keep attacking you. Is it good as a permission tool? No, because it's not a hard counter spell. So I'm curious to see how this particular game is gonna go.
Getting things started, the goose is loose, the food is on the battlefield, as is a Paradise Druid for Shota Yasooka. Paradise Druid of his own for Matt Nass, so ramping up quite nicely here into his bigger threats. He does have 2 Vraska Golgari Queens, a Hydroid Krasis, a Wicked Wolf, and Noxious Grasp. Now we have a bit of a mirror going on here between our creatures. Gilded Goose is on the battlefield for Shota as well. Fabled Passage is the draw for Matt Nass.
Yeah, Fabled Passage is it's such a necessary tool in this deck, but it can certainly be a frustrating one because you'd love for that land on the battlefield untapped, maybe play a Hydroid Krasis for 3 or something else, or not have to use your food token to play something. In the meantime, though, Nass is just going to pass the turn back with Noxious Grasp at the ready, which I think is a little bit interesting here.
Well, he's got a good target coming down right now with this lovely Hydroid Krasis. It's going to be interesting to see if he fires off the Noxious Grasp to take care of this big beastie boy. Veil of Summer and Breeding Pool is the draw for Yasooka.
Well, I will say this. You better take care of it while your opponent is tapped out.
Yeah.
Because you do not want to get Veil Summer. That kind of exchange is horrific news if it does occur. So Matt looks like he's thinking Forest right now with this Fabled Passage. Might be thinking Swamp as well for the black spells in his hand, but he gets the opportunity to make a food, pass the turn back. So that's interesting too, because he's not fired off the Grasp just yet.
Well, like we've seen, there are better targets for the Noxious Grasp, so maybe he doesn't feel like the Hydroid Krasis is that big of a threat right now. Does have the Wolf to take care of it, so... Seems fine.
And this also makes some sense too, which is let me use my Wolf to take care of this.
Yeah.
I've got a food to sacrifice, and then let me save my Noxious Grass for if a Planeswalker shows
Yeah.
up. So that all makes some sense to me as far as the exchange is concerned. Matt's life total is very, very high, still sitting at 18, not underneath any pressure. And as you can see in Shota's hand, his hand is very, very reactive and not aggressive.
There's a few things you can send back if you wanted to send back the Paradise Druid. It's lost its hexproof because it's tapped now, but I don't know if any of these creatures on the battlefield are decent enough targets for Aethergust.
And the tough thing too is, let's say the Paradise Druid gets gusted, right?
Yeah.
You're leaving the decision up to your opponent on what they want to do.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a new draw step, or do you want to draw Paradise Druid? And I'm talking about Matt Nass in this situation, has all the information. Now, when you're pressuring your opponent and then you Aethergust them, then they have a heck of a decision to make of like, I don't know if I want to draw this again, or I don't have a blocker now, all this other stuff. None of that stuff's coming to fruition right now for Shota. And that's the problem in this game, and that's the same problem he had in the last game.
So it looks like he's just going to pass a turn back. We'll hang on to those Aethergusts, use them when it makes a bit more sense and he's got a bit more control over the matchup. Like you said, you don't want to be in this position without having, ways to pressure your opponent. You'd rather have something on the battlefield, perhaps a Nissa, and then remove all the things out the way. But
just anything.
Yeah, anything, yeah.
You would have been happy having...
It's a little clunky.
You would have been happy having Hydro Krasis on the battlefield because when Matt tries to kill it with Wicked Wolf, you say, put it back on top of my deck.
Yeah.
Draw it again. Draw more cards.
Yeah.
And then you have the mana for Veil of Summer, for the Noxious Grass, everything. So he needed a one-turn window. What's unique about his deck is that he really only needs one threat.
Yeah.
And then with the hand that is constructed right now, he could have protected it in some unique ways. But that has not come to fruition this game. And now he's in some trouble because now here comes Hydroid Krasis and so on and so forth. And Matt, because he has access to his opponent's deck list, and Shota is doing nothing. Matt is a very smart individual, and anyone can figure this out. It's like, you're not doing anything with 7 mana? What's in your hand?
Yeah.
It obviously has to be some number of gusts, so do you want to gust my Krasis? Of course you don't.
No, that's like the I don't know, there's several creatures you don't want to gust, and Wicked Wolf and Hydroid Krasis are 2 of them.
Yeah, just the top of the list, right? So now Matt can just say, it's very obvious what you have in your hand.
Yeah.
I'll play a Krasis. If you gust it, I'm going to put it right back on top of my deck, and we can do this song and dance again.
So Wicked Wolf is the target. Shota doesn't want to see any more of this puppy dog right now. Will Matt Nass put it on top of the library? He does have a spare in hand, so there was an option there to send it to the bottom, but it's going to go back on top. They're such good cards, these Wicked Wolves.
This is the appeal of the Sultai Food deck. It's because, yes, you're 3 colors. Yes, sometimes your lands don't cooperate. Yes, sometimes your draw steps can be awkward, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the power level of your deck is incredibly, incredibly high. We're talking about a deck that is full of rares and mythics, good mana, like Overgrown Tomb and Breeding Pool, all of that stuff. And ultimately, sometimes in Magic, what ends up winning tournaments and matches is just, hey, my deck is just more powerful than yours. As good as you bobbing and weaving with Aethergust is, and you countering spell of Veil Summer, and all that stuff is well and good. Sometimes I just go rare, mythic. You lose. You lose. And that's what this deck looks like right now.
It does indeed. So Oko entered the fray. He did some stuff and things, but Vraskilgar Queen, with the middle ability of Destroy Target Oko, is going to take care of him. Or are we going to see an attack with Hydroid Krasis added first? Nah. Let's just get rid of this Oko. Let's swing in for some damage in the air. Do we see an Aethergust in response to Vraska, though? How much does he want to protect his Oko? Does he fight over this?
That's a good question.
The answer, I think, is yes.
Yeah.
So, Vraska's going to have to wait to kill Oko. She's patient, though, I'm sure. So sending it to the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like Vraska's going down to the bottom.
Yeah.
Matt's got another Vraska in hand. Doesn't really mind that exchange all that much, obviously, because deciding to put it on the bottom instead of saying, I really need to draw this card again.
Yeah.
Overgrown Tomb in hand right now. Looks like that's going to be the land for the turn. Now Noxious Grass looks like it's going to get countered by Veil. So now things...
Ouchie, ouchie.
I mean, Shota needs good... Okay.
Oh, that's good.
So this
That's good.
is getting a little bit better. I mean, it's not great, because he's still behind and Matt's hand is really good. But, that's... Okay, these are steps in the right direction to get back into this game.
Okay, so this is pretty good. That was a great turn there for Shota. Kept his, 2 counter spells in essence, 2 removal spells in essence wasted because of Aethergust and Veil of Summer just doing what it is that they want to do and protecting the important cards in the matchup. So, got 1 more in hand for Shota, so he can keep Nissa or Oko safe, most likely Nissa, as there is a spare in hand. So things are looking pretty good here for Shota. He may have turned a corner, as we like to say.
He's getting back into the game. I still think he's behind in the game, and the reason I say that is because I can see Matt's hand, and I see multiple copies of Wicked Wolf, and Shota knows that he has one of those from earlier in the game from the Gust that he cast. I can see the other copy of Vraska. The Once Upon a Time can become anything, even a boat. So there's a lot of different things that can happen here. I think Matt's hand is more powerful. But Shota is actually taking the steps to actually get back into this game, and I like this. Yes. This reminds me a lot of when we were watching Kvartek play, where he was like, I just have to try to win. I can't try to play these longer turns. So Shota just said, make this thing into an elk token, attack you with all my creatures.
Yeah. The longer I wait, the more likely it is you win. Yep. So I'm attacking your life total. That's the resource I'm choosing to go after, because you're beating me on cards, you're beating me on board presence, almost. I have Planeswalkers, and you don't.
Do you see the difference when there's pressure with these effects? Because now Matt gets to play one spell. Yeah. He gets to play Wicked Wolf, and there's Shota. Yeah, no way. I'm going to gust this. This is your one spell for the turn. I'm going to gust this. You decide where it's going to go. I don't care. Because it's not on the battlefield. It's not doing its thing. You're at 5. My Nissa gets to make a creature. I get to make something into an elk and probably kill you next turn.
Yeah, that seems like exactly what is going to happen here. So Shota did the right thing in fighting over those Planeswalkers, protecting them from the Noxious Grasp and the Vraska. And in doing so, he's managed to put himself in the driver's seat in this matchup.
Things can turn very, very quickly in Standard, and certainly in games like this, because he found a Nissa on the perfect turn. He got really, really aggressive with that Nissa. That Hydroid Krasis didn't kill Oko. It knocked Oko down to 1. Then Oko got to turn something into an elk, and all of a sudden, Matt Nass is like, what the hell, I'm at 5? How did I get to 5? And then he just dies the next turn.
So let's go to game number 3 between Matt Nass and Shota Yasooka. That was a pretty good game.
No, yeah, I mean,
it was great to see.
That game looked horrible for Shota. It looked absolutely horrible when he's staring at 3 gusts and and no creatures, no pressure. But again, that goes to show you a couple different things, but most notably, Nissa can turn the game around really freaking fast.
Oh, yeah.
It can turn a game around in a big way, and then all of a sudden you have to turn your attention towards that. But what makes Shota's deck different than what we've seen from Shenhar, what we've seen from Matt, and what we've seen from Andrea is those decks, they want to play long.
Yeah.
You know, let me build up this awesome battlefield, all this food. I can do all these broken things with Oko. And Shota's saying, no, I just want to kill you.
Yeah.
I just want to kill you.
I like that approach.
Yep.
Go fast, smack face. Let's do it again. That's not a great looking hand. Mulligan straight away. Once upon a time, Fabled Passage. Yikes.
I mean, you're keeping.
Yeah, you're keeping. Sending back the jellyfish.
Yeah, you're keeping, and you know, if Once Upon a Time misses, which it's never done in the history of Magic, then you lose. But
ooh, but Shota's hand looks spicy. I like it.
Gotta figure out which land you want here for Matt. Shota's hand is very, very good.
Oh, yes. Gilded Goose into Paradise Druid, possibly a turn 3 Nissa. Heck yeah. Give me some of that. Now, what does he want you? What do you want, Matt? He's agonizing over this.
Well, here's the thing Matt knows. He has to start with Fabled Passage no matter what.
Yeah.
So it's just, what land do I want to go on with my Fabled Passage? Do I want to take... Because Fabled Passage is getting a forest.
Yeah.
For sure. Be able to cast your Paradise Druid and everything else. So which land do I want? He takes Watergrave because he has Vraska, and he may want to draw into Noxious Grass. So I'm going to take my black source, which is also my blue source. But this is part of what happens when you play a 3-color deck, which is your mana's a little bit taxed all over the place.
Yeah.
You drew a swamp. Okay, sure. Like, it's not your favorite draw. Because you just took a black source and Watergrave. So if he'd taken Breeding Pool and drawn Swamp, would have been way happier.
He is able now, with the Paradise Druid's help, to kill off the Gilded Goose.
Yeah.
So we won't see, well, actually we may with Aether Gust. That's still a thing. I need to remember that this Aether Gust is there. Now he's got 3 in hand again, and a freaking Brazen Borrower. Come on! He's just gonna send everything back. This is like the most frustrating hand to play against. It's almost as annoying as Mono Blue Tempo was back in its heyday.
Oh boy, those were the days.
Oh boy. Okay, this is going to be a fun matchup indeed. I can imagine Matt getting a little frustrated. So, firing off the Wicked Wolf, no mana available to protect the Goose, so the Goose is a little bit dead now. Wicked Wolf hangs out.
If you're Shota, you need to draw a couple of lands. That's an important draw step, for sure. Now here's a Gus. I like this. Let's slow down.
Slowing him down.
Yep. Let's slow down your mana a little bit. Nass is going to put that on the bottom of his deck. Doesn't want to draw that again.
And he's got a second Aether Gust available if he wants to, or Brazen Borrower. Oh, this is good.
See, the thing that Shota's deck does a nice job of when it's operating on all cylinders is it keeps your opponent off balance.
Does it do it again? Yeah, before it's hexproof? Nice. Yeah, it's very disconcerting to play against this because it's not something you'd expect. You're like, oh, come on. I mean, it's not a counterspell. You get to keep the thing, so I suppose that's, a small mercy. But still, this is going to allow him to just run away with the game because now he's got the mana available for Nissa. Now he's going to get that going, and there's nothing Matt Nass can do. We can see his hand, and it's just like...
and Shota's also doing a nice job of using his life total as a resource, no blocks. Again, you're going to play Paradise Druid. I know you're stuck on mana. I'm going to gust this one too. Okay, what do you want to do this? Do you want to draw this, or do you want to put this to the bottom? Nass has to think about this decision. Whereas before, there are times when you gust and the decision is very obvious. It's when the decision is difficult is when gust is at its best. So now he gets to play Nissa with no fear of anything.
Nope.
He gets to untap a land.
Yep.
And he gets to do his thing with attacking. And now Wicked Wolf is going to be looking at the Nissa and going like, I really like to kill you, but I can't because you have 6 loyalty. So now it's going to take 2 attacks and the ability to play Once Upon a Time right now if Shota wants to do that, which he clearly does. So this allows Matt to get a free shot at Nissa, which is cool, but Nissa's not going to die this time.
Yeah, it's not going to die unless he can generate a, insane amount of food. It's pretty safe for the time being, so advantage definitely to Shota at this point in the matchup. Matt Nass just doesn't have land, doesn't have mana generators, and he's thinking about conceding. He's like, oh, goodness me.
I mean, Matt knows that he's far behind.
Yeah.
And Matt has played, I think, enough of these type of mirrors where it takes 2 turns with Nissa to win the game.
Yeah.
2 turns uncontested. Now, just played it, made a creature, attacked.
Yeah.
And then played Once Upon a Time.
Okay, there we go.
That was the first turn. You were about to get to the second turn. Matt already knows he's beat because he's played these games so much. And that's the reason that you play this style of deck, is because you can keep your opponent off balance enough that they can't catch back up, and then you deploy the Nissa, you've got Brazen Borrowers to bounce a bunch of crap. You're trying to kill your opponent. And when it plays out that way, it looks really, really good.
Absolutely. It definitely looks like a deft deck choice for Shota with those Ether Gusts just constantly smacking down anything that wants to come up.
No,
it's pretty satisfying.
It's a real pain because it's not a counter spell. It's just like, hey, I mean, put it on top of the bottom. What do you want to do? And then all of a sudden it's like, well, I don't know what I want to do. And that's like,
stop touching my stuff. That's usually my response.
Interesting card in the matchup and in the games. And you saw it be an A+ in game 2 and game 3.
That was fantastic.
Sure. And just a little bit more mental stress on the opposing player.
Yeah.
Well, we're down to what could be the last match of the day today, but that all depends. If Matt takes this one, then we're going to do a third match here. Not quite a mirror, almost a mirror. But let's see what happens in match 2.
Let's kick things off here. This looks pretty nice indeed. Snap Keep, Once Upon a Time in hand, 3 lands, and 3 lovely planeswalkers. Finding the Gilded Goose. This is perfect start almost for Matt Nass.
If you're Matt, you're not unhappy. I mean, you get the Goose into Oko into working my way towards Nissa draw.
Ooh, speaking of Okos, there's 3 in Shota's hand.
Yeah, 3's a lot. You obviously want 1.
Yeah.
Maybe you want a second one. I don't think he wants that third one. I think that third one he'd prefer it to be a Nissa or a Gust or a Brazen Borrow or something like
some
that.
Interaction. Oko Thief of Crowns making an appearance for Matt Nass on turn 2. That is exactly what you want out of your Goose and Oko combo. Making some food for the Goose to sacrifice for the next threat he wants to get onto the battlefield. Got a Nissa in hand, 3 Okos, a Gilded Goose for Shota. Now, what is he considering? That is a Paradise Druid. Ramp, I like it. Turn 3 Nissa. Feels good?
No, it makes a ton of sense. I mean, the goal here is to turn 3 Nissa if you can.
So 2 geese on the battlefield for Shota. We got a Paradise Druid 2. And no way to remove a turn 3 Nissa if he gets to that. So Oko, Thief of Crowns, has got some work to do here for Matt Nass. He does have a Hydroid Crisis in hand, but it's not getting paid for anything remotely impactful.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bit of an awkward hand here. Like at this point, you're hoping to find like a Wicked Wolf to remove one of these mana dorks on the other side of the battlefield, but no Wolfie to speak of. So this food is going to become an elk and just help apply some pressure, I think, on the battlefield.
Apply pressure or potentially just play defense. It looks like defend Oko is kind of the plan right now. So if you're Shota, you were hoping for a land there to be able to deploy Nissa. Instead, your consolation prize is deploying Oko, which means that you can make some food, which means that you can power up your Gilded Geese over the course of this game. So this isn't too bad. Now, he doesn't have the interaction that he's looking for just yet, and it looks like he wants to make this food token
Oh, there you
into
go.
something that can pressure Oko, which is a little bit interesting.
I see your elk, and I raise you mine. So one elk facing off against another, perhaps. But again, just hitting Oko for 3 when he's on 7 loyalty, I mean, is
Well, you gotta
not
start
that bad.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Is the thing. And for what it's worth, he might be making this attack hoping that Matt blocks with his elk food token. And that did not happen. And now we get in an interesting situation here because Matt might be the first one in Nissa now.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, we have seen it's not always the case where first one to Nissa wins. It's usually whoever can keep Nissa alive wins.
It takes about, who has Nissa alive for about 2 turns
Yeah.
is generally what it is, which is why Noxus Grasp is so important in these matchups now, is because you get to kill Nissa right away and stop that huge advantage from cascading.
Nissa, who shakes the world on the battlefield for Matt Nass first, going to animate a forest and starts swinging in. At opposing Oko, I would guess there's no real harm in going after this pesky Thief of Crowns, but little does Matt Nass know that there are 2 extra copies in hand. Still worth fighting over, keeping this one alive. I should have to pay for it again, so yeah.
I mean, keeping it alive so you don't have to pay for it again, as you mentioned. Another activation as well might be worth something here to Shota, so he blocked there pretty quickly. Keep in mind that that Matt has not used his Oko just yet, so he's deciding on how to use the powerful Planeswalker, and he'll just be creating a food token before passing the turn back over. Force is not a bad draw, because now Shota can actually go to his Nissa if he wants to. He's got 3 lands, Paradise Druid, create a food token with Oko, use the Gilded Goose, play the 5-mana Planeswalker.
Will we see a Battle of the Nissas?
The problem is that Shota is not defending his Nissa all that well, nor is he getting rid of Matt's Nissa.
No.
That's
So,
the problem right now.
potentially a Hydroid Krasis instead, just to make another creature on the battlefield.
I mean, maybe, but it's not great. I think, yeah, so this is good news if you're Shota, because you want this to happen.
Yeah.
You want your opponent to have 1 less attacker for your Nissa, if you're playing one.
So here we go, just an itty-bitty Hydroid Krasis drawing the 1 card, gaining 1 life.
I will note that
And replacing itself.
I don't mind this, because you can turn your Hydro Krasis into a 5/5 on
Nice.
defense
That's
and
cool.
pass the turn back, and that's not bad.
That's really cool. I like that interaction with Oko and things with counters on them. So the Hydroid Elk is now grounded, and can block against most of whatever Matt Nass can throw at him with these Planeswalkers. So Fabled Passage is the land that Matt Nass is contemplating playing. We've also got a Watery Grave, but let's just get that on the battlefield. Don't take 2 points of damage. And let's go find a forest, and we have our own Hydroid Krasis. Thank you very much. It's always funny when their plays almost line up, you know. Exactly. It's like, oh, I have a Hydroid Krasis, but I have a bigger Hydroid Krasis.
Yep. It happens more than you'd think in this style of matchup, that's for sure.
Let's see if he makes this into an Elk too, or does he keep the Evasive Flyer? I'm curious to see what he does. First things first, Nissa is going to animate a land, and we're going to go swinging, probably not with the land though, at Dear Oko. It's a bit awkward because this 5/5 is now obviously difficult to get through. Everything dies to it. So we're just going to come up the battlefield here and keep our Planeswalkers safe, and then we'll find a way to get through this army on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, this is Matt's version of going wide by making a 6/6 and a handful of 3/3s and just saying like, yeah, you know, your Hydro Krasis can block 1 of these, that's fine. But both, if you're Matt right now, you're kind of building up a wall because as we talked about in the first game, the longer the game goes, the better it is for him.
Yeah.
Shota's deck can only play a certain way. It plays better when it's ahead. Matt has kind of everything he wants right now. He's got both his powerful Planeswalkers. The only thing he's really missing right now, I would argue, is a Noxious Grasp. That's really about it. But past that, you know, he's got a Wicked Wolf in the holster. He's got just plenty going on right now, as the goose is going to die to the Wicked Wolf.
Making a food just before it dies, so tapping the forest, 1 less defender for Matt Nass. But no attacks from Yasooka, so he's still good there. Spare Nissa, that's pretty... that excites me a little bit, because we could see an ultimate from one Nissa into the other. That'll be exciting. Just deciding how he wants to sequence things here. We're going to see a Wicked Wolf on the battlefield, potentially taking care of the Gilded Goose on the opposite side. Just shutting off the extra land and, the extra mana and food generators, and letting the Planeswalkers run wild with their creatures.
Well, this is one of those games that might get gummed up a little bit here,
Oh, yeah.
but over time, I think this is a game that Matt wins because Matt is going to do something that we've seen him do earlier, which is he's just going to do a really nice job of protecting his Nissa. Don't know if he's going to ultimate his Nissa, but he's doing a really nice job of protecting his Nissa, taking a Paradise Druid. Now he'll attack with a Flyer. This is going to knock out the Oko. And now, as you can see, as all of this stuff is gummed up, the only thing you need to pay attention to right now and show to the side of the battlefield is how much mana he has. 3.
Yeah, that's not a
That's
lot
it.
at all. Questing Beast is a draw, can't play it though, so Oko is the only thing he can get back down at this moment, barring a 1-1 Hydroid Crisis, which just isn't gonna do much against this army that Matt Nass has assembled in food tokens. Yasooka knows that he is down for the count in this round, so let's go on to the next game.
One thing to note is, and I mentioned it briefly at the end of that game about the number of lands, is a lot of things shift, but one thing that you want to try to do when you're playing this matchup or playing these games because they are so intricate is try to make things simplistic, which is, hey, you don't need lands to work with. You can't play multiple spells in a turn if I take your Paradise Druid, or if I kill your Nissa land, or I kill your Nissa. You know, I can choke you on mana, and then you're really, really struggling, and sometimes that can lead to a game win, and more often than not, in the games that we've watched, it has. So, just like a minor thing to be checking out for. These players, I think, understand that, which is why we see players, you know, why don't you say you're a Wicked Wolf for when you can, like, eat 5 pieces of food and kill a Hydroid Crisis? It's like, I don't know, why don't I just kill your Goose and then take your Paradise Druid and you can't play any spells, right? Then who cares if you have, like, an 8/8 Hydroid Crisis? I'll win eventually through that.
It's a battle of resources. If you can choke them in the mana department, then you're pretty good to go.
Yeah, you ever been mana screwed before?
Yeah, always. It sucks.
Yeah, you can't win.
It's like my least favorite thing, but anyway. Paradise Druid, Mana Dork online for Shota Yasooka, being answered in response with a Paradise Druid of Matt Nass's own. We're just gonna get all our mana dudes down and get into our big, friendly planeswalkers that like to just, you know, completely mess up the game.
So I love the way this game is being played right now. Paradise Druid on 2, Paradise Druid on 3 with Gust up. Matt can play, whatever spell Matt plays, you just go, okay, well, Gust that. Next turn, play Nissa, attack you. And like this game could just end immediately.
There we go.
I think, honestly, Shota would Gust anything that gets played right now. I'd be really surprised if he doesn't Gust this.
No, we're gusting this.
Now, the reason he wouldn't Gust this, a minor thing to think about is like, if I Gust this and then my opponent plays Veil.
Yeah.
Like what happens? But I don't think Veil actually trumps Gust in this spot. So you're going to Gust anything. Matt's going to put that on the bottom. Then he's going to untap, draw, Nissa.
Let's go.
I think he can, let me check. Yeah, so he can just play both.
No, he needs, no, he can.
Yeah, he can just untap, untap forward. Yeah,
Yeah.
so this game's done so.
Cedric is calling it. Let's see if he is correct. Swinging in with the Forest, the 3/3 Vigilance. Oko Thief of Crowns to follow up. And now Planeswalker advantage to Shota Yasooka. Noxious Grasp is the draw, so that is at least one way to answer these Planeswalkers that have entered the battlefield. But first things first, let's rock a Paradise Druid and help us get to one of our big threats in the Hydroid Crisis or the Wicked Wolves.
I mean, easily the best draw step for Matt that turn was Noxious Grasp. Easily, because Nissa was ready to run away with this thing in a big way. So we're going to see Paradise Druid. We're going to see Noxious Grasp. And what you're also seeing, because Matt was willing to take 2 damage there, is he wants to leave a couple copies of Paradise Druid back on defense.
Yeah.
So, okay, we might not be done. Man, that Noxious Grasp was
do you
good draw.
Take back what you said earlier.
I may
about
rescind my comment. I may now. But you know what this also demonstrates? This demonstrates on what your deck looks like when you don't have Hydroid Crisis in it.
Yeah.
Because now would be a great turn to just say, hey, play a land, Hydroid Crisis for 5. You'll draw a couple of cards, have a big threat on the battlefield, so on and so forth. A beautiful start to the game for sure. I mean, we had turn 2 Druid, turn 3 Druid plus Gust, turn 4 Nissa plus Oko. I mean, what more could you ask for?
No, that's pretty much the ideal start there. But
that's like a perfect draw.
A timely Noxious Grasp just halting Shota's momentum. And now he's just deciding what it is he wants to do. Can't do any switcheroos with Mr. Oko, so maybe just making an Elk.
Now, I do think what he'll probably want to do this turn is turn that food into an Elk and just attack.
Yeah.
Because he can't play long. Now, he does know that his opponent does have Wicked Wolf in hand.
I like this.
But one of the things you want to do is you just want to cut your opponent's mana if you can, so that Matt is stuck playing 1 spell per turn. So this attack makes total sense to me. And also, what's interesting here is I think
no trading the Druids?
So we're seeing a double block. Now the land's going to kill both the Druids.
Yeah.
But now what can happen now is Wicked Wolf can eat a Druid.
Okay.
So that's what we're gonna see. Wicked Wolf eat one of these Druids almost assuredly.
Yeah.
Now that Wicked Wolf can block the 3/3.
Okay.
So if you're Shota, you need to draw.
That's a
Your
goose.
hope was to draw Petty Theft or Gust.
Yeah. Well, now just showing that he has absolutely nothing in hand, getting all the mana down for a big Hydro Crisis, hopefully.
We can
Swap's
really good.
Yeah, that's
swap
great.
is really good. So Goose was actually a really good draw step.
The goose is loose, and now the Wicked Wolf is on the side of Shota.
I do not rescind.
You do not rescind?
We're donezo.
Okay, yeah, we're donezo. There we go.
I do not rescind what I said earlier.
Oh my goodness, this deck is silly. It just does so much crazy stuff when you least expect it.
I mean, when you have a start like that of Druid plus Gust, Nissa plus Oko, if you don't win, we have to have a conversation about your deck if you can't win that game.
Yeah.
Because that start is outrageous.
Oh my goodness me. So a swift win there for Shota. It was a little bit tensive there.
It got tense for a minute, and what that kind of shows, I think we all know how good Oko is.
Yeah.
But when you draw a Goose that turn, you're like, not Goose.
Speaking of
like Goose sucks. Goose was awesome there.
Yeah, Goose is great.
Here's a food token. I'll take your wolf. You lose the game now.
So rude. So a gaggle of geese in hand from Matt Nass. He has removal and Noxious Grasp too, so you bet he's going to be happy about that, considering we can see a Nissa who shakes the world on the other side of the battlefield. Shota's setting up for... Well, I mean, he could just Noxious Grasp and kill this goose straight away.
So this is a different range of hand here for Matt, because this is all dressed up with nowhere to go. You know, you've got a Wicked Wolf and you've got a card to interact with, but you don't have Krasis, you don't have Nissa, you don't have Oko. So you've got all the acceleration in the world, but this is also one-shot acceleration, because once you use the food, it's gone for good. So Matt is all dressed up with nowhere to go right now, but if he rolls off a Nissa, he's going to be thrilled.
Oh, yeah. But what does he draw? Because a turn 3 Nissa is coming for Shota Yasooka. That's an Oko Thief of Crowns.
Oko's good, too.
It's good.
Oko's always good.
That's somewhere to go.
Yeah. That at the very least will bridge the gap. Now, Wicked Wolf's not bad here, obviously, because they can eat the goose if Matt wants to do that. But this is a...
I mean...
This is a fine place to be if you're Matt.
Yeah.
You do still need like a really, really nice payoff card, but this is a fine place to be.
So Wicked Wolf enters the battlefield. Gilded Goose is down for the count. Gonna follow it up. Nope, gonna keep... Noxious Grasp isn't available, so I didn't fire off the third goose. I think they're worried about Legion's End. I mean, it gets it anyway.
Yeah, not really.
Not really, no. I don't think I've seen any of these players board that in.
No, I mean, most of these players don't even touch their sideboards.
Yeah,
honestly.
It's just like, I'm good to go. Run it back.
There's 15 fake cards. They don't really do anything.
They just need it for legalities, right?
Vraska's interesting. Oko's interesting.
So, not using the food token, keeping the Wicked Wolf up to be indestructible if needs be. Oko Thief of Crowns can create another food token, continuously feeding the wolf. We also have 2 food tokens for the 2 geese, so Noxious Grasp is available.
Yep.
Should a Nissa enter the fray. But we do have enough mana now, I believe, to fire off a Nissa and a Veil.
We do.
Yeah,
so this is good news.
Ooh, here we go.
This is good news for Shota. You've got your Veil to protect your best card.
Now, do you think Matt has telegraphed that?
I mean, maybe yes, maybe no, but at the same time, I mean, what choice does Matt have?
Yeah, he has to try, right? Make him have it. Targeting the breeding pool, which is also pretty nice, because Brazen Borrower's Petty Theft comes into the equation once that land is on the battlefield.
I'm sure that Matt is thinking, like, what happens if my opponent has a Veil right now? And you can obviously... weigh the ups and downs of that. Sure, I mean, take your time when you're doing that. No one's rushing you, but he has to. That's the only thing that matters right now that he has to think about is what if my opponent has Veil for my Noxious Grasp? Can I do anything about it? I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
Look at him counting. He's like, screw it, let's do it.
I mean, what's tough about this is he's got to cash in both of his pieces of food.
Yeah,
that's not what he wants to do.
So. Using resources, trying to get rid of Nissa, who shakes the world and wins the games, but Veil of Summer.
Whammy.
Whee! Give me a card, please. Thank you. Everything's in hexproof, no touchy. I'm drawing a forest off the top. Another Noxious Grasp, though. Yeah? Okay, that's not terrible.
There are worse draws.
Yeah. So we can make a food, keep our doggy alive, get the goose going, kill the Nissa. That's actually kind of one of the best things he could have drawn there. After, well, okay, Brazen Borrower can pick up Nissa.
Yes.
So again, that's still a whiff.
So that's the
Never
trickiness.
mind, I take that back.
No, and that's totally fine. That's kind of some of the trickiness, but also what ends up happening now, again, because this is a deck that has difficulty playing multiple spells in a turn, is that you have to.
I like this.
I like this too.
Ooh,
is you have to think about how to work through this if you're Matt.
Yeah. Okay, so exchanging control, removing the ability to petty theft the Nissa. Now, in response, does he just use that to bring Nissa back, thinking that he's going to target it?
Well, no, because if you do that, then you just get your thing killed, and you just wasted your petty theft.
Yeah.
So you do nothing.
No, wait, you bring Nissa back.
Well, what I'm saying is if you petty theft your Nissa right now, then your opponent will respond with Noxious Grasp.
True.
So you do nothing, or you petty theft something that is not that, and you petty theft the Gilded Goose, which means that the exchange doesn't happen.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So Nissa is still dead, then, in essence.
Nissa should be dying now to the Noxious Grasp, yes.
Okay.
So still gets to keep his land, which is great. Still has Brazen Borrower as an as a creature to play later. But yes, Noxious Grasp was going to take care of this. It was a great draw step.
That was very good from Matt.
Matt gets to replay his Gilded Goose, which means he gets another food token.
Could play 2 if he wants to, but hanging on to that second one. Ooh, an island off the top there for Shota. That's not what he wanted to find. He needs to get something going here. He can get the Brazen Borrower flashed out on the end step. He's got Mobilized District as another blocker attacker, but for now he's just going like, all right, Oko, I'm tired of you, let's go.
Yeah, from Shota, I love this attack. Wicked Wolf can block Breeding Pool, eat the food token, win that battle. The geese don't want to block because then I'm just down mana. I don't really have much going on. So I think this is a pretty obvious block, and so if you're Matt Nass, you just have to say, okay, I'm losing my Oko. Okay. Fair enough.
No backup Oko. He's got Vraska. Vraska's still pretty good with the food synergies. You know, can munch on all the food that the geese do generate, draw some cards, gain some life, so he can get the advantage that way. We can see Shota's hand. It's a little bit of a yikes right now. Those lands are beautiful, by the way, but that's not what you want to see right now. You want some action.
The lands aren't great. I will note that Mobilized District is a fine card to have as this game continues on. What's also a little bit interesting here, too, is because if you're Matt, you have to think about if you actually want to eat this food token or not. Let's say you eat this food token and then your wolf gets gusted. You are in a world of trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can't even recast your wolf then because you don't have enough mana to do that. So he was probably thinking of, am I supposed to sacrifice this food token or just make this exchange?
Yeah.
He made the exchange, sacrificed the food token. Things went well for him with that exchange.
There's a land for Matt Nass off the top, which I bet you he's pretty happy to see. So Vraska Golgari Queen can enter the fray and get rid of one of these Paradise Druids if he wants to. You know, just getting the resources limited a little bit on Shota's side. So here comes Vraska. What is she going to do? We're sacrificing a permanent, otherwise we're just plussing for now. No card draw. Nope, one goose is going to go bye-bye. Finds a Fabled Passage off the top of the library.
There are some really good draws here for Shota. For now, Brazen Borrower is going to come in. It's not going to kill Vraska. Oko is not. I was thinking Oko would be one of the better draws, but Oko is always a great draw. So that's a pretty good find because now your mission is you're in your next sub game, which is how do I kill this Vraska?
Yeah.
Gilded Goose, don't forget, has flying.
Yeah.
So it can block the Brazen Borrower.
I bet that's a pretty good block there for Shota. Happy to kill this goose off, knowing how much of a pest can be, but there is a spare goose in Matt Nass's hand, so he won't be too sad to see that goose go. Oko Thief of Crowns enters the battlefield.
It's also worth noting right now that Matt's hand is very weak.
Yeah.
He does have a Vraska, which has a lot of work to do. I mean, we are talking about 2 cards per turn, and the cards in this deck are so powerful that it is totally within the realm of possibility of him just drawing, awesome card. His first draw step was a swamp for the turn, so that was not an awesome card. But he's in a little bit of trouble right now because he's starting to fall behind on this battlefield. If Shota were to find, let's say, a copy of Aether Gust or Brazen Borrower for the petty theft portion of that, he would get the Wicked Wolf out of the way momentarily. Either take care of the Planeswalker or start going to work on Matt's life total. So it's a big draw step coming here for Shota, but Matt's turn is not great because his hand is really bad.
Yeah, it's kind of clunky. I mean, he can deploy the goose, sacrifice the food token, draw a card, hopefully find something that he can play for 4 mana.
Yes, I think that's where we have to probably head, which is, as you mentioned, play goose, get your food token, sack your food token to Vraska, draw a card, gain a little bit of life, hopefully find maybe another copy of Wicked Wolf or something like that, maybe a Noxious Grasp. But right now he does not have anything. He does not have much going on. So this is his most important draw step of the day. if he's going to use Vraska that way.
Should we give him a drum roll?
Yeah. How about a guitar solo?
There
you go.
I don't know what that was, but yes. Okay, Vraska, what do you find for Matt Nass?
I mean, you can also make the argument here that Vraska suggests minus to destroy Oko or Brazen Borrower.
Yeah.
If you kill either one, you're not unhappy with that. And if things go perfectly, you get to kill both.
Yeah.
Because you get to kill Oko first, and then you protect your thing, and then you get to kill Brazen Borrower afterward. But this is an interesting attack.
So going after Oko, has the food to become a 5. So just the 1 block. Shota
Pretty
knows.
easy jump block.
Yeah, pretty easy jump block. He's fine for mana. He's certainly drawn enough lands. Yeah. But I think Matt Nass was deciding, well, he decided that Oko was the biggest threat in the battlefield, so let me just get my lands down. I'll find something to do eventually.
Bad draw step.
Oof. Mobilized District coming into play.
This. Don't
this is
mind
cool.
this.
Yeah, go. Swing.
So 3/3 is going to Vraska.
And then the rest of the face?
2 3/3s at Vraska. Knuckleheads, everybody else at Matt's life total.
Yeah, I like it. I like this kind of magic. Go get him.
So this guarantees that Vraska dies, which means it did get to kill Oko, but it doesn't kill anything else. You're also shutting off your opponent's card drawing engine.
Yeah.
If you're Matt, about a Hydroid Crisis.
Yeah, that'd be good.
How about a Nissa?
That's a lot of mana you got there, Matt. Draw something good, please. Let's find out what he draws. First things first, we're gonna munch on some food, just pad the life total, and that's a once upon a time. What does it find, though? That is the question. So just tapping manually, making sure he doesn't lose his access to 2 green. That's a Gilded Goose. It's a chump blocker. It can make your wolf indestructible with a food token it generates.
Gust or Borrower. Gust or Borrower. Our unreal draw steps here for Shota.
What do you find?
Yeah.
Hey, Brazen Borrower. Easy peasy. Okay. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, that's an awesome draw step.
All right, so Wicked Wolf will be sent packing potentially.
He's gonna play. Well, he can play this.
yeah,
he can play this slowly.
Yeah,
Is what he can do.
No
He's
rush.
not in a rush.
Yeah.
That's what makes this really, really good. Because Matt also is generating food, and he can sacrifice the food and gain life and everything else.
Another Once Upon a
Redraw here
Time.
with Once Upon a Time, but Brazen Borrower is an amazing draw step.
Yeah, because basically whatever he wants to fire off, which is nothing. Oof, 2 Veils of Summer. You hate to see that.
Yep, these are whammies in every sense of the word here from Matt. He's going to play the Breeding Pool, enter a battlefield tap with the hope of course, finding a Hydroid Crisis and dumping all of his mana
Yeah.
into it. So there's no reason to hold the land. But I think now is where you see Petty Theft bounce the... Shota's thinking about it. I'm thinking he's thinking Petty Theft, bounce the wolf, then play the Brazen Borrower and start to really attack you.
Yeah.
Because now you just have a couple O2 blockers that stink.
Yeah. They can make you a bunch of food and pad your life total, but that's about it currently. So Wolfie is going away. Brazen Borrower flashed in on the end step. We'll get some attacks in there with the 2/3/1 flyers. And Paradise Druid, not a great draw step, but we do have Mobilized District to add to the attacking power of Shota.
Yep.
So here we go. Push the big red button, please. Let's go.
Yeah, he's just going to push his advantage now.
Good stuff.
Yeah, this is really nice. I mean, again, playing a longer game, not good for Shota.
Yeah.
We've seen that in the games that he has lost, but playing a shorter game or playing a tempo-based game where you're able to bounce your opponent's main creature, keep attacking, so on and so forth, has Matt's copies of Once Upon a Time have not cooperated with him, but that's all part of it.
Yeah.
That's part of what can happen when you're playing the game of Magic. He got the low end of that card.
Ooh.
But now he's just too far behind, I think, to come back in this game because there's no sweepers.
Yeah, no
Wicked Wolf can
blocks.
eat something, and yes, you can make some more food, and yes, you can eat food to gain some life, but he is not looking good in this game at all.
Woo-wee. He swarmed the board. Too many creatures. He can generate 3 more food. Now
this
and then
is-
in the next step.
Well, you're a little late.
Okay. But you don't hate to see that. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 5/5.
I mean, that's not so bad insofar as you can play Hydroid Crisis, you can gain a decent amount of life. Now, don't forget Immobilized District can attack too.
Yeah. What's it? 3 life, I think, of Hydroid?
Yes. No, it's going to be rounding down, so it looks like it's just going to be 2, because I think there's 7 mana on the
Alright.
battlefield. So up to 7. He might just be making a baby. Hydroid Crisis too. I mean, there's a lot to weigh here, because also part of what you can do is you can play this for just 1.
Yeah.
Play Wicked Wolf, fight
Chomp
a Paradise
something.
Druid,
It's gonna be 2. Once you get the card, just gain
there's
one
also
life.
the potential to say, like, I need to do this for an amount that I hope that I draw a land so that I can play my Wicked Wolf.
Yeah.
So figuring out the right amount to do this for is actually really, really hard.
Ooh, what is it? It's a Noxious Grasp.
Okay, like that's not bad.
Okay. It's not great, not terrible. So you can take care of the food token or the Paradise Druid. Can't take care of the Brazen Borrowers. The geese are on blocking duty for those guys. Another
That's a good
mobilized
draw.
district. Can he play both though? I don't think so. Nah, he needs some legendary stuff on the battlefield. But here we go, big red button. You figure it out. Says Shota, swinging in at Matt Nass. And yeah, that's a pretty good attack there.
here's your
Noxious Grasp, getting your
here's
life.
your grasp there. A little exchange. Matt will be without a battlefield after all of this is said and done, and then I actually think that extra mobilized district goes probably checks off this game. Vraska, 1, 2, 3, 4. He can only play one spell.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, there we
Dead.
go. That's gonna do it. So, Sultai, for all its dominance in the meta, loses to Simic.
Congratulations to Shota Yasooka taking away the Pearl Division, which is a huge deal to the Hall of Famer to get into straight to day 2 of Mythic Championship 7 after Mythic Championship 6 next weekend in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah.
It's, of course, a paper tournament.
Is that okay?
It's okay.
Hey,
I'll allow it.
paper's great too.
Paper's great.
I like paper a lot.
Don't
Paper's
hate on
great
paper.
too.
I don't get to be there.
You want to go?
I'm sorry. I mean, you can still come if you want.
Okay, I'll come.
Ultimately, really, very quickly, just like an amazing display.
Yeah.
I know that we saw a lot of Sultai food. I know a lot of people, Twitter, blah, 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 about Oko, so on and so forth. Those games are hard.
Yeah.
They're really, really, really hard games to play. I've been testing a lot to get ready for Mythic Championship 6 next week, and naturally, I think everyone's going to gravitate towards, okay, well, let's test the Oko mirror all day, blah, blah, blah. The games are really, really difficult, and you're watching the best players in the world not sure of their decisions. That's how hard those games are. Shota found a unique build that people weren't going towards with Aether Gust main deck, Brazen Borrowers, all the stuff that we saw at Mythic Championship 5 when we were all there and watched Chris Kavartik do his thing. Maybe some slight cosmetic changes here and there, but those games are really, really tough. Shota is a worthy champion to win this split this week, and look, I didn't know what to expect coming into watching. We knew it was going to be Oko mirrors.
Yeah.
I thought the games were great. I thought they were really, really good
fantastic.
games. So.
Beautifully said, Cedric. Thank you. Now let's hear what Shota has to say about his win of this division.
I am here with the winner of the Pearl Division, Shota Yasooka. Congratulations.
はい、ありがとうございます。
I know you had to wait a little bit for that epic match from Matthew Nass against Shenhar, but you were able to take this down in 2 straight matches. And you know, the one card that I really want to talk about that really did a lot of work was Aether Gust. I mean, it was really, really, really impressive. Now, was that your experience throughout the course of this week with that card?
そうですね、ほとんどのマッチがあんな感じですね。
Played out exactly the same way. All right, so now that you've won your division, you know, you of course have to be thinking about next year, right? We have, of course, you automatically going into day 2 of Mythic Championship 7. That's going to guarantee you more Mythic points. Where are you at right now in terms of kind of your outlook for next year for the MPL?
でまだこのリーグ始まる前、結構僕順位的には本当ギリギリ、20位だったんですけど、それで今回5にして、今回次7、2日目からということで、それでもまだちょっと危ないと思っていて、実際まだミシックチャンピオンシップ6、7とあって、両方とも振るわなかったら、まだ結構危ないラインかなと思っているんで、ちょっと来年のことっていうよりかも今年、もうちょっと少し上乗せできれば、残ると思うんで、はい。どっちかというと来週のミシックチャンピオンシップ6の方がちょっと今は大事ですね。
Classic sports answer, take it one tournament at a time. But of course, winning this is a very, very big deal because you have that automatic entry really setting you up for the Mythic points. Again, putting you in good position for next year. Now, I have a general question, Shota, because you are known as the master of control decks. And you are not playing a control deck here. You're playing a tempo deck. Does that mean that control is just not a good strategy in the current standard metagame?
そうですね。僕が使わないってことは、そういうことだと思ってもらえれば。
That's what I thought. I was like, Shota's not playing control. Control must not be a thing that you could be doing in this format. Because even if it's mediocre, I know you're going to play control.
はい。基本的に僕コントロール使うときは、そのトップメタ、今回だったらシミックとか、 に勝てるかどうかって結構大事で、逆の立場の時考えて、今回で言うと、シミック使ってコントロールに負ける気がしないみたいな、するたりとかそういう状態だったんで、そういう時はもう使わないと決めているんで。
All right, well, once again, congratulations, Shota, for winning it all. We have your winner of the Pearl Division.
はい、ありがとうございます。
All right, back to you, Becca.
All right, congratulations again to Shota. I love that. Is Control a good deck right now? If I'm not playing it, I can consider that it's probably not.
The answer is definitely no. Trust me, it's very bad.
All right. Well, there's probably going to be a lot of Oko enrichment, but as you said, it is. There's no one perfect way to navigate that deck. So
no, the games are super tough. So everyone who's qualified for that tournament, first of all, see you there. Second of all, get your testing in. Get your testing in because you can get an edge if you know how to play the games correctly, and we just saw that with Shota winning without black.
Reasonably borrowed that win.
That's right.
All right, let's take one last look at our bracket for the day. See how Shota Yasooka came to win these grand finals in the Pearl Division. You can see just straight from upper finals and a 5-2 record in the round robin, 2 grand finals. Took both of those 2 matches, match wins, not game wins there, and of course, brilliant plays from all of these players.
I'm looking
throughout
forward
the day.
to seeing him on day 2, Mythic Championship 7. So
yeah, and Long Beach
just,
just, what is it, like 5 weeks away?
Coming up, beginning of December, We'll be back in Long Beach. All right, well, thanks to everybody who's watched, you guys in chat, and make sure you stick around. If you are sticking around for our extra live charity stream, which we very much hope that you do, you may need to refresh your stream because it's coming from a different place. Technical stuff, hit refresh if it's not working for you. Folks, it was a pleasure to have you both here.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it way more than I thought I was going to. I will say.
Yeah, we were a little bit like, oh my gosh, so much Sultai.
I'm nothing if not honest, but watching 4 of the best players in the world do their thing in complicated matchups is always a blast. I'm looking forward to the Mythic Championship next week, and I'm looking forward to Paul Cheon taking a shot of hot sauce.
Oh yeah!
Stay tuned for that. If nothing else, stay tuned to see that. But otherwise, it's a worthy cause. So please donate for the kids and support the content creators that you're going to see rocking it right now.
Yeah. Thanks so much. And shout out to MTG Nerd Girl, Skarsgård, and Asian Avenger who are going to be on that stream as well.
All right.
All right. Well, I appreciate your endurance today, watching all of these mirrors. Very impressive show from you.
You're ready for next week. Easy peasy.
Yeah, great. I can't wait. I'll be casting Okos too. See you in a week, folks.
Absolutely. Take care.